they had a ring of, young children they were exploiting, and especially Epstein was, supplying these individuals, let's say, to Democratic leaders, including Hillary. Remember, this has been a huge conspiracy theory and claims of the MAGA right, that Hillary Clinton is a pedophile, Obama stated all of that, and they were friends with Jeffrey Epstein there, and they had a sex ring and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. Trump has been very much coming that also, or not, whatever it was. Now, what has come out and what is coming out, that there is a report on this, there was an investigation of Epstein's activities, which is out there, and the Department of Justice was going to release the memo with those details, whatever the investigators had discovered. Apparently, they have not discovered everything linking Trump with him directly in terms of, there is stuff to link him, like even this letter apparently links him, but there's nothing to say that, he indulged in, sex with underage girls. But all of this is becoming a headache for Donald Trump now.
Right, Mr. Sachdeva, many thanks for joining me with those insights. Well, Donald Trump has now threatened to sue Wall Street Journal over a report alleging that Donald Trump signed a birthday letter, a very, very controversial birthday letter to Jeffrey Epstein. We'll have to wait and watch how this turns out as far as the legal battle is concerned. Moving on, viewers, it seems like Tesla CEO Elon Musk has cleared final hurdles for Starlink, because after he opened his first showroom in Mumbai, his first Tesla showroom in Mumbai, now Elon Musk has sought and has also gotten Starlink past a final regulatory hurdle, and this after Tesla opened its first Indian outlet. And with this, India officially welcomes not one but two Musk-led tech giants, Tesla and SpaceX's Starlink, as the billionaire entrepreneur tightens his global grip, while Starlink clears its final regulatory hurdle for satellite internet services. On the other hand, Tesla's EVs are now available for Indian buyers for the first time ever, with the delivery starting in Q3 this year. And getting a regulatory approval for SpaceX's Starlink also marks the entry of a new competitor as far as the data provider streaming is concerned, because we already have a lot of competition in that domain, and Elon Musk's Starlink is the new entrant to that. But the big breaking news is that Elon Musk has finally broken through India's regulatory walls. It's a major boost to his global ambitions. After Tesla opened its first showroom in Mumbai, Starlink has gotten the green light to launch commercial operations. Two giant leaps in just 1 week, viewers, marking a very important moment in Musk's long-standing bid to tap into the world's most populous market, that is the Indian market. Moving on, Indian Navy is all set to commission its first indigenous diving support vessel, or the DSV, Nithar, at Naval Dockyard, Visakhapatnam today at 9:45 a.m., which will significantly boost its submarine support operations. Here's all that you need to know. Moving on, viewers, Enforcement Directorate conducted massive raids at over 14 locations in connection with Changur Baba illegal conversion racket. And this included 12 in Utrala, Balrampur and Uttar Pradesh and 2 in Mumbai. And the latest is that there were midnight raids that were conducted in Lucknow as well by the Enforcement Directorate. Here's the complete story.
The heat on Changur Baba continues to boil. The Enforcement Directorate launched massive raids in connection to the illegal conversion racket. It included raids at 14 premises, including 12 in Utrala, Balrampur in Uttar Pradesh and 2 in Mumbai.
कहा जा रहा है कि कुल 55 गाड़ियां 60 टीमें सीआरपीएफ की 60% जिसमें से 15 फीमेल सीआरपीएफ की जवान थी और बाकी जो हैं वो पुरुष और 2 कंपनियों के सीआरपीएफ के जवान यहाँ पर थे, साथ ही पीएसी थी, उत्तर प्रदेश की पुलिस थी। और पूरी जो यहाँ पर छापेमारी यानी कि जो ईडी की जो रेड थी वो 14 घंटे से ज़्यादा, सोचिए सुबह 5 बजे से लेकर 7 बज चुके हैं, शाम के 7 हो गए हैं, 7 बजे तक ईडी की टीम छापेमारी करती रही। और इस पूरी छापेमारी में क्या कुछ ईडी को मिला है, क्या कुछ महत्वपूर्ण सुराग मिला है, वह आने वाले समय में खुलासा होगा।
This included the demolished hideouts of Jalaluddin alias Changur Baba and his close associate Neetu Naveen. The ED has alleged that around rupees 2 crore was transferred from the bank account of Neetu Naveen to a person named Shehzad Sheikh. Meanwhile, Changur Baba's old residence of UP's Madhpur was also raided. The ED has also sealed a 3-story boutique building of Neetu, his close associate. The agency conducted searches at both Shehzad Sheikh's residences in Maharashtra, one in Bandra and another in Rizvi Heights. Shehzad Sheikh, who was present at his Bandra residence, was also questioned by the ED. The operation began early in the morning and the agency investigated a possible money laundering and foreign funding angle linked to the alleged religious conversions. The move comes just days after the ED launched a formal investigation against Changur Baba. He faces serious allegations related to religious conversion, misuse of foreign funds and activities that could potentially threaten national security and disturb the communal harmony.
It's time for a quick break, viewers. On the other side, we'll tell you about the Prime Minister's visit to pole-bound Bihar. He will be launching multiple projects worth 7,200 crore rupees today. Along with that, we'll also tell you more about India's response to NATO chief calling out the double standards of the West. Stay tuned for more.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Aviation Accident Investigation Bureau slams Western media for irresponsible conclusions, asks to respect sensitivity. Lalu Yadav moves top court to stay trial court proceedings in land for job scam. In a major defense boost, India successfully test-fired Prithvi 2, Agni 1 and Akash Prime missiles. PM Modi to visit Polbound Bihar today and unveil multiple infra projects worth over 7,200 crore rupees. India responds to NATO chief's warning on Russian trade, cautions against any double standards. Viewers, clashes between Syrian government forces and Druze community have triggered a massive military response from Israel over Syria. This is raising serious concerns about wider regional fallout. Netanyahu has spoken and he has warned Syria as further aggression will be met with an even strong response.
Syria has been hit with a fresh wave of violence yet again. Clashes erupted between the government forces and members of the Druze community, leaving many dead and prompting Syrian forces to intervene. The situation took a dramatic turn when Israel launched airstrikes in Syria, even targeting their military headquarters. Shockingly, live footage surfaced showing a TV anchor running for cover during a broadcast as explosions rocked the central Damascus area. Israeli strikes were a clear message. Israel had declared its intent to defend the Druze community. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu addressed the world, both with an update and a warning.
קבענו מדיניות ברורה, פירוז המרחב דרומית לדמשק, מהגולן ועד אזור הר הדרוזים. זה קו אחד. הקו השני, שמירה על האחים של האחים שלנו, הדרוזים בהר הדרוזים. שני הדברים האלה הופרו על ידי המשטר בדמשק. הוא שלח צבא דרומית לדמשק, לתוך האזור שצריך להיות מפורז, והוא התחיל לטבוח בדרוזים.
Netanyahu emphasized that this would remain Israel's ongoing policy to protect the Druze community. Netanyahu also shared his conversation with the leader of Druze in Israel. The Druze leader said that during the Holocaust, when they massacred the Jews, you called for help and no one came. But today, when the Druze community was massacred, we are calling for help from the state of Israel. In reply, Netanyahu said that he's right, we acted and we will continue to act as necessary. Tensions still remain high as Israel has made it clear any further aggression will be met with a strong response.
Viewers, moving on to a series of drone strikes targeting oil fields in Iraq's semi-autonomous Kurdish region, including a significant attack in Dohuk province's Sarang field as well, heightened tensions and also threatened the region's critical energy infrastructure. Now, no group claimed responsibility for the strikes that exacerbated the friction between Baghdad and Kurdish authorities, signaling a deliberate effort to destabilize Iraq's energy sector.
On Thursday, persistent smoke emanated from an oil field in Iraq's Dohuk province, a consequence of drone strike earlier in the week, signaling heightened volatility in the region's critical energy infrastructure. The Tuesday attack earlier was part of a series of targeted assaults on oil facilities within northern Iraq's semi-autonomous Kurdish region. This attack underscores an escalating threat to the strategic energy assets in the region. These attacks came on the same day that the Iraqi government had formalized a significant investment agreement with HKN Energy Limited, a US-based operator to develop a separate oil field, highlighting Baghdad's intent to bolster energy sector resilience amid rising security challenges. On Wednesday, earlier the authorities had reported that 2 drones had struck the oil field in Zakho district, inflicting damage but no casualties. This was followed hours later by another drone attack on the Badre oil field in Dohuk's Shekhan district. No entities have claimed responsibility for these attacks yet, which have intensified friction between Baghdad's central government and Kurdish regional authorities, complicating governance and security coordination. HKN Energy Limited confirmed an explosion at its Sarang field production facility on Tuesday, which the Kurdish Ministry of National Resources attributed to a drone strike, following a similar attack on Monday targeting the Kurmala oil field in the Irbil province. These fresh attacks signal a deliberate campaign to disrupt the region's oil infrastructure, posing strategic risks to Iraq's energy stability and regional autonomy dynamics, furthering tensions between Iraq and the Kurdish resistance.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky shook up the cabinet on Thursday as he handpicked a new prime minister, and the move is being seen as part of the president's efforts to reshuffle the cabinet in a bid to energize a war-weary nation and also boost domestic weapons production in the face of Russia's grinding offensive. Take a look at this report.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky shook up his cabinet on Thursday, appointing a new prime minister. Economy Minister and the key negotiator in the mineral deal with US, Yulia Sviridenko, was appointed as the nation's new prime minister. Sviridenko became the country's new head of government since the start of Russia's full-scale war in 2022.
Оновлений уряд України має провести аудит всіх домовленостей, угод, меморандумів з партнерами у сфері оборони, оборонного виробництва, усіх програм стійкості, щоб виконати домовленості на 100% в інтересах України. Будуть і нові угоди зі Сполученими Штатами Америки, що посилять позиції України і заради яких нам потрібні зміни у дипломатичній роботі з Америкою.
She is among the group of officials taking on new roles in Ukraine's government. According to reports, Zelensky is bringing in changes to the cabinet in a bid to energize a war-weary nation. It is also aimed at boosting domestic weapons production in the face of Russia's grinding military offensive.
Для цього збільшуємо, зокрема, внутрішній економічний потенціал України. Та розпочали перемовини щодо... Я вдячний Юлії Свириденко. Дякую вам, Юлія. За ефективну роботу програм підтримки українського виробництва. Цей досвід роботи Юлії заради нашої української стійкості та нашого економічного зростання має бути продовжений та масштабований як ключове завдання українського уряду.
Zelensky submitted nominations on Thursday to shuffle top government officials. The proposed changes included the replacement of Ukraine's Prime Minister, the longest-serving head of government in Ukraine's history. The former PM has now been named as the country's new defense minister. Sviridenko played a key role in negotiating a US-Ukraine mineral agreement, ensuring that the terms were acceptable to Kyiv.
Війна вимагає від нас змін політик та підходів, оновлення процесів і нових рішень. Перший пріоритет, над яким ми будемо працювати в перші 6 місяців, це якісне забезпечення армії, збільшення власного виробництва зброї та підвищення технологічності українського війська. Нам потрібно спрямувати максимальні зусилля на забезпечення самодостатності української економіки.
She has also frequently represented Ukraine in high-level talks with Western partners. While other changes are also expected in the Ukrainian cabinet, the naming of the new PM is grabbing all the headlines at the minute.
Yeah, big breaking news coming in, viewers. Donald Trump has threatened to sue Wall Street Journal and its owner, Rupert Murdoch, over a story about his alleged links to Jeffrey Epstein. The story in question reportedly revolves around a birthday letter to Epstein that included a sketch of a naked woman and was purportedly signed by Donald Trump. The US president is now denying writing the letter, calling it fake news, and claims he warned Murdoch and the Journal's editor, Emma Tucker, about the alleged falsity of the story before its publication. Despite this warning, the Journal went ahead with the story, now triggering Trump's anger. and it has also prompted Trump's threat of legal action. Trump has been very vocal about his disdain for the media, frequently labeling unfavorable stories as fake news. WSJ isn't the only media house that has been threatened with legal action by Donald Trump. Previously, Donald Trump has also taken on ABC and CBS News, among others. But this is the latest standoff between Trump and the media, and WSJ is now facing legal heat from Donald Trump over its report on Trump's letter to Jeffrey Epstein on his birthday. Donald Trump has denied writing the letter, but the report has not been taken down by WSJ yet. Viewers, Indian naval vessels from the Eastern Fleet arrived in Singapore as part of the Navy's operational deployment in Southeast Asia. And the deployment also marks the deepening of maritime ties and engagement between the two navies. Visuals clearly showed the Indian Navy ships Delhi, Satpura, Shakti and also Kiltan under the command of Rear Admiral Sushil Menon, flag officer commanding Eastern Fleet, docking in the Singapore waters to a rousing welcome. Take a look.
3 vessels from the Indian Navy's Eastern Fleet docked in Singapore on Thursday. Navy ships Delhi, Satpura, Shakti and Kiltan arrived in Singapore to a rousing welcome. The vessels are being commandeered by Rear Admiral Sushil Menon, flag officer commanding Eastern Fleet. Visuals showed the Indian vessels being accorded a ceremonial welcome from the personnel of the Singapore Navy and the Indian mission in the country. The visit is part of the operational deployment of the Indian Navy to Southeast Asia. It is poised to further strengthen the long-standing friendship and cooperation between the two maritime nations through a series of engagements and activities. Professional interactions with the Republic of Singapore Navy, discussions with academia, and engagements with the community that reflect the shared values of both nations are planned during the visit.
It's time for us to get you up to speed with the top stories from across the world. Air raid sirens wailed across Taipei on Thursday as Taiwan carried out large-scale military drills, and these drills were part of the annual Hong Kong military exercises designed to strengthen Taiwan's preparedness in the face of mounting tensions with China. At precisely 1:30 p.m. local time, the alarm sounded, prompting pedestrians and motorists to halt their activities and seek shelter. People entered designated air raid shelters, train stations, basements and underground parking lots as part of the coordinated civil defense exercise. US authorities deported another 95 Haitians on Wednesday. The flight from Florida arrived in the northern city of Cap Haitien, where armed police officers waited on the tarmac. According to authorities, some of the deportees have criminal records and were serving time in the US. Many migrants disembarked from the plane with their faces covered and refused to identify themselves. Of the 95 Haitians deported, 11 were women. A judge set a new execution date for Robert Robertson, a Texas man who won a last-minute reprieve last year and could become the first person in the US to be put on death row for a murder conviction tied to a diagnosis of shaken baby syndrome. State District Judge Austin Reeve Jackson set an October 16 execution date for Robertson, who was brought in from death row to attend the hearing in Texas. Shackled and wearing a black and white striped prison uniform, Robertson did not speak during the hearing. Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese visited a panda breeding facility in the final stages of an extended state visit that has cast China as fellow champion of global fair trade system under threat from US. The panda diplomacy stop Thursday in the central Chinese city of Chengdu highlighted Australia's special status as the only southern hemisphere country to host a pair of the rare Chinese native animals. A towering mural in France of the Statue of Liberty covering her eyes is raking up millions of views online with its swipe at US President Donald Trump's immigration and deportation policies. Amsterdam-based street artist Judith Delieu painted her giant work in the northern French town of Roubaix, which has a large immigrant community, to show that there is no justice in this world. In a text posted on Facebook, Delieu explained that the Statue of Liberty was painted with her eyes covered because the weight of the world has become too heavy to witness. The largest piece of Mars ever found on Earth was sold for just over $5 million at an auction of rare geological and archaeological objects in New York. And the 54-pound rock named NWA 16788 was discovered in Sahara Desert in Niger by a meteorite hunter in November 2023 after having been blown off the surface of Mars by a massive asteroid strike and traveling 140 million miles to Earth. The estimated sale price before the auction was $2 million to $4 million. After days of deadly sectarian clashes in Syria claimed more than 500 lives, the country's forces reached a ceasefire agreement with the Israel-backed Druze militia. Visuals showed Syrian military vehicles withdrawing from strife-torn Sweda after the ceasefire came into effect. Meanwhile, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said the ceasefire was achieved through strength, adding that his country was pushing for demilitarization of the area south of Damascus from the Golan Heights to the Druze Mountains area.
After days of fierce sectarian clashes claimed more than 500 lives in Sweda, the Syrian troops finally arrived at a truce with the armed Druze militia. Visuals showed the Syrian military vehicles leaving Sweda after the ceasefire deal with Israel-backed Druze came into effect. The truce was mediated by the US, Turkey and Arab countries. Though the fighting mostly stopped, Syrian state media said Druze militiamen launched revenge attacks on Sunni Bedouin communities, leading to a wave of displacement. Under the new truce agreement reached Wednesday after a previous agreement unraveled, Druze factions and clerics have been appointed to maintain internal security in Sweda. Meanwhile, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said the ceasefire was arrived through strength. In a personalized video address, the Israeli Prime Minister said his country was pursuing demilitarization of the area south of Damascus from the Golan Heights to the Druze Mountains area.
קבענו מדיניות ברורה, פירוז המרחב דרומית לדמשק, מהגולן ועד אזור הר הדרוזים. זה קו אחד. הקו השני, שמירה על האחים של האחים שלנו, הדרוזים בהר הדרוזים. שני הדברים האלה הופרו על ידי המשטר בדמשק. הוא שלח צבא דרומית לדמשק, לתוך האזור שצריך להיות מפורז, והוא התחיל לטבוח בדרוזים.
Meanwhile, an Israeli military spokesman on Thursday said the Jewish forces launched more than 100 strikes on southern Syria as it intervened in clashes between government forces and militias linked to the Druze minority. Netanyahu further blamed the clashes on the Syrian regime, saying that it sent its forces south of Damascus, an area which should be demilitarized, drawing a response from the Israeli forces.
Moving on to a significant development, French military completed its withdrawal from Senegal on Thursday. It was the last West African country where the French troops maintained a permanent troop presence amid waning regional influence in recent years. Here's more.
The French military completed its withdrawal from Senegal on Thursday, the last West African country where it maintained a permanent troop presence. The move came amid waning regional influence of the former colonizer in recent years. France has faced opposition from leaders of some of its former colonies in Africa over what they described as a demeaning and heavy-handed approach to the continent. The French military handed over Camp Gale, its largest base in Senegal, along with a nearby air facility to the Senegalese government during a ceremony in the capital Dakar. Senegal's military chief, General Mbaye Cissé, said the withdrawal supports the country's new defense strategy. The ceremony marked the completion of a 3-month withdrawal of roughly 350 French troops from the West African country beginning March. France's military had been present in Senegal since it gained independence in 1960 under military cooperation agreements between the two countries. The withdrawal followed a call by Senegalese President Bassirou Diomaye Faye last year for all foreign troops to leave, citing Senegal's sovereignty as incompatible with hosting foreign bases.
Now, a day after US President Donald Trump claimed that a trade deal with India was very, very close and could be announced very soon, the Congress advised caution, saying that it hoped that the center wouldn't compromise on national interest in closing the deal, while Trump claimed further progress on trade talks. Delhi has not put out any official statement on a deal. Here's more.
Less than 24 hours after US President Donald Trump claimed that a trade deal with India was close, veteran Congress MP Arnab Sharma advised caution. Sharma, who served as the Union Commerce Minister in the previous Congress-led UPA government at the center, said national interest should be paramount in the ongoing trade talks with the US. The Congress leader, who was part of one of the center's recent all-party diplomatic missions overseas to expose Pakistan as a terrorist state, said benefits and greater good of both countries should be ensured before the deal is finally closed. He said since India is a member of the World Trade Organization, the international rules-based trade order should not be impacted by the deal.
राष्ट्रहित को मद्देनजर रख के और एक संतुलित समझौता होगा जिसमें हमारे देश को भी लाभ हो। ये तो है नहीं कि सिर्फ हमको लाभ हो, पर भारत की जो कुछ चिंताएं हैं, कुछ रिजर्वेशंस हैं, उसको भी मद्देनजर रखें। एक जो इंटरनेशनल रूल बेस्ड ट्रेड ऑर्डर है उसको भी कहीं खत्म ना किया जाए, भारत की भी उसमें कमिटमेंट्स हैं, उसको भी हमको मद्देनजर रखना।
Speaking to media persons earlier, after announcing a trade deal with Indonesia, Trump said a similar deal with India was close. Trump said Indonesian President Subianto agreed to pay 19% tariff as part of the deal, while giving a greater access to America to Indonesian produce. As the August 1st deadline for Trump's tariffs approaches, can India and the US sign off on a deal on fair terms?
Let's get you the latest from the world of business. Union Petroleum Minister Hardeep Singh Puri said the global crude oil prices are likely to fall in the coming weeks, a sign of relief for countries struggling with inflation. His comments come as Brent crude continues to trade high between $85 to $87 a barrel, worrying policymakers. The price of crude oil will come down as more sources of supplies are coming. We have enough oil around, said Union Minister Hardeep Puri, highlighting India's proactive strategy in securing energy supplies from a wider range of countries. While he didn't offer a specific timeline, he pointed to several global developments that could help ease pressure on oil markets. Global chip maker Intel is planning to fire over 5,500 employees across various states in the US. Previously, according to these estimates, the number of people that would be sacked was zeroed down to 4,000. The IT firm has doubled its layoff estimates in California to 1,935 employees. Additionally, in Oregon, where Intel is the biggest private employer, the company is planning to cut 2,932 jobs. In Arizona, the company is also planning to fire 696 employees. Jio Financial Services Limited, the NBFC arm of Reliance Industries led by Mukesh Ambani, announced its Q1 financial year 26 results, showing steady growth in profitability and a sharp jump in revenue. The company reported a net profit of 324.66 crores, up 3.8% year-on-year, while revenue from operations surged nearly 47% to rupees 612.46 crore rupees. Driven by strong interest income and fair value gains, the company's revenue from operations stood at 612.46 crore rupees in Q1 of financial year 26, a significant 46.6% increase from its 417.82 crore rupees in Q1 the previous year. The SBI has set its stage for a historic qualified institutional placement worth 25,000 crore rupees, and it has seen very strong investor interest so far, as it has subscribed 3 times its offer size in less than a day. The PSU lender had launched the QIP in the second half of July 16th at a floor price of 811.05 rupees a piece at a slight discount of the last traded price. These funds are supposed to help the public sector lenders' loan growth and strengthen the balance sheet further. Mumbai has become the top city for young entrepreneurs in India, according to the Avendus Wealth Huron India Under 30 List 2025. Out of 79 honorees on the list, 15 are from Mumbai. This is the highest among all cities in the country. Bengaluru comes next with 7, followed by Delhi and Jaipur with 4 each. Other cities like Kolkata, Gurugram, Noida, Ahmedabad, Chennai and Thane have 3 each. This shows that Mumbai continues to lead as India's financial and innovation capital, especially for the under 30 generation. Time for a quick break, viewers. On the other side, we'll tell you more about the Aviation Accident Investigation Bureau slamming WSJ for irresponsible conclusions in its report, and AIAIB has asked WSJ to respect the sensitivity of the case. More on this, and Lalu Yadav moves top court to stay trial proceedings in jobs for land scam. Stay tuned for more.
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Get ready to be a part of Nation First movement. Republic's Nationalist Collective is hosting a dynamic conclave on July 19th, that is tomorrow, and we are inviting passionate nationalists like you to join the conversation. Meet Arnab, Goswami and engage with like-minded individuals who believe in putting the nation first. Do not miss this opportunity to be a part of a day-long discussion on shaping the future of our great nation. So secure your spot now and be a part of the movement that matters. Let's now have a quick check of the headlines that we're tracking at 8 a.m. AAIB slams Western media for irresponsible conclusions, asks to respect sensitivity. Lalu Yadav moves top court to state trial court proceedings in jobs for land scam. In a major defense boost, India successfully fires Prithvi 3, Agni 1 and Akash prime missiles. Prime Minister to visit Bihar today, unveil multiple projects of over rupees 7,200 crore. India responds to NATO chief's warning on Russian trade, cautions against any double standards. Starting this edition with some big breaking news that's coming in, and this is in regard with cash for scandal at home that was found at Justice Verma's residence. Now, in the latest update, we learned that Justice Yashwant Verma has moved the Supreme Court, challenging the findings of the in-house panel indicting him. Then CJI Sanjeev Khanna's recommendation for his impeachment. Justice Yashwant Verma, who has been at the center of the controversy since the discovery of charred currency notes at his official residence in Delhi in March this year, has moved the Supreme Court seeking to invalidate a report by an in-house inquiry panel that found strong interfacial evidence of his covert or active control over the cash. All right, so that's the big breaking news that's coming in. The cash scandal that was found at Justice Yashwant Verma's home. For the same, we now learn that Justice Verma has moved the Supreme Court, challenging the in-house panel and the findings that were there in the report. Moving across to some other breaking news that's coming in. A Pahalgam terror attack. The United States has now designated Lashkar's proxy, the TRF, as foreign terrorist organization today. The United States Department of State is adding that the Resistance Front, as a designated foreign terrorist organization and specially designated global terrorist. Today, the United States Department of State is adding the Resistance Front as a designated foreign terrorist organization and specially designated global terrorist. TRF, a Lashkar-e-Taiba front and proxy, claimed responsibility for the April 22, 2025 Pahalgam attack, which killed 26 civilians. This was the deadliest attack on civilians in India since the year 2008 Mumbai attacks conducted by the LET. TRF has also claimed responsibility for several attacks against Indian security forces, including most recently in the year 2024. That's the big breaking news coming in. India welcoming the United States move to give terror outfit tag to TRF. Okay, that's a major breakthrough that's come in as far as India's victory is concerned. Major victory for India's efforts as the United States has put TRF on designated terror list. The Department of State has added that the Resistance Front, as a designated foreign terrorist organization and specially designated global terrorist. Remember, it was TRF that had claimed responsibility of the April 22 Pahalgam terror attacks. United States Department on Friday officially designated the Resistance Front, a group that had claimed responsibility for the horrific April 22 Pahalgam massacre, as a foreign terrorist organization. And remember, for the same, the United States has now designated the TRF, the same terror outfit which had claimed responsibility of the Pahalgam terror attack, as a designated terror outfit. The significant move marks a major victory for India's persistent global outreach efforts against terrorism. Today, the Department of State is adding that the Resistance Front, as a designated foreign terrorist organization and specially designated global terrorist. The United Secretary of State Marco Rubio said in a statement, these actions taken by the Department of State demonstrate the Trump administration's commitment to protecting our national security interest, countering terrorism and enforcing President Trump's call for justice for the Pahalgam attack. In fact, just few moments ago, J.D. Vance had also tweeted regarding the same. India's diplomatic push to secure this designation involved a multi-pronged strategy. Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri undertook a crucial state visit to the United States, engaging with the American counterparts, and concurrently a multi-party delegation led by prominent Indian parliamentarian was dispatched for the dedicated outreach. Madhav Nalapat, Foreign Affairs expert, is joining us on the phone line right now. Madhav Nalapat, this is a huge victory as far as India's fight against terror is concerned. What do you have to say on that? Your first comments.
Well, I'd like to say that India has been waging a fight against terrorism for a long time. For a long time, India was almost alone in the fight. And we have seen, for example, Pakistan-backed terror globally was helping India. And now finally the rest of the world has come to understand that terror in India can mean terror tomorrow in their place also. So I'm very happy to see that there is greater international cooperation, greater international recognition of the efforts by India, and organizations that are terrorists are now being, frankly, designated as such by other international organizations and by very important countries.
Absolutely, Madhav Nalapat. Where do you think now this is headed to as far as the TRF is concerned? It had already taken responsibility. The United States have given it a terror outfit tag. How far now till the world acknowledges this, and this absolutely comes as a major victory for India?
Look, it's already a major victory, and the reality of the situation is that I think this can only go more and more. More and more countries recognize that. More and more countries recognize the heroism of India in putting up this kind of fight against terror alone, as I told you, for so many years. And now the world is joining us. Important countries are joining us. And I think it's very good news that needs to be celebrated.
Well, also, Mr. Nalapat, India's fight against terror on the global forum also gained strength, with US designating TRF as a global terror organization. And also, in bringing the perpetrators to book.
It's quite right. And I think the point is that perpetrators of terror in India, they go other places, they hide there. Many of them are in Pakistan. They're openly the guests of the Pakistan state. They're living in luxury. This cannot be allowed. And I think it's only a matter of time before they're also exposed and the world goes after them. So let me tell you, terror anywhere is a threat to democracies everywhere.
That's right, Madhav Nalapat. Many thanks. But also, before we conclude this conversation, also tell us about the kind of diplomatic pressure that will mount on Pakistan now, especially on the global front, because the world is now acknowledging terror sponsored by Pakistan.
Look, the fact of the matter is that Pakistan got a free pass so far. They were escaping the support of the United States, support of China diplomatically. And now, one by one, what's happening is people in these countries have come to understand that what's happening is wrong. And in the United States, President Trump has got a very good team around him, very smart team around him. And India has been giving a lot of information. And this information is now very, very strongly affecting the situation. And I hope the United Nations also will come into the picture. And the UN also should act. It's time the UN acted in the matter of terrorism that is being perpetrated in India, especially by terrorism operating from Pakistan.
Also, sir, LET, Jaish-e-Mohammed, all of them also have these global terror outfit tags against their names, but no action is seen from side of Pakistan. But now with another LET offshoot being designated as a global terror organization, how do you look at this going forward as far as fight against terror is concerned?
I think, frankly, the efforts by the government of India, led by Prime Minister Modi, are finally succeeding. And I think this is a step that we have to keep fighting. We cannot stop fighting, and we never stop fighting for a moment. And now I can tell you, I am very, very happy by this because it shows that our efforts are finally succeeding in convincing the rest of the world about the danger of terrorism in India as a consequence of Pakistan. Pakistan has become terroristan. I've said this for a long time. Pakistan needs to be called out. The military in Pakistan that is running Pakistan needs to be called out. Its main weapon is terror. Its main, what shall I say, its main modus operandi is terror. And I think it's very, very important it's called out for the whole world. Pakistan-based terror organizations, Pakistani terrorists have operated all over the world. And so far, the state has been, ignored as, frankly, the cause of all this. And now, finally, they are being held to account.
That's right, sir. The world is now, exposing Pakistan's hidden hands as far as sponsoring terror is concerned. Many thanks for your insights. We also have Major Samarpal Tur also joining us on the phone line. Major, this is a big update. US state now designating TRF, LET's offshoot, as a global terror organization. How do you see the fight against terror moving forward from here now? Major Samarpal Tur, thank you for joining us on this broadcast. Help us understand how the global fight against terror will move forward from here on, because India's global outreach, its diplomatic outreach to allied nations seems to have paid off, with LET's offshoot now being acknowledged and its real face being exposed. Major Samarpal Tur.
Yes, Deepak, you see, with Mr. Shashi Tharoor leading the delegation to various friendly countries, I think it is imperative that it is because of his assertion of the statements that the government had sent this delegation to convince the United Nations and other friendly foreign countries in regard to what Operation Sindoor was all about. So, keeping everything in mind, I think the statements have been effective, and it is the Americans which have actually called this out. And it is imperative, it is crystal clear regarding Pakistan and Pakistan's rhetoric at the United Nations for removing TRF as a terrorist designate from the list of blacklisted organizations. So I think the Americans have called off their bluff, and I think it is high time that we must read between the lines, and the Americans need to have more clarity in terms of their decision making, that on one hand they are going hand in glove with Asif Munir, and on the other hand they are declaring the TRF as a terrorist organization. So they need to streamline what exactly the Americans are looking for. Definitely in return, they would want the Indians to cut down on the import of oil and other natural resources from Russia. But I think with time and with the trade deal coming into effect, there will be certain cut in the quantities, and there will be balances in check for what the Americans are looking for towards India and the foreign policy. But this is a positive step pertaining to India's fight against terrorism, and it is a positive indication. Deepak.
Also, Major, why did it take so long to designate TRF, to also acknowledge that TRF indeed is a terror organization that is funded, sponsored by LET, which is again sponsored by Pakistan? Why did it take so long for the world to acknowledge this?
Deepak, you see, as for the Financial Action Task Force, FATF, the Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed organizations are already under scanner, especially in terms of the financial funding and activities. So keeping that in mind, they were having issues in terms of collection of finances. So they have created verticals of different terrorist tanzeems, of which I think TRF was one of them, and another was PAF, that is People's Anti-Fascist Force, which was a nuisance in Poonch and Rajouri sectors. So keeping all this in mind, these are just gimmicks and tactics for...
And also, Major, we hope that other countries also follow in the footsteps of US, because US now designating TRF will certainly mount pressure on the United Nations. Major Samarpal Tur.
The thing is that there is a rift between the Americans and the BRICS because of the de-dollarization. So there are going to be many decisions in favor of the Indian government and its foreign policy, as well as there will be a paradigm shift towards India and its outlook towards the Americans and the business that we are going to pursue ahead in terms of, you could say, the civil and the military cooperation. So I think the coming few weeks are going to be very crucial in terms of foreign policy. Deepak.
That's right, Major Samarpal Tur. Many thanks for joining us on this broadcast. Well, viewers, this is the world now calling out Pakistan-sponsored terrorism. TRF is banned. But what next? Will this cripple Pakistan's terror pipeline? Will US's stand and US designating TRF now mount pressure on the United Nations? Will other countries also follow? And most importantly, what will follow next as far as action against these terror outfits are concerned? Will Pakistan really act on them, or is it just a name game that these terror organizations are playing on the global front? That remains to be seen, because the US in the past has also designated LET, Jaish-e-Mohammed as global terror outfits, but still these terror outfits are continuing its operations from Pakistan's soil. And it's time that Pakistan stops providing a safe haven for these terror outfits. And this is also another signal to India's diplomatic outreach, which has been a massive success after Operation Sindoor, because TRF claimed responsibility for the Pahalgam terror attack. And after that, India made it a point to reach out to all the allied nations. It went to these nations, to the capitals, major global capitals, and it spread the message against terror, and also sought a stand, a united stand in combating global terrorism, and it seems like India's diplomatic efforts have started to pay off, with the US State Department now designating TRF, another offshoot of Lashkar-e-Taiba, which has been operating from Pakistan, and it has been sponsoring TRF's activities, its nefarious designs in Indian soils. Let's also tell you about the attacks that have been carried out by TRF since 2020, because it all started in 2020 with Sarpanch Ajay Pandita assassination, and then followed by that it was grenade attacks in Baramulla and civilian killing spree in 2021, October 5, Pulwama IED plot that was foiled again in August 2022. So all of these attacks have now nailed and exposed Pakistan's terror sponsorship. Now moving on, viewers, Indian Navy is all set to commission its first indigenous diving support vessel, Nistar, at the Naval Dockyard, Visakhapatnam today at 9:45 a.m. The countdown has begun, and this will significantly boost its submarine support operations. Here's all you need to know about it. Viewers, the Amity Humanity Foundation, along with the World Health Organization and Drishti, announced a conference titled Vision Health Champions Empowering Youth Ambassadors for Adolescent Eye Care. The event aims to raise awareness about eye health with a special focus on the alarming increase in myopia. Here's a report.
The Amity Humanity Foundation, along with the World Health Organization and Drishti, an Amity student-led organization working for awareness for eye, held an important conference. The conference, titled Vision Health Champions, Empowering Youth Ambassadors for Adolescent Eye Care, addressed the major health issue in India.
The aim of Drishti is to spread eye care awareness and free medical eye checkups to all those in India, especially the underserved communities. So Drishti itself is a volunteer organization in which in our website, doctors and a lot of youth students can also volunteer. So whoever's participating, it evokes a sort of community sense. But for now, Drishti's main objective is that we've provided free medical checkups and eye care to around 78,000 children, and hope to do so more in the future and hope to go pan-India.
The event addressed the rising public health concern of adolescent eye health in India, with a special focus on alarming increase in myopia.
I think it's important that children will have access to
simple thing, these spectacles, but many children and young adults in India doesn't have access. So we're trying to raise awareness about the importance of spectacles so that every children in India has access to spectacles.
I think the awareness is something which is actually required for most of the non-communicable diseases. There is a lot of lack of public awareness in the community, which is the primary reason why the non-communicable diseases are leading to complications and death. I mean, most of these diseases are treatable if detected earlier, including refractive errors. Refractive error is much more important, especially in the children, because they are in the growing age, they are in the learning age, and since all of these are very gradual processes, children and individuals, parents don't realize that it is probably a cause which needs some attention.
The conference brought together stakeholders from the public health, education and ophthalmology sectors to promote preventive strategies for eye care.
It's time for a quick break, viewers. On the other side, we'll tell you about Prime Minister's visit to pole-bound Bihar today. He will be unveiling various projects worth 7,200 crore rupees. Along with that, we'll also tell you about India's strong response to NATO chief's warning on trade with Russia. India has cautioned against any double standards. Stay tuned.
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना।
इस साल का जो प्रॉफिट है इंटरेस्ट पे डाल देंगे, हर महीने ब्याज का पैसा आता रहेगा।
अगर रेगुलर इनकम ही चाहिए तो आप वो पैसे फिक्स्ड इनकम फंड्स में डाल दो।
वो क्या होता है?
फिक्स्ड इनकम म्यूचुअल फंड्स चुने हुए ब्याज देने वाली कंपनी बॉन्ड्स, गवर्नमेंट बॉन्ड्स और मनी मार्केट में इन्वेस्ट करते हैं। सिस्टमैटिक विथड्रॉवल प्लान से आपको ऑन द डॉट फिक्स्ड अमाउंट भी आता रहेगा।
म्यूचुअल फंड में फिक्स्ड इनकम वाली बात सही है।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Aviation Accident Investigation Bureau slams Western media for irresponsible conclusion, asks to respect sensitivity. Lalu Prasad Yadav moves top court to stay trial court proceedings in Jobs for Land scam. In a major defense boost, India successfully test fires Prithvi 2, Agni 1 and Akash Prime missiles. PM Modi to visit Bihar today unveiled multiple projects worth 7,200 crore rupees. India responds to NATO chief's warning on trade with Russia, cautions against any double standards. A very good morning, viewers. It's 8:30 and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. Focus remains on the clashes between Syrian government forces and Druze community, and this has triggered a powerful military response from Israel over Syria. This is also raising serious concerns about a wider regional fallout. Netanyahu has spoken and he has warned Syria that any further aggression will be met with an even stronger response.
Syria has been hit with a fresh wave of violence yet again. Clashes erupted between the government forces and members of the Druze community, leaving many dead and prompting Syrian forces to intervene. The situation took a dramatic turn when Israel launched airstrikes in Syria, even targeting their military headquarters. Shockingly, live footage surfaced showing a TV anchor running for cover during a broadcast as explosions rocked the central Damascus area. Israeli strikes were a clear message. Israel had declared its intent to defend the Druze community. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu addressed the world, both with an update and a warning.
קבענו מדיניות ברורה, פירוז המרחב דרומית לדמשק, מהגולן ועד אזור הר הדרוזים. זה קו אחד. הקו השני, שמירה על האחים של האחים שלנו, הדרוזים בהר הדרוזים. שני הדברים האלה הופרו על ידי המשטר בדמשק. הוא שלח צבא דרומית לדמשק, לתוך האזור שצריך להיות מפורז, והוא התחיל לטבוח בדרוזים.
Netanyahu emphasized that this would remain Israel's ongoing policy to protect the Druze community. Netanyahu also shared his conversation with the leader of Druze in Israel. The Druze leader said that during the Holocaust, when they massacred the Jews, you called for help and no one came. But today, when the Druze community was massacred, we are calling for help from the state of Israel. In reply, Netanyahu said that he's right, we acted and we will continue to act as necessary. Tensions still remain high as Israel has made it clear any further aggression will be met with a strong response.
Moving on, viewers, a series of drone strikes targeting oil fields in Iraq's semi-autonomous Kurdish region, including a significant attack on Tuesday in Dohuk province's Sarang field, heightened the tensions and also threatened the region's critical energy infrastructure. No group claimed responsibility for the strikes that exacerbated the friction between Baghdad and Kurdish authorities, signaling a deliberate effort to destabilize Iraq's energy grid. Here's more.
On Thursday, persistent smoke emanated from an oil field in Iraq's Dohuk province, a consequence of drone strike earlier in the week, signaling heightened volatility in the region's critical energy infrastructure. The Tuesday attack earlier was part of a series of targeted assaults on oil facilities within northern Iraq's semi-autonomous Kurdish region. This attack underscores an escalating threat to the strategic energy assets in the region. These attacks came on the same day that the Iraqi government had formalized a significant investment agreement with HKN Energy Limited, a US-based operator to develop a separate oil field, highlighting Baghdad's intent to bolster energy sector resilience amid rising security challenges. On Wednesday, earlier the authorities had reported that 2 drones had struck the oil field in Zakho district, inflicting damage but no casualties. This was followed hours later by another drone attack on the Badre oil field in Dohuk's Sheikhan district. No entities have claimed responsibility for these attacks yet, which have intensified friction between Baghdad's central government and Kurdish regional authorities, complicating governance and security coordination. HKN Energy Limited confirmed an explosion at its Sarang field production facility on Tuesday, which the Kurdish Ministry of National Resources attributed to a drone strike. following a similar attack on Monday targeting the Kurmala oil field in the Irbil province. These fresh attacks signal a deliberate campaign to disrupt the region's oil infrastructure, posing strategic risks to Iraq's energy stability and regional autonomy dynamics, furthering tensions between Iraq and the Kurdish resistance.
Because Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky shook up the cabinet yesterday as he handpicked a new prime minister, and the move is being seen as part of the president's efforts to reshuffle the cabinet in a bid to energize a war-weary nation and also boost domestic weapons production in the face of Russia's grinding offensive. Here's more.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky shook up his cabinet on Thursday, appointing a new prime minister. Economy Minister and the key negotiator in the mineral deal with US, Yulia Sviridenko, was appointed as the nation's new prime minister. Sviridenko became the country's new head of government since the start of Russia's full-scale war in 2022.
Оновлений уряд України має провести аудит всіх домовленостей, угод, меморандумів з партнерами у сфері оборони, оборонного виробництва, усіх програм стійкості, щоб виконати домовленості на 100% в інтересах України. Будуть і нові угоди зі Сполученими Штатами Америки, що посилять позиції України і заради яких нам потрібні зміни у дипломатичній роботі з Америкою.
She is among the group of officials taking on new roles in Ukraine's government. According to reports, Zelensky is bringing in changes to the cabinet in a bid to energize a war-weary nation. It is also aimed at boosting domestic weapons production in the face of Russia's grinding military offensive.
Для цього збільшуємо, зокрема, внутрішній економічний потенціал України. Та розпочали перемовини щодо... Я вдячний Юлії Свириденко. Дякую вам, Юлія. За ефективну роботу програм підтримки українського виробництва. Цей досвід роботи Юлії заради нашої української стійкості та нашого економічного зростання має бути продовжений та масштабований як ключове завдання українського уряду.
Zelensky submitted nominations on Thursday to shuffle top government officials. The proposed changes included the replacement of Ukraine's prime minister, the longest-serving head of government in Ukraine's history. The former PM has now been named as the country's new defense minister. Sviridenko played a key role in negotiating a US-Ukraine mineral agreement, ensuring that the terms were acceptable to Kyiv.
Війна вимагає від нас змін політик та підходів, оновлення процесів і нових рішень. Перший пріоритет, над яким ми будемо працювати в перші 6 місяців, це якісне забезпечення армії, збільшення власного виробництва зброї та підвищення технологічності українського війська. Нам потрібно спрямувати максимальні зусилля на забезпечення самодостатності української економіки.
She has also frequently represented Ukraine in high-level talks with Western partners. While other changes are also expected in the Ukrainian cabinet, the naming of the new PM is grabbing all the headlines at the minute.
Viewers, now Indian naval vessels from Eastern Fleet arrived in Singapore yesterday as part of the naval's operational deployment in Southeast Asia, and the deployment also marks the deepening of maritime ties between India and Singapore and also the engagement between the two navies. Visuals showed the Indian naval ships Delhi, Satpura, Shakti and Kiltan under the command of Rear Admiral Sushil Menon, the flag officer commanding Eastern Fleet, docking in the Singapore waters to a rousing welcome. Take a look.
3 vessels from the Indian Navy's Eastern Fleet docked in Singapore on Thursday. Navy ships Delhi, Satpura, Shakti and Kiltan arrived in Singapore to a rousing welcome. The vessels are being commandeered by Rear Admiral Sushil Menon, flag officer commanding Eastern Fleet. Visuals showed the Indian vessels being accorded a ceremonial welcome from the personnel of the Singapore Navy and the Indian mission in the country. The visit is part of the operational deployment of the Indian Navy to Southeast Asia. It is poised to further strengthen the long-standing friendship and cooperation between the two maritime nations through a series of engagements and activities. Professional interactions with the Republic of Singapore Navy, discussions with academia, and engagements with the community that reflect the shared values of both nations are planned during the visit.
Time for us to take a look at the other top stories from across the world. Air raid sirens wailed across Taipei as Taiwan carried out large-scale drills, and these drills were part of the annual Hangguang military exercises designed to strengthen Taiwan's preparedness in the face of mounting tensions with China. At precisely 1:30 p.m. local time, the alarm sounded, prompting pedestrians and motorists to halt their activities and seek shelter. People entered designated air raid shelters, train stations, basements and underground parking lots as part of the coordinated civil defense drill. US authorities deported another 95 Haitians on Wednesday. A flight from Florida arrived in the northern city of Cap Haitien, where armed police officers were seen waiting on the tarmac. According to authorities, some of the deportees have criminal records and were serving time in the US. Many migrants disembarked from the plane with their faces covered and refused to identify themselves. Of the 95 Haitians deported, 11 were women. A judge on Wednesday set a new execution date for Robert Robertson, a Texas man who won a last-minute reprieve last year and could become the first person in the US to be put on death row for murder conviction tied to a diagnosis of shaken baby syndrome. State District Judge Austin Reeve Jackson set an October 16th execution date for Robertson, who was brought in from death row to attend the hearing in Texas. Shackled and wearing a black and white striped prison uniform, Robertson did not speak during the hearing. Indian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese visited a panda breeding facility in the final stages of an extended state visit that has cast China as a fellow champion of a global fair trade system under threat from the US. The panda diplomacy stop on Thursday in central Chinese city of Chengdu highlighted Australia's special status as the only southern hemisphere nation to host a pair of the rare Chinese native animals. Albanese and his fiancée Jodie Hayden visited a pen where they saw Funi, a giant panda who had been on loan to Australia's Adelaide Zoo until last year. A towering mural in France of the Statue of Liberty covering her eyes is raking up millions of views online with its swipe at US President Donald Trump's immigration and deportation policies. Amsterdam-based street artist Judith Delieu painted her giant work in the northern French town of Roubaix, which has a large immigrant community, to show that there is no justice in this world. In a text posted on Facebook, the artist explained that the Statue of Liberty was painted with her eyes covered because the weight of the world has become too heavy to witness. The largest piece of Mars ever found on Earth was sold for just over $5 million at an auction of rare geological and archaeological objects in New York. The 54-pound rock named NWA 16788 was discovered in the Sahara Desert in Niger by a meteorite hunter in November 2023 after having been blown off the surface of Mars by a massive asteroid strike and traveling 140 million miles to Earth. According to Sotheby's, the estimated sale price before the auction was $2 million to $4 million. Viewers, Indian Navy is all set to commission its first indigenous diving support vessel, Nistar, at Naval Dockyard, Visakhapatnam today at 9:45 a.m., which will significantly boost its submarine support operations. Here's all that you need to know about Nistar.
The Indian Navy is days away from commissioning a brand new ship that cannot launch a missile, fire a gun, or chase an adversary. Yet planners consider it as critical to national security as any destroyer on the order of battle. That ship is INS Nistar, a 9,350-ton diving support vessel delivered on July 8, 2025 and slated to join the fleet formally on the 18th. Built by Hindustan Shipyard Limited with roughly 75% indigenous content, Nistar trades combat power for something submariners value even more: The certainty that if disaster strikes hundreds of meters below the surface, help will come from home waters fast. Her entire design is built around that promise. A vast working deck supports a pair of deep submergence rescue vessels, the small pressure-hardened craft that can mate to a crippled submarine's escape hatch and ferry sailors to safety. Remote-operated vehicles fitted with sonars, cameras and manipulators can descend a full kilometer to assess damage, clear tangled debris or guide the DSRV into position. Diving belts, decompression chambers and saturation systems let teams of specialist divers work on wrecks for hours instead of minutes. Even the hull stabilizers and dynamic positioning thrusters exist for a single purpose: to hold the ship rock steady over a stricken boat while the clock ticks on lives below. The urgency behind such capability is no abstraction. In August 2013, the Kilo-class submarine INS Sindhu Rakshak suffered a devastating explosion and sank at her Mumbai berth, killing all 18 crew members. No rescue was possible due to the severity of the incident. Going back further still, the name Nistar carries the memory of another crisis beneath Indian waters. In the opening nights of the 1971 Indo-Pak War, the Pakistani submarine PNS Ghazi sank off Visakhapatnam, likely the victim of an internal explosion or accidental detonation of her own mines, as confirmed by Indian Navy investigations. Divers operating from the Soviet-built tender INS Nistar, commissioned in 1971, combed the wreck, gathering intelligence and ensuring safe traffic around the busy harbour. That first Nistar never fired a shot either, but her presence shaped operational freedom in the Bay of Bengal. The 2025 vessel bears the same name by design, a tribute to quiet guardians who served between wars, their success measured in lives preserved rather than tonnage sunk. However, it's an entirely new build, not a continuation, clarifying any confusion about its origins. Yet the new Nistar is no mere homage. It embodies the Atmanirbhar Bharat vision in steel and circuitry. Domestically produced high-tensile hull sections, Indian-developed launch and recovery systems, locally manufactured saturation diving kits, and software written by homegrown firms to knit the whole rescue architecture together. Each component shortens supply chains, strengthens industrial skill sets, and reduces the leverage outsiders can exert in a moment of need. For naval headquarters, the payoff is simple. Submarines can deploy farther and linger longer, confident that a dedicated guardian is available without diplomatic clearances or transoceanic mobilizations. For the crew families watching key link ceremonies become sail-away dates, Nistar is a promise that the country will own the means to bring loved ones back should the worst happen. So when the commissioning pennant rises over INS Nistar and no ceremonial broadside accompanies the salute, the absence of gunfire itself will be the message. Power at sea is not measured only by the weapons a ship carries, but by the resilience it confers on the force as a whole. With Nistar in the lineup, India can project submarines with the confidence that its most silent warriors are no longer one mechanical fault away from dependence. A vessel that cannot fight has at last given the fleet the freedom to fight, and that makes her as potent an addition as any frigate bristling with missiles.
Big breaking news coming in. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar hails US's action against Pakistan. In a post on X, EAM said a strong affirmation of India-US counter-terrorism cooperation. Appreciate Secretary Rubio and State Department for designating TRF, a Lashkar-e-Taiba proxy, as a foreign terrorist organization and specially designated global terrorist. It claimed responsibility for the April 22nd Pahalgam attack. Zero tolerance for terrorism. It's a big move coming in from the US just 26 days after Munir-Trump meet in Washington, D.C. Now the US has exposed Pakistan's sponsorship of terror. This is the world now responding to India's calls for a united stand against terrorism, and terror bloodbath trail has triggered a global action. And this comes 26 days after Munir met Donald Trump in Washington, D.C. It's time for a quick break, viewers. On the other side, we'll tell you about Airline Accident Investigation Bureau slamming foreign media report. terming it irresponsible conclusions and asks WSJ to respect sensitivity. Along with that, we'll also tell you about Lalu Prasad Yadav moving top court to state trial court proceedings in job for land scam. Stay tuned.
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना
अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना इंडिया सोना
India Zona. QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
MDH की देगी मीरज
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का
MDH की देगी मीरज
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना
अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना इंडिया सोना
India Zona.
MDH की देगी मीरज
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का
MDH की देगी मीरज
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. yet another top ranking for Amity University.
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना,
अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल और जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Get ready to be part of a nation-first movement. Republic's Nationalist Collective is hosting a dynamic conclave on July 19th, and we are inviting passionate nationalists like you to join the conversation, meet Arnab Goswami, and engage with like-minded individuals who believe in putting the nation first. Don't miss this opportunity to be part of a day-long discussion on shaping the future of our great nation. Secure your spot now and be part of the movement that matters. Let's get started with the headlines now. After 2 months post the Pahalgam attack, US declares LED offshoot TRF a terror outfit. India welcomes the move. US President Donald Trump threatens to sue Wall Street Journal and its owner Rupert Murdoch over a story about his alleged links in Jeffrey Epstein case. Lalu Yadav moves top court to stay trial court proceedings in jobs for land scam. India's first indigenously built diving support vessel INS Nistar, all set to be commissioned at Visakhapatnam today. Prime Minister Modi to visit Bihar today and unveil multiple projects worth 7,200 crore rupees. Viewers, almost 2 months after the dastardly Pahalgam terror attack, the US has designated Lashkar's proxy, TRF, as foreign terrorist organization, and it also comes 26 days after Munir Trump meeting. The US Department of State is adding the Resistance Front as a designated foreign terrorist organization and specially designated global terrorist. Today, the US Department of State has expressed solidarity with India's fight against terror, and TRF, a Lashkar-e-Taiba front and a proxy, had claimed responsibility for the April 22nd Pahalgam terror attack, which killed 26 civilians, and this was the deadliest attack on civilians in India since 2008 Mumbai attacks, and this was carried out by LET. But Pakistan continued to deny TRF's link to the Pahalgam terror attack. They gave out reasons like it is a cyber glitch and it was a cyber warfare that put TRF's responsibility there, and it also distanced itself from TRF. Pakistan's defense minister on April 23rd, just a day after the Pahalgam terror attack, had claimed that Pakistan has nothing to do with TRF, and on 23rd April, on that same day, Pakistan's foreign ministry also denied TRF's role, and 2 days after that, Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar says LET is extinct. And on April 26th, TRF has blamed cyber intrusion for the claim, and on 28th of April, Pakistan's Senate also passes the resolution rejecting TRF link to the Pahalgam terror attack. And this is not all, viewers. On April 29th, Pakistan, in fact, forced the removal of TRF's name from UNSC joint statement condemning Pahalgam attack. Pakistan Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar admitted on record that Pakistan got TRF deleted from the statement. In fact, it used its non-permanent UNSC seat to force the removal of TRF's name from UNSC statement. And the very next day, MEA officially slammed Pakistan for opposing the mention of TRF in the statement. And this after TRF itself claimed responsibility twice for the Pahalgam terror attack. In fact, Pakistan also pushed to change Pahalgam to Jammu and Kashmir in the UNSC statement. Pakistan's sinister design has now been exposed before the world, with the UN and with the US now designating TRF as a global terror threat, and this has mounted pressure on the UN as well. This is a big win for India's fight against terror, and this comes after India's diplomatic outreach to major global capitals, spreading the message against terror and also urging and consolidating solidarity in its fight against terror. Now, TRF has been banned. It has been designated by the US. TRF is an offshoot of Lashkar-e-Taiba that continues to operate from Pakistan's soil, and this time Pakistan cannot deny anymore, because its role and its also tango with terror has been exposed by the United States, and this strengthens India's case at the United Nations as well in countering terror coalition. We also have Major General G.D. Bakshi joining us live on this broadcast, along with Suresh Goel as well. Major General G.D. Bakshi, coming to you first. It's a very good morning to you. US has finally designated TRF, LET's offshoot. How do you look at India's fight against terror going forward now?
No, certainly I think we have been able to assert our worldview in every global fora. India has been asserting that there is no place for global terror. It must be ended. The world must unite to terminate this menace to mankind. And towards that extent, we have been, in the BRICS fora, in the SCO fora, India has been asserting, and India has been making it clear that there is no moral equivalence between India and Pakistan in terms of the victim and the perpetrators of terror. And one of our main requirements was that this TRF, which is simply an offshoot, an alphabet change of soup, from the Lashkar-e-Taiba, has now been designated as a global terrorist organization by the United States itself. So I think the United States, which was trying to put a very even-handed response between India and Pakistan, victims of terror and the perpetrators of terror, that era now seems to be over. There seems to be a shift, a significant policy shift in the United States, which is a very welcome development. This is the first step. Designating that organization as a terror organization is the first step towards taking harsh action against it. And in supporting India in its stand of not taking terror lying down, India's new terror doctrine has made it very clear that no nuclear backdrop will prevent India from taking stern action, that we will not distinguish between the terrorists and their backers, the Pakistan army. For too long, we ourselves had allowed this fiction generated by Pakistan of non-state actors. It was saying that the Pakistani state is lily white. It has nothing to do with terror. It has everything to do with terror. After all, it is the organization, the Pakistani military, the Pakistani deep state, the ISI. They recruit the terrorists, they arm the terrorists, they train the terrorists, they infiltrate them across the border, and they monitor their operations through satellite phones, minute by minute. That organization, ISI, the army, is equally guilty. The terrorists are just expendable commodities. So India has made it plain that any act of terror henceforth will be deemed as an act of war. This has been, a cabinet secretariat note has made it official Indian doctrine. The Prime Minister has enunciated it in his speech at the culmination the temporary pause in Operation Sindoor. I'm happy that the United States is coming around now to the Indian viewpoint, because we found far too pronounced a tilt towards Pakistan in trying to be even-handed in his zeal for the Nobel Peace Prize. President Donald Trump had tried a very even-handed approach, which quite rankled with us. How can you equate? What is the moral equivalence between a a terrorist sponsor state and its victim? This was a mass murder in Pahalgam, carried out by the TRF. There is ample evidence which is now available. There are the two Gujjar, who had given them shelter, the two Gujjar brothers, who have seen them and in the Tral forest and gave them shelter and food. They are in Indian custody. And we are now getting very clear indications that Pakistan's ISI had taken care not to involve any local Kashmiri outfit, because they don't trust them, because they feel they have all been penetrated by our intelligence agencies. So this has been done by former SSG operatives of the Pakistan Army, and which is now very clear. They are very well trained mass murderers sent to carry out mayhem against innocent citizens. And this was done in such a brazenly communal manner, which would have created riots in India had the Indian government not been careful, which would have, caused revulsion against the Kashmiri people and led to reprisals, etc. This was the aim of Pakistan, to divide Indian society deeply, to create chaos and mayhem, to incite the people of India to communal violence. But I am so grateful to the powers that be that India held. There were no communal riotings. There were no.
That's right, Major General. In fact, in that TRF's statement claiming responsibility, it had also mentioned that this was to create a communal discord across India. But before I go across to Ambassador Goel, let's also show the world how Pakistan's Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar had clearly denied any link with TRF a day after the Pahalgam terror attack.
कश्मीर में एक फोरम बना जिसका नाम है द रेजिस्टेंस फोरम, और उस पे उसको कंडेम किया गया, उसको जिम्मेदार ठहराया गया उस प्रेस रिलीज में। तो मुझे आई, मैंने देखा, मैंने कहा ये एक्सेप्टेबल नहीं है। पहलगाम के साथ आपको लिखना पड़ेगा जम्मू एंड कश्मीर। मुझे बड़े बड़े कैपिटल से कॉलें आई कि देखें इस वक्त मैं कहा जी नथिंग डूइंग, ये नहीं हो सकता, पाकिस्तान विल नॉट एक्सेप्ट। वो कहते आप पे ब्लेम आएगा, प्रेस रिलीज नहीं हुई, इतना बड़ा वाकया हुआ, आपके जावर एक्सप्रेस भी ये आई थी, कंडेमनेशन की, टेररिस्ट एक्टिविटी को कंडेम किया गया था। मैंने कहा ये रेडी, बट प्लीज यू हैव टू पुट इन जम्मू एंड कश्मीर एंड हैव टू डिलीट दिस TRF.
Ambassador Goel, coming to you, this is a dramatic shift in Washington's Pakistan policy. Just 26 days earlier, we saw how Munir met Donald Trump in Washington, D.C., but now it's the same United States that has designated TRF. How do you look at this dramatic shift in US's policy?
Thank you very much, and good morning to you and to the viewers. 2 or 3 things here. I was just going through the statement made by the State Department in the USA, which has designated TRF as the terrorist organization. There is no reference to its linkage with Pakistan. There is a reference to Lashkar, but there is no reference at all to its links with Pakistan or Pakistan providing support to TRF. I'm mentioning that basically simply because designating TRF as a terrorist organization by itself has meaning only if the international community is able to take action against TRF. we will need to wait and see for that. It's a vindication of India's stand, yes, I agree. But a vindication of stand just on the political grounds is not enough. There has to be action on ground. There has to be action, sanctions, or other things. Pakistan has to be punished for supporting TRF. There is no indication that the USA is going to take any action against Pakistan. And therefore, while I'm happy that TRF has been designated as a terrorist organization, I would really wait how US and the international community translates this into actual action against TRF and its supporter Pakistan.
That's right, Ambassador Goel. Now, coming back to Major General G.D. Bakshi, LET has been designated, Jaish-e-Mohammed has been designated, now TRF has also been designated, but when will real action follow on ground zero? And what, according to you, is real action?
Look, let me be very frank. If we expect the world to do anything, there will be lip sympathy, there will be platitudes, mouth, and nothing more, right? At best, the Financial Action Task Force might put pressure on Pakistan. Even there, I'm not sure. The IMF, even while the terrorist attack was on, the IMF was busy dispersing huge loans to Pakistan, right? And Mark Rubin, an American senator, had said, this is like giving a can of petrol to an arsonist, right? I think that statement says it all. We in India will have to take action and defend our own interest and safeguard our own Indian people. I have little hope seeing the past precedent. The world mouths platitudes, and this time even the platitudes were by and large missing. There was this attempt at trying to, give a very high profile to the ceasefire attempts, or, the United States was a communicator of choice. That is about all. The ceasefire was actually negotiated between the two DGMOs, and it is not even a ceasefire. It is a cessation of hostilities, a pause button in Operation Sindoor, which continues. I think it is India which will have to take action. And we have already taken stern action. Pakistan has been put on notice that any further act of terror by any of its cartoon networks will be treated as an act of war. We will not lie down, on our haunches doing nothing. That era is firmly over. We did nothing when our parliament was attacked. Tom Cruise, in fact, the aviation expert who's been so supportive of India's anti-terror strikes, has said that which country does nothing when its parliament is attacked? The answer is it was India. Which country did nothing when, 26/11, there were 175 innocent citizens killed, Indian and foreign. 165 is only the number of Indians, right? And what did we do? We did nothing. We just sent dossiers in the fond hope that the Pakistani courts would take action against terrorists, which Pakistan had recruited, trained, armed, infiltrated, and controlled in the final moments of massacre. Controlled from across the border by Pakistani military officers serving deputed to the ISI. We all know who the true terrorists are. And unfortunately, because of pusillanimity, we had gone along with the Pakistani narrative that it is only the terrorists that are responsible, the non-state actors. The Pakistani state, like you heard the denials by the foreign minister, has nothing whatsoever to do with it. I mean, Pakistan cannot give itself clean chits when its hands are soiled in Indian blood, soaked in Indian blood. And there will be a price to pay. It has been put on notice, and the rest of the world from our side can go to hell. If they are not with us, it doesn't matter. India will not flinch from taking the severest action. And, the stage for deterrence is gone. We now have to do coercion and compellence of Pakistan to compel it to change course, drastically change course from this suicidal, backing of terror organizations like the Lashkar-e-Taiba, Jaish-e-Mohammed, and now the offshoot of the LET, the TRF.
That's right, Major General, and this green signal of global recognition has given us opportunity to hit back even harder, because India's stand is very clear. An act of terror will be considered an act of war. Many thanks, Major General G.D. Bakshi, for joining us live on this broadcast. Now let's move on, viewers, to another breaking news that we are tracking. A BMW has rammed into a two-wheeler, killing one. A serious accident that has been witnessed in Sargassang of Gandhinagar city. Yesterday, a BMW car driver hit a two-wheeler, a middle-aged man, and he died in this crash. Locals allege that the car driver was drunk. The car driver was seriously injured and has also been admitted to the Gandhinagar Civil Hospital for treatment. The cops are now investigating this particular matter. This is another instance of a VVIP brat driving under the influence of alcohol, ramming into a two-wheeler, killing him on the spot. And now the police investigation follows. In fact, what we understand is that the locals claim the driver of this BMW was drunk. He was intoxicated and he was on the wheel at the time of the incident. In fact, we also have Gopi joining us live. In fact, she'll tell us more about this particular incident, but this is the latest coming to the fore in the series of hit-and-run cases that we've been witnessing in the recent past. Another entitled VVIP brat, now behind the wheel in an intoxicated state, has killed a two-wheeler by driving recklessly, showing no regard, no remorse for human life. And what we understand is that the driver was also seriously injured. He has been hospitalized. Police action follows after his medical condition stabilizes. But what we need to understand here is that this is another case of reckless driving by the elite, by the so-called elite, who think they have the license to kill. And this is another instance coming to light where a VVIP, an entitled brat, driving under the influence of alcohol, completely intoxicated, showing no regard to human life and also to motorists on the road. We have Gopi joining us on the phone line. Gopi, tell us about this latest hit-and-run case that has come to light. But what we understand here is that the motorist has died on the spot and the driver is also hospitalized. Tell us more.
Well, Deepak, these instances have become a habit, and if you see, there is a pattern wherein the SUV cars and the high-end cars are now killing people while they are on road. While talking about this particular incident, this has happened in Sargassang, which is an area near Gandhinagar city, wherein this middle-aged man was going to fetch milk for his household, and he met with an accident, and BMW car driver rammed into an Activa. While he had suffered a major injury, his head was hit, he died on the spot, but the accused has been taken under the custody, while what we are also learning from our sources is that the man who was riding this two-wheeler, which is the Activa, he was thrown 20 feet away from that very spot, and all the 4 airbags of BMW car were active during the time of this accident, while the locals are also alleging that the driver was drunk. Investigation is underway. FIR has been filed. We will have to wait and watch what pans out next. Back to you, Deepak.
Right, Gopi, thank you for joining us with those details. This is another incident, a shocking trend that continues in India, and this is the latest coming to the fore. A BMW car ramming into a two-wheeler, and it has killed an individual. We're also trying to get public opinion on this, what they feel about this shocking trend that has now come to the fore. First, it was the Pune hit-and-run horror where 2 individuals were killed. Then came another shocker from Vadodara where a teenage youth under the influence of intoxicants was seen driving recklessly on the streets. He mowed down several people in Vadodara, and after that, we've seen another high-profile Audi driver in the national capital running over those sleeping on the pavement in the national capital. He has also been named in the case, but he has secured bail. It was Utsav. The accused was identified as Utsav. His car completely defaced, highlighting the scale and intensity of the crash. And now this is the latest that has come to the fore from Gandhinagar, where a BMW car has mowed down a two-wheeler. The victim has died on the spot, and the driver driving the BMW in an intoxicated state is currently hospitalized. A police investigation has also been initiated to ascertain how the driver was and whether he was intoxicated, and middle-class people being run over by the rich people, and rich people in luxury cars are killing the middle-class people. This is the top focus of Republic TV today. The rich mowing down the poor in high-end luxury wheels. And it is the poor who are now facing the brunt, whose lives are being snuffed out by the reckless driving, reckless acts of the so-called elite VVIP entitlement, and also how recklessly they have been driving on the streets of India across the country, Pune, Vadodara, Gandhinagar, national capital. All of these incidents involving and also highlighting one common factor is that it is the rich brats who are behind the wheel, and all of them were in an intoxicated state. With that, viewers, we'll slip into a short break. On the other side, we'll tell you about India's diplomatic victory. 2 months after Pahalgam attack, US declares elite offshoot TRF a terror outfit. India welcomes the move. Along with that, we'll also tell you Donald Trump now threatening to sue Wall Street Journal and its owner, Rupert Murdoch, over a story about his alleged links to Jeffrey Epstein. Stay tuned.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना,
अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
ग्रेजुटी का चेक है, बस इन पैसों को हम कहीं इन्वेस्ट कर दें और रेगुलर इनकम भी आती रहे।
तो फिर फिक्स्ड इनकम म्यूचुअल फंड्स में डाल दीजिए। फिक्स्ड इनकम म्यूचुअल फंड्स चुने हुए इंटरेस्ट बेरिंग कंपनी बॉन्ड, गवर्नमेंट बॉन्ड और मनी मार्केट में पैसा डालते हैं और सिस्टमैटिक विड्रॉल प्लान के जरिए आपको ऑन द डॉट फिक्स्ड अमाउंट भी मिलती रहेगी।
म्यूचुअल फंड्स में फिक्स्ड इनकम वाली बात सही है।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
Almost 2 months after Pahalgam attack, US declares LET offshore TRF a terror outfit. India welcomes the move. US President Donald Trump threatens to sue Wall Street Journal and its owner Rupert Murdoch over a story about his alleged links to Jeffrey Epstein. Lalu Yadav moves top court to stay trial court proceedings in jobs for land scam. India's first indigenously built diving support vessel INS Nistar all set to be commissioned at Visakhapatnam today. PM Modi to visit pole-bound Bihar, and he will unveil multiple projects worth over 7,200 crore rupees. Viewers, we have some big breaking news coming in. This one from Gandhinagar. A BMW car rams into a two-wheeler, killing one. A serious accident happened in Sargason area of Gandhinagar yesterday morning. And let me tell you what exactly happened, viewers. Yesterday morning in Sargason, a middle-aged man stepped out of his home just like every other day. He rode his humble two-wheeler, maybe heading to work, maybe running an errand. We will never know, because a rich man's BMW has snuffed the life of this innocent middle-class man before he could even reach his destination. His journey was ended brutally by a speeding BMW, a luxury car, a vehicle that costs more than what many earn in a lifetime. And behind the wheel was what locals say a drunk, intoxicated, rich brat. And they believe, these rich brats believe, that rules don't apply to those who can afford to break them. The middle-class man died on the spot, and the BMW driver, he's alive. He has been hospitalized, being treated. But who will treat the trauma of a family that just lost their loved one? Viewers, that's the big question. Who will answer for yet another life lost in this unspoken war between the privileged and the middle-class individuals? This isn't just an accident. This is a story, a pattern of how luxury and lawlessness are now speeding hand in hand across our cities. It's a story of how a common man's life is constantly at risk on the streets across the country. It is the privileged, the elite, who have now turned roads into death traps for the middle class. Is this the value of the middle class life in this country? A speed bump for those imported cars? Just another statistic in the news. And this is not just a crash, viewers. It is a story that is now demanding answers, and we are demanding justice, because it is the rich, the intoxicated, the entitled, the VVIP brats who are driving these luxury vehicles, snuffing out the lives of the innocent people on the streets without any regard for life. reckless driving, driving without any fear of the law. And this trend has seen another victim dying in silence, a middle-aged man, a middle-class man in Gujarat's Gandhinagar. His life has now been snuffed out by the wheels of a luxury car driven by an entitled and an elite, influential person. And what we understand is that this entitled killer brat is now in the hospital being treated, but it is the middle-class man who lost his life to this shocking trend. Another instance coming to light, the rich versus the middle class. It's the luxury wheels versus the middle class. And tonight, this is the big question that we ask viewers. Are our roads safe only for the rich and powerful? Is the price of a human life cheaper than the price tag on a luxury car? Because these individuals driving these luxury cars have no respect, no regard for life. And this is yet another example of how another man, another entitled individual driving intoxicated a luxury car, speeding through the streets of Gandhinagar, recklessly, without any fear of the law, and killing an innocent middle-aged man. And we also showed you the CCTV footage of that particular crash, and this is the completely mangled BMW that we are talking about. Just look at the extent of the crash, viewers. It has completely been defaced, and this goes on to show the kind of speed that this man was driving his luxury car in, and it was the middle-class man who paid the price for this reckless driving. It is a shocking trend, a growing trend that has come to light, and it continues to come to light because this is not the only case that we are talking about. It started with Pune, where a VVIP brat snuffed out the lives of two IT professionals in their youth. And after that, it was Vadodara, where you could see another intoxicated youth running over multiple people in Vadodara. And then it was in the national capital, again, another luxury wheel, an Audi SUV, ramming and running over those sleeping on the footpath in the national capital. And what we understand is that the accused has been taken into custody. These are the pictures of the accused who has now been taken into custody by the police. And what we understand is that the locals say that the driver in this BMW was intoxicated. How long will the lives of hard-working middle-class citizens be snatched away by the recklessness of the rich? This is the question that we are raising. In fact, we also have callers joining us to give us their insights on what they think about this shocking trend that's come to light.
Well, absolutely, Deepak. Extremely shocking case that has come to light. And this time it's not about how roads are unsafe. It's about how the rich are running over the middle class in their luxury vehicles. Remember, this is not just one sole incident that has come to fore, but it has happened time and again. It was first. It's about how the rich are running over the middle class in their luxury vehicles. Remember, this is not.
Right, we also have another caller joining us on this broadcast. Yes, sir, please go ahead. Well, viewers, please dial in on the number that is being flashed on the bottom of our screens. In fact, we have John joining us from Bengaluru. John, what do you think about this reckless trend of the rich mowing down the middle class? Well, it's a campaign, viewers, that Republic TV has launched. Please dial in to express your opinions about this trend that is growing at an alarming rate. Just a couple of days back, we saw how an Audi SUV being driven by another rich person in the national capital, mowing down over 5 individuals, including an 8-month-old sleeping on the footpath in the national capital. And just a couple of days later, we have another incident coming to light, this time from Gandhinagar in Gujarat, where a BMW driver has mowed down an innocent middle-class man who was on his two-wheeler, who had just stepped out of his house, probably to run an errand or probably on his way to work. We'll never know because he never got to reach his destination. And it's all because of the reckless driving of the rich, entitled brats. And this is the man that you see on your screens. He's the killer who snuffed out the life of this middle-class man under the wheels of his luxury car in Gujarat's Gandhinagar. And this has come to light after a CCTV visual was accessed. The police is now probing the nature and circumstances of this crash because the locals claim that the driver was completely intoxicated. The circumstances of this case will now be examined by the police. The accused has been taken into custody. But the question is, how long will this go on? We have Nitin joining us from Bengaluru. Yes, Nitin, what do you think?
Hi, it is nice to speak to Republic TV and express my views here. But I feel this is, lack of having discipline and law on the road because, it is just that absence of police sometimes, unfortunately we have a population of 1.4 crores. And I think with this kind of population, we need to have more laws and, more policemen on the street to especially have, catching these kind of incidents. Because right now you see, for instance, even Pune case, I think that's been on trial because, they say even there is lack of evidence.
Mm-hmm. That's right, Nitin. But what's even more alarming is the fact that even the policemen are not spared. An example from Madhya Pradesh also came to light where a Congress MLA's son rammed into a police constable as well. With that, we'll move on, viewers, to more breaking news that we are tracking. The government of India has welcomed the decision of the United States Department of State to designate TRF as a foreign terror organization and as a specially designated global terrorist. We acknowledge and appreciate the leadership of Secretary of State Mr. Rubio in this regard. The TRF, a proxy of Pakistan-based terror organization Lashkar-e-Taiba, has been involved in numerous terror-related activities, including the heinous attack on civilians in Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir on the 22nd of April early this year, for which it twice claimed responsibility. India has consistently emphasized the need for global cooperation in the fight against terror and the dismantling of terror infrastructure. The designation of TRF is a timely and important step, and reflecting the deep cooperation between India and the US on counter-terrorism. India remains committed to a policy of zero tolerance towards terrorism and will continue to work closely with its international partners to ensure that terror organizations and their proxies are held accountable. And this is a big win for India, especially after its diplomatic outreach to 32 global capitals, and also now the US acknowledging India's fight, expressing solidarity in the global fight against terrorism, be it the UN, G20, G7, every single global platform has found a mention of terror by India and has also sought India and has also seen India seeking a global stand, global unity in taking out the terror ecosystem, which has been long sponsored by Pakistan. And now Pakistan cannot deny anymore because it has been exposed. LET's hidden hands, its offshoot, has now been designated by the US, and India's fight against terror gains more strength and momentum because India had shared terror dossiers with 32 countries and all of them had expressed solidarity with India. Moving on, viewers, just a day after shootout incident in Patna's Paras Hospital, more CCTV images and video of shooters have come to the fore. The killers continue to be on the run. 5 of them who barged into Paras Hospital and also shot dead. A gangster was out on parole. Chandan Mishra was the gangster who was out on parole. He was recently jailed for a shooting incident in Buxar, but he was out on parole. He was seeking medical treatment when this incident happened. 5 unknown assailants who have now been unmasked by the CCTV pictures now coming to the fore. barged into the hospital without any regard for the law. They ran into the ward in which Chandan Mishra was admitted. They shot at him multiple times, and now the police have accessed these pictures. These are the killers of, these are the assailants, the unknown assailants that the police are now trying to ascertain. And these individuals barged into Paras Hospital located in the heart of Bihar, and they pumped in bullets in Chandan Mishra and they escaped. The police is now suspecting a gang rivalry in the past to be the reason for this shooting incident that has come to light in Patna, and they're also now probing the role of the on-duty security personnel at the hospital, whether the security was hand in glove with these assailants. Let's also play out that video. This is the video that we are talking about, how armed individuals barged into Chandan Mishra's ward. In fact, my colleague Prakash is also joining me live on this broadcast. Prakash, we have more pictures of the unknown assailants. And tell us about the state of affairs in Patna, Prakash, because the law and order is in complete shambles, back-to-back shooting incidents. Tell us more about this case.
Well, this case is a shocker because the way the gangster led by Tausif and 5 others entered into the Paras hospital, this is a shocking incident because first entering into the premises of the Paras hospital, then shooting inside the room 209 of the Paras hospital where Chandan Mishra was admitted. No doubt he was a gangster accused of more than 25 cases of murder and extortion. He was out on parole, but as a matter of fact, how did the gangsters enter into the Paras hospital and shoot Chandan Mishra? Second, was the hospital administration security personnel not vigilant enough? Questions should be asked to them. And now, again, after making an exit after shooting, we have pictures on the screen showing that how the 6 criminals on 2 motorbikes, 3 on each, brandishing pistol openly in the air on the streets of Patna, goes to show the lawlessness that is existent in the state capital of Bihar, Patna. And this exemplifies the fact that there is no rule of law and there is no policing, and that is why these pistols are being openly shown, openly brandished by the criminals led by Tausif. Yesterday, we got to know that information that police had conducted raids on multiple hideouts of these criminals in Fulwari Sharif and various other places, but in vain. Now we get to know that the perpetrators of the crime, as far as the police is concerned, they say that we've got all the pictures and the whereabouts. We have been interrogating and investigating the various people concerned. So they expect to come out with some conclusion today as far as the criminals are concerned. And this is a gang war that led to this crime in Patna. Back to you.
Right, Prakash, what's even more alarming is the fact that the top cop has trivialized this matter, saying that it is the season of crimes happening in Bihar. Tell us more about that and also the investigation as far as the shooting in the hospital is concerned.
Well, that was a bizarre statement by ADG headquarters Kundan Krishnan, for which he has made an apology also, if at all the farmers are pained. But he said that given the pattern of the crime that is existence, but this is a shocking statement coming in from the ADG headquarters of Bihar Police, saying that during the month of May and June, during the when the farmers do not have any employment and most of the people are unemployed, that is what leads to the crime being the increase in crime graph in Bihar. So that's a shocking statement. He's tendered an apology as well. I wonder what made him make such a statement on crime graph in Bihar.
Right, Prakash, thank you for joining me with those details. Let's move on to more breaking news that we are tracking at the moment, because more schools have received bomb threats. And this time it is St. Xavier's School in Delhi's North District. Over the last 4 to 5 days, bomb threat emails are being sent to schools across the national capital. In just 3 days, Around 10 to 15 schools have received hoax bomb threats, and today St. Xavier's School in Delhi's North District has also received a threatening mail, and the police are now trying to trace the sender of this particular threatening mail. They're trying to also track down the IP address from which these mails are being sent, because it is a trend that has caught up in the recent past. In just the last 5 days, over 15 to 16 schools have received bomb threats. Akhil is joining us live from the national capital. Akhil, this is a alarming trend in Delhi where schools are receiving back-to-back bomb threats. Even today as well, 4 schools have received bomb threats. Tell us more, Akhil.
Well, that's right, Deepak. If you see at this point in time, so far the information that we have received that 4 schools in Delhi have received bomb threat emails. Right now, I am standing just into the campus premises of Richmond Global School. You can see the visual of this very school where a bomb threat mail was received late last night. And after that, what we have seen that the SOP was pressed in. Delhi police team arrived over here. Apart from that, Delhi fire service team, the dog squad team also arrived over here. And after the proper checkup, they have identified nothing suspicious inside the very premises of this very school area. Here you can see early morning what we have seen, that several parents arrived over here just outside the very gate to confirm, to get the reassurance from the school administration. And a few moments back I spoke to the principal of this very school of Richmond Global School, and we have got the official confirmation that after proper checkup and proper SOP clearance, they have opened this very school. Here you can see in our visuals students are in the playground right now. So after proper SOP clearance from the Delhi police, the school has already been open. But as you see, Deepak, this is not the first time in this week what we have seen that such mails have been received by Delhi schools. Earlier what we have seen that this week only, if you just talk about the Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, what we have seen in the last 3 days only, there were 11 different schools, and not only schools, there was one college of Delhi University as well, which is St. Stephen's College, that has also received bomb threatening mails. So in the last 1 week, what we have seen in total, 20 schools and one Delhi University College has received such hoax calls, in which what we have seen that Delhi police team, the fire service team, the dog squad team and the bomb disposal squad team arrived at the very spot, and after giving a clearance, what we have seen that the school has been reopened. Back to you.
Thank you, Akhil, for joining us with those details. All eyes will be on the Delhi Police cyber cell to trace out the senders of these threatening mails. Moving on, in yet another significant milestone for the armed forces, India has successfully test-fired an upgraded version of its Akash missile defense system. The indigenous missile defense system successfully repelled attempts to invade by Pakistan's, and in the wake of Operation Sindoor, taking down missiles and also drones launched by the enemy forces. The Ministry of Defense shared a post on its X handle confirming the landmark achievement, and this is a missile system developed indigenously by the DRDO.
India on Thursday tested an upgraded version of its indigenous Akash missile defense system. The successful test firing of the upgraded missile defense system marked another significant milestone for the Indian Armed Forces. The new Akash Prime variant of the homegrown missile defense system was tested in the heights of Ladakh. The Ministry of Defense shared a post on its official X handle saying that the new missile successfully took down 2 unmanned high-speed aerial targets, underlining its precision strike capability at high altitudes. A clip shared by the Defense Ministry showed the Akash Prime streaking the clear skies and striking its targets with pinpoint accuracy in the rugged heights of Ladakh. The Akash air defense successfully repelled Pakistan's attempts to invade the Indian airspace in the wake of Operation Sindoor, striking down missiles and drones launched by the enemy forces.
Viewers, it's time for us to get you up to speed with the other top stories we are tracking from across the nation in Bharat in 1 minute.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Ahead of Independence Day, NSG is conducting a mock drill in and around the Palika Bazaar area of Delhi's Connaught Place to test anti-terror preparedness. The mock drill started yesterday and will conclude today. People in Udupi of Karnataka are being evacuated on boats and are being taken to higher areas. Several houses have been flooded in the district after continuous rains caused rivers to overflow. Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant has inaugurated Goa's first private solar-powered electric passenger cruise boat, MV L Raj Green. He has stated that it is a very important measure to use solar ferry boats in the inland waterways of Goa to conserve energy. He also added that the solar ferry boats can be used for tourism and water taxi purposes. It's time for a quick break, viewers. On the other side, big move by the US State Department declaring LET offshoot TRF as a terror organization, foreign terror organization. India has welcomed the move. Along with that, we'll get you more details into the Land for Jobs scam in which Lalu has now appealed in the Supreme Court to quash CBI case. Stay tuned.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
From Asia's largest news headquarters setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking at 10 a.m. I am Tanisha Avasthi. Our top story remains on how the United States has given a terror tag to the TRF, the same organization that was responsible for the April 22nd Pahalgam terror attack. We're tracking that and a lot more for you on this edition. But first, a quick check of the headlines. Pakistan's bloody signature in Pahalgam now called out by the United States. White House confirms what India said. TRF is equal to Pakistan terror. India welcomes United States move to tag TRF as terror group, says zero tolerance for terrorism. Middle class run over by rich yet again in Gandhinagar. BMW car kills one person. Complete collapse of law and order in Patna. Accused who shot inside the Patna hospital seen celebrating moments after the crime. India's first indigenously built diving support vessel, INS Nistar, all set to be commissioned at Visakhapatnam today. Justice Yashwant Verma moves to Supreme Court challenging the in-house 3-judge inquiry committee's report. Almost 2 months after the dastardly Pahalgam terror attack, the United States has designated Lashkar's proxy, TRF, as foreign terrorist organization. Today, the United States Department of State is adding that the Resistance Front, TRF, as a designated foreign terrorist organization and specially designated global terrorist. Today, the United States Department of State has given this major verdict, and it comes as a big diplomatic win for India. Remember, this is the final victory in as far as the Pahalgam terror attack is concerned. India had already said that Pakistan is a terror state. Today, the United States has given a stamp on that as well. The government of India, in fact, had released a statement where they said the government of India welcomes the decision of the United States Department of State to designate the Resistance Front as foreign terrorist organization and as a specially designated global terrorist. We acknowledge and appreciate the leadership of the Secretary of State Marco Rubio in this regard. The TRF, the proxy of the Pakistan-based terrorist, has now been pinned down by the United States. Pakistan's role in Pahalgam terror attack is no longer deniable. The United States has dropped the hammer on Pakistan. Trump's TRF designation is a direct indictment of Pakistan's terror statehood. All right, on the phone line live with us is Saurav Dwivedi. He is the kin of Shubham Dwivedi, one of the victims who was killed in the Pahalgam terror attack. Thank you very much, Saurav, for speaking to us. This comes as a major victory. What India had always said, that Pakistan is a terror state, that it is Pakistan that has sponsored terrorism, and that was a result of Operation Sindoor also. Operation Sindoor is still continuing, Saurav, and it comes as a major victory, especially as a justice for those who were killed in the Pahalgam terror attack. Your first reaction as a member of the family who lost their loved ones?
So I got this news through Republic only today morning, and believe me, it feels like a personal victory, although this is a nationwide victory for us, where the delegations which were sent by the Prime Minister to different countries, I'm glad that the world is listening, the world is acknowledging what happened there in Pahalgam on 22nd April. So what we have lost is never going to come back, but the world recognizing Pakistan's act, the world recognizing that Pakistan is a terror, sponsored state, and Pakistan is always involved in any terrorist activities that happens in our country. So this this is a major victory. I would like to thank the government, the all-party delegation that went to different countries to tell them about the Pahalgam terror attack. And yes, it is a victory. I would also like to thank all the armed forces, all the armed personals who are still carrying out Operation Sindoor for us.
Absolutely, Shubham. In fact, Ambassador Sajjanar is also joining us on the broadcast along with Gursimran. But Shubham, I would like to stay with you today. And Ambassador Sajjanar, it is in fact a huge victory as far as the diplomatic ties between India and the United States is concerned. And Saurabh, on that note, I would come to you again. What is it that you're demanding from the government again? Because no matter what you say, no matter what you do, the loss is irreparable. You can never get your brother back. And it is, in fact, a huge shock that the nation had to go through on April 22nd. Saurabh, what is it that the family is demanding from the government?
So, from the next day after the attack on 23rd, since that day we are demanding the government to attack terrorism on all fronts, be it economically, diplomatically, on the borderlines, through the armed forces, and also ideologically. So when we are fighting the wars on all front, I believe that is the only way we can eradicate terrorism. The only demand that family is making is to give recognition to all the 26 people who were martyred there, on 22nd April in Pahalgam. So we just want some recognition as a sign of respect, which the culture was not there in this country. I don't remember that the people who died, in these terrorist attacks were ever given some recognition. But this needs to change now. This is a new India, like we say. And I believe if we are gonna, give some recognition to the martyrs, then that will be an ideological fight against terrorism. Now we are fighting the war on all fronts. Today is a big win for us diplomatically, and I only want that the government recognizes the people who have lost their lives. They were Indian citizens. They died on their motherland, and the government needs to give them some recognition. And when we talk about in Hindi, we say they should be called Shaheed, but some people have created a propaganda out of it, and they say that we are trying to take the titles of the armed forces. No, we don't want that. We only want some recognition to be given to the families, which they can make sure that they live with it the rest of their lives, in a respectful manner. My bhabi, she was married only for 2 months. So now, whatever government will, give recognition, that's the only thing that will stay with her. So that's all we want. We want the war to be, fought on all fronts, diplomatically, economically, on the border, and also ideologically. We want to defeat their ideology, and that's how we're gonna do it.
Absolutely. Saurabh, I request you to stay with us. I'm also being joined by former Ambassador Ashok Sajjanar. Ashok Sajjanar, it's a huge win for India as far as India saying that Pakistan has always sponsored terrorism, that Pakistan is a terrorist state. The United States today has given a stamp on it. Your first reaction on that?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you very much for having me on the show. You're very right. It's a very welcome development. And a couple of points. Number one, it comes just within 3 months of the incident taking place. So I think as far as the US government is concerned, the US State Department is concerned, it is focused on this particular issue, and our interactions with the US government, top leadership, whether it is with the Secretary of State, even between Prime Minister and President Trump, when Prime Minister was coming back from the G7 in Canada, they had a long conversation, and Prime Minister Modi was able to apprise him of the developments that had taken place. I think as far as on all international fora, whether it is the Prime Minister during his 5-nation tour, during his visit to Rio de Janeiro for the BRICS summit, or interaction with other leaders, or meetings of the External Affairs Minister, wherever he has gone after that, whether it is to Europe or to other places. and also more recently to the SCO foreign ministers meeting, we have been raising this issue that there should be zero tolerance to terror. So I'm very happy that this decision has been taken by the US government. A couple of things that I noted, it is not only mentioned the terror, the resistance front, but it is also mentioned it is a proxy of the Lashkar-e-Taiba from Pakistan right where as terrorist activities are concerned. It talks also about the activities of TRF that have taken place in India in 2024. It directly implicates TRF for what it has done on the 22nd of April in Pahalgam. So I think when we take this matter forward, whether we take it forward with the UN Security Council 1267 committee, exactly what Saurabh was mentioning, that
Absolutely.
This fight against terror, meaning it's not over, it's just started and we have to take it forward. So whether we take it to the UN Security Council 1267 committee to designate TRF as a terrorist organization, we have been taking this up for the last 2 years, but this very significantly strengthens our case.
Absolutely.
And also when we go to the FATF and try to put Pakistan once again under the grey list, I think this will be extremely helpful to us. Not only the designation, but I think also the support of the United States, which is absolutely critical to getting Pakistan designated as, in the grey list. You would remember even in 2018, it was Donald Trump who was the president when able Pakistan TF.
Absolutely.
So I think it's a win not only just in response to Pahalgam, but our fight against terrorism, it supports that.
Absolutely, sir. It is an umbrella that the United States today has seen, and in fact, a wider perspective that has been given by you. It's not just about Pahalgam, but a fight as a nation against terrorism. Goswami is also joining us on the broadcast. Goswami, you have been tracking the story very closely. In fact, you were there when India launched Operation Sindoor, when the Pahalgam terror attack happened. How do you think Pakistan is going to respond to this now?
Pakistan has time and again, when it comes to the resistance front, they have always tried to term it as a local group that has its uprising in Jammu and Kashmir, and that was their sole reason. Because see what has happened, that we have to go to the background. It was post the 2019 Pulwama terror attack that when all the terror groups of the Pakistan came under scrutiny, be it Lashkar-e-Taiba or Jaish-e-Mohammed, and then to evade the international scrutiny, what Pakistan did, that with the help of Sajjad Gul, Kashmiri terrorist who is operating from Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, they launched a new offshoot. It was the resistance front that was launched by them to carry out attacks in Jammu and Kashmir so as to give the terrorism a local color, that all these terrorists are local. What they did, it was Zia Mustafa who was inside the central jail in Jammu and Sajjad Gul operating from the Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir and Hafiz Sayyid. They were in touch with each other and it was formed. Mostly they have the recycled terrorists as part of their group and they formed the resistance front in 2019. Since 2019 they have carried out multiple terror attacks, but one thing that was common, it was either the security forces or the Hindus and the Sikhs that were on the target of the Pakistani terror group to the resistance front. Because from 2021 to 2022 we have seen a spike in the targeted killings in the Kashmir Valley, and all that was done by the resistance front on the directions of Sajjad Gul, who is a NIA designated terrorist. He is carrying a 10 lakh bounty on him by the National Investigation Agency. So it all was being done, but then their local commanders were wiped out, and when Abbas Sheikh, which was its first local commander, its first chief, he was killed in 2021. He was basically from Kulgam but was killed in the central Kashmir in an operation by the special forces of the Indian Army along with the cargo Kashmir. Then what the TRF did, they started bringing in the Pakistani terrorists. Likewise, the case of the Pahalgam terror attack, where the Pakistani terrorists carried out this terror attack and all were Pakistanis. Only the local assistance was sought by the overground workers, but the task and the attack attack was executed by the Pakistani terrorists. Similar was the case in the Bhattadurian terror attack. 2 times the security forces were attacked and all were the Pakistani terrorists. Then the Dhangri terror attack, in which 7 Hindus were brutally killed in 2023. It was 1st of January and it was done by the pure Pakistani terrorists. So after the killing of their local commander in 2021, Abbas Sheikh, they shifted to the Pakistani commander, and that is their modus operandi. But the investigations that have been done over time by the Indian agencies have now forced the US actually to come to this, that TRF is a foreign terrorist organization and also the special terrorist organization group they have now declared.
Absolutely. Gursimran, sort of coming to you on that, it was in fact this year when Asim Munir had met Donald Trump and they had held a meeting, and it just showcased to the world how United States somewhere or the other is not condemning Pakistan. But when it happened in June this year, in fact, when Asim Munir had met Donald Trump. And soon, today is when we see that the United States has designated Pakistan's TRF as a terror outfit. So do you think, Saurabh, that Pakistan's attempt in coming itself clean, in putting it out, their story that they were not involved in the Pahalgam terror attack, has now completely been demolished?
Oh yes, of course, because see, Pakistan is trying to do what they have been doing for years. They do the attacks, then they lie about it, and on a global stage they say that they are a peaceful country, which they are not. But the truth eventually comes out, and thanks to the Indian government that we made sure that the truth comes out to the whole world. We sent our delegations to different countries because if we will not call them out, nobody else is going to. So it is our effort, what we are trying to do. We have to call them out. This is a big win diplomatically, where I think in June Asif Munir met President Donald Trump, and today, just 1 month later, we are hearing this news. So it shows that whatever they were trying to portray was a false attempt, and the United States recognized it. And a big thanks to our government for putting this out worldwide. So the only thing is that we my brother and all the 26 people who died there, we were not victims, we were martyrs, and the government decided that they will not let terrorism win, they will not let Pakistan win, because they sponsor the terrorism.
Absolutely.
And this needs to be called out. Yeah.
Completely. Yes, with that, I would like to thank everybody who's joined us here on the broadcast on this story. Gursimran, Ambassador Sachanhar and Saurabh, thank you very much. Appreciate all of you joining us. And with that, we move on. But before we go on to the other stories, ladies and gentlemen, here's this one soundbite that you need to listen to of the Pakistan Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar, who just earlier this year had confirmed TRF's role in the Pahalgam terror attack.
जम्मू एंड कश्मीर में एक फोरम बना जिसका नाम है द रेजिस्टेंस फोरम, और उस पे उसको कंडेम किया गया, उसको जिम्मेदार ठहराया गया उस प्रेस रिलीज में। तो मुझे आई, मैंने देखा, मैंने कहा ये एक्सेप्टेबल नहीं है। पहलगाम के साथ आपको लिखना पड़ेगा जम्मू एंड कश्मीर। मुझे बड़े बड़े कैपिटल से कॉलें आई कि देखें इस वक्त मैं कहा नथिंग डूइंग, ये नहीं हो सकता, पाकिस्तान विल नॉट एक्सेप्ट। वो कहते हैं आप पे ब्लेम आएगा, प्रेस रिलीज नहीं हुई, इतना बड़ा वाकया हुआ, आपके जाबर एक्सप्रेस भी ये आई थी, कंडेमनेशन की, टेररिस्ट एक्टिविटी को कंडेम किया गया था। मैंने कहा वी आर रेडी, बट प्लीज यू हैव टू पुट इन जम्मू एंड कश्मीर एंड हैव टू डिलीट दिस TRF.
All right, more breaking news coming in the story in the same regard. It is External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar who has tweeted regarding the United States move. He has hailed the United States action against Pakistan in a post on X. He said, and I quote, "A strong affirmation of India-United States counter-terrorism cooperation. Appreciate Marco Rubio and the State Department for designated TRF as a Lashkar-e-Taiba proxy, as a foreign terrorist and specially designated global terrorist. It claimed responsibility for the April 22nd Pahalgam attack. He also says that there is zero tolerance towards terrorism. Hashtag Operation Sindoor." So Operation Sindoor, ladies and gentlemen, still continuing. The United States has made it amply clear that TRF the Pakistan-sponsored TRF is a terror outfit. All right, moving across to some other stories that we are tracking, and this is about the rich versus the middle class. Remember, it is time and again when middle class have come under the luxury wheels of the rich and affluent people. This time, the story is about Gandhinagar, from where a BMW car had rammed into a two-wheeler yesterday, killing one person. A serious accident had happened in the Sasaran area of Gandhinagar city yesterday morning. A BMW car, like you see on your screens, rammed into a scooter. A middle-aged man died in this accident. Locals allege that the car driver was drunk. The car driver was seriously injured and has been admitted to the Gandhinagar hospital for treatment. Police are investigating the case further. But what remains to be seen, ladies and gentlemen, is for how long will the middle class be crushed under the wheels of a luxury car, under the wheels of affluent and rich people? How many more ordinary, hard-working citizens have to die on our roads while the rich, reckless and powerful race through our streets with no fear of law? Yesterday in the morning, in the quiet locality of the Sargasan in Gandhinagar, this visual is about a middle-aged man who stepped outside his home just like every other day. But before he could reach his destination, a BMW car rammed into him. And they say that the driver in the car was drunk, allegedly. Two cases, ladies and gentlemen, that you see on your screen. The first one is from Pune, where the incident was from last year, if you remember. A Porsche car who rammed into two techies who were heading to their home late at night. The driver in that case was a minor. He was drunk. The second case is from Gandhinagar, where it happened yesterday, where a BMW car, another luxury car, rammed into a middleman, a common man who was heading to his home. Completely shocking incident that's coming to fore. Gopi, my colleague, is joining me live on the broadcast on that. Gopi, you have access to the details on the FIR of the Gandhinagar case that has just come to fore. Talk to us about what are the details that have been given in the FIR. We understand that the accused has already been arrested.
Well, in fact, Tanisha, if you talk about this very case, let's tell our viewers that Vatsal Karya, who is the accused, basically is from Rajkot, but he was at his in-laws' place at Gandhinagar. While yesterday at around 7 a.m., this accident took place in the Gandhinagar city, wherein there were crossroads and a middle-aged man had gone out to fetch milk for his house, and while returning back home, this accident happened. He was thrown around 20 feet away from that very location. That is what is mentioned in the FIR. While also to understand that, the locals around are alleging that the driver was drunk. Now, this is the BMW car. As per the FIR, Motor Vehicles Act, under Motor Vehicles Act, Section 177, 183 and 184 has been mentioned in the FIR, which pertains to rash and negligent driving. While as per the Section 173 of BNS, 281 and 106 one has also been mentioned in the FIR. Yes, as you have correctly mentioned, the accused has been arrested, and we will have to wait and watch when will he be produced to the court and what pans out next. Back to you.
Right, absolutely, Gopi. Thanks for getting us all those details. The shocking incident that has come to light, this is the exact same car that had crushed a middle-class man, a poor man, under his wheels. This happened yesterday in the morning. The driver in the case has been arrested. This case is from Gandhinagar in Gujarat. Looks like a young man, very affluent family, because he owns a BMW, and he rams into a middle-class man who was probably heading to his home after running some errands. But the sad case here is that for how long will these middle-class men will be run over by luxury vehicles? No action has been taken yet. There is no guidelines for road safety that has been given out by the Transport Minister, and the Gujarat government is yet to respond onto it. Remember, two incidents, one from Maharashtra, the other from Gujarat, but both tell out the same story: middle class being run over by rich people.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together, we can.
Let's have a quick check of the other stories that we're tracking in Bharat in 1 minute. Ahead of Independence Day, NSG is conducting a mock drill in and around the Palika Bazaar area of Delhi's Connaught Place to test anti-terror preparedness. The mock drill started yesterday and will conclude today. People in Udupi of Karnataka are being evacuated on boats and are being taken to higher areas. Several houses have been flooded in the district after continuous rains have caused rivers to overflow. Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant has inaugurated Goa's first private solar power electric passage cruise boat MV El Raj Green. He has stated that it is very important to use solar ferry boats in the inland waterways of Goa to conserve energy. He said that the solar ferry boats can be used for tourism and water taxi purposes. In yet another significant milestone for the armed forces, India on Thursday successfully tested and fired an upgraded version of the Akash missile defense system. The indigenous missile defense system successfully repelled Pakistan's attempts to invade the Indian airspace in the wake of Operation Sindoor, taking down missile and drones launched by the enemy forces. The Ministry of Defense shared a post on X handle confirming the landmark achievement. Here's a brief report.
India on Thursday tested an upgraded version of its indigenous Akash missile defense system. The successful test firing of the upgraded missile defense system marked another significant milestone for the Indian Armed Forces. The new Akash Prime variant of the homegrown missile defense system was tested in the heights of Ladakh. The Ministry of Defense shared a post on its official X handle saying that the new missile successfully took down 2 unmanned high-speed aerial targets, underlining its precision strike capability at high altitudes. A clip shared by the Defense Ministry showed the Akash Prime streaking the clear skies and striking its targets with pinpoint accuracy in the rugged heights of Ladakh. The Akash air defense successfully repelled Pakistan's attempts to invade the Indian airspace in the wake of Operation Sindoor, striking down missiles and drones launched by the enemy forces.
It's time for us to slip into a short break. After the break are the details of how United States has declared LAT offshoot as a terror organization comes as a huge victory for India. Also coming up after the break, Lalu Yadav moves top court to stay trial court proceedings in jobs for land scam.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Top headlines at 10:30 a.m. this morning. Pakistan's bloody signature in Pahalgam now called out by the United States. White House confirms what India said. TRF is equal to Pakistan terror. India welcomes United States move to tag TRF as terror group, says zero tolerance for terrorism. Middle class run over by rich yet again in Gandhinagar. BMW car kills one. Complete collapse of law and order in Patna. Accused who shot inside hospital in Patna was seen celebrating moments after the crime. India's first indigenously built diving support vessel INS Nistar commissioned at Visakhapatnam. Justice Yashwant Verma moves Supreme Court challenging the in-house three-judge inquiry committee's report. And we start this edition with some breaking visuals that we have, and this is about the Indian Navy commissioning INS Nistar, the first indigenously constructed diving support vessel in Visakhapatnam. These are the live feeds that we are getting in. The commissioning ceremony will be presided over by Sanjay Seth, MOS Defence State. Nistar is the first among the two ships of diving support vessel, the DSV that they say, project which are designed to undertake a wide range of underwater operations, including deep sea saturation, diving, submarine rescue and underwater salvage operations. So these are the live visuals that we have of INS Nistar. This is the live commissioning that is happening at Visakhapatnam, a major boost for India.
Now been inducted as the lead ship of the Nistar class.
ये कोई साधारण जलयान नहीं, ये राष्ट्र की आत्मनिर्भरता के संकल्प की लहर है। तकनीक, तप और तिरंगे के गर्व से जन्मा ये वो योद्धा है जो समंदर की गहराइयों में अब भारत का परचम लहराएगा।
So please join us and put your hands together and welcome the youngest warrior of the Indian Navy, INS Nistar. Ladies and gentlemen, I would now request the audience to kindly take their seats.
अब मैं माननीय रक्षा राज्य मंत्री श्री संजय सेठ जी से आग्रह करती हूं कि वे सभा को संबोधित करें।
All right, live visuals there of the Indian Navy inducting INS Nistar.
देव के आशीष से समुद्र के लहरों पर भारत की शान, नौसेना और जहाज खड़े हैं हर मुश्किल में महान। जहाजों की गर्जना से दुश्मन को है ललकार, वीरों की टोली का देश कर रहा है जय जयकार। चाहे तूफान हो या घनघोर अंधेरा, नौसेना का हौसला कभी न होता घेरा।
All right, these are the fresh visuals that we are getting of the Indian Navy inducting INS Nistar, its first indigenously built diving support vessel, the DSV, delivered by Hindustan Shipyard Limited in Visakhapatnam. A DSV, remember, is a specialized naval ship designed for underwater operations, including diver deployment, rescue missions, and submarine crew review. Technical specification includes where it measures approximately 120 meters in length with a displacement of around 10,000 tons. It has an endurance of over 60 days at sea, is capable of supporting helicopter operations, and is equipped with a 50-ton subsea crane to facilitate deep-sea recovery missions. Its operational capabilities are as follows. The INS Nistar functions as the mothership for deep submergence rescue vessels for submarine rescue. It features a dynamic positioning system for precise station keeping, side scan sonar for seabed mapping, and supports search, recovery, diving and salvage operations. Upon commissioning, the vehicle will be inducted into the Eastern Naval Command to enhance capabilities in deep sea diving and submarine rescue operations. The Indian Navy is organized into three major commands, Western, Eastern and Southern Naval Commands. Its legacy and significance dates back to the year even 1969. It was commissioned in the year 1989. Indian Navy showcases its power and features of the INS Nistar ahead of its commissioning. In fact, we are getting in live shots of the commissioning of Nistar. This is the first indigenously developed vessel weighing over 10,500 tons. INS Nistar is approximately 120 meters long and over 20 meters wide. The Indian Navy preparing to commission its inaugural diving support vessel INS Nistar, and it's going to be held in a ceremony in Visakhapatnam. We are tracking that story very closely, but for now we move on to the other big and top story that we are tracking, and this is about how Pakistan has been completely cornered by the United States. Almost 2 months after the dastardly Pahalgam terror attack, the United States has designated Lashkar's proxy, the TRF, as foreign terrorist organization. Today, the United States Department of State added the Resistance Front as a designated foreign terrorist organization and specially designated global terrorist. The United States Department has, this comes as a major move, and remember, just days after, in fact, just months after, Asim Munir had met the United States President Donald Trump. June 22nd was the date, and today, that is July 18th, the United States has completely cornered Pakistan, designated its proxy TRF as a terror organization. This comes as a major move. Remember, earlier in the past as well, it was Pakistan's Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar who had admitted that he had removed Pakistan's name as far as its role in the Pahalgam terror attack is concerned. TRF has been tagged, Pakistan has been implemented, and the United States has made it clear they have called out the enemy. It comes as a major diplomatic win for India. In fact, External Affairs Minister S. J. Shankar had also tweeted in this regard. On that note, I am being joined by Rajesh Narwal. He is the father of late Vinay Narwal, who lost his life in the dastardly Pahalgam terror attack. राजेश जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए। आज यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स ने एक बहुत बड़ा कदम उठाया है। टीआरएफ, वही टेरर आउटफिट जो रिस्पॉन्सिबल था पहलगाम टेरर अटैक के लिए, उसको एक टेरर आउटफिट डेजिग्नेट कर दिया है। इट्स अ ह्यूज डिप्लोमेटिक विन फॉर इंडिया। सर, आपका क्या कहना है इस बारे में?
नमस्कार जी, मेरा इस बारे में यही कहना है कि हमारे देश के कूटनीतिज्ञों ने और राजनेताओं ने तरह से इस मुद्दे को अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर उठाया और उसको संज्ञान में लेते हुए आज से यूएस गवर्नमेंट ने द रेजिस्टेंस फ्रंट को, जो कि लश्कर-ए-तैयबा से कनेक्टेड है, और उन्होंने 22 अप्रैल की जो घटना थी पहलगांव की, उसमें जो मैसेकर किया, जिसमें कि 26 भारतीय को अपनी जान गंवानी पड़ी, इसमें मेरा बेटा लेफ्टिनेंट विनय नरवाल भी उसमें शहादत को प्राप्त हुआ, तो उसके खिलाफ एक कड़ा कदम और उसके प्रति प्रतिबद्धता जो यूएस गवर्नमेंट ने दिखाई है, ये काबिले तारीफ है और एक अच्छा कदम है। इससे इस तरह के संगठनों पर, इस तरह की कार्रवाई पर अंकुश लगाने का ये कार्य है।
जी बिल्कुल। राजेश जी, अब आपकी क्या मांग है गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया से? बिकॉज जहाँ तक हम जानते हैं, जो इंडिया यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स के टाइज थे वो और स्ट्रेंथन हो गए हैं इस कदम के बाद। अब आपकी क्या मांग है? क्योंकि हमने बस कुछ ही देर पहले शुभम द्विवेदी जी से भी बात किया था, उन्होंने भी अपने भाई को खोया था पहलगाम के अटैक पे। उन्होंने कहा था कि अब जो विक्टिम्स है पहलगाम के, उनको एक शहीद का दर्जा देना चाहिए। आपकी क्या मांग है?
मेरा सरकार से मांग तो नहीं है, मेरी तो एक अपील है, और सरकार इस मामले में बहुत ही सेंसिटाइज्ड है और एक जिम्मेदार सरकार है मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में। और वो इसको बहुत ही गंभीरता के साथ इस इशू को लिया है। और जहाँ तक सादत की बात है तो जितने भी लोग वहाँ आतंकवाद की भेंट चढ़े हैं तो सभी जान गंवाने वाले जो लोग हैं, व्यक्ति हैं, और उनके परिवारों की यही मांग है, अपील भी है गवर्नमेंट से कि उनको शहादत का दर्जा दिया जाना चाहिए, क्योंकि ये आम कोई ऐसी घटना नहीं है। ये आतंकवाद की भेंट चढ़े हैं। आतंकवाद की घटना हुई, उन्होंने ऐसा कायराना काम किया, तब उनकी ये मतलब इस दुनिया से वो हमने खोया है उनको, तो इसको शहादत मिलनी चाहिए, शहादत का दर्जा।
जी बिल्कुल। राजेश जी, एक और सवाल आपसे लेना चाहूंगी। एज गुरसिमरन इज ऑल्सो जॉइनिंग अस लाइव आई बिलीव ऑन द ब्रॉडकास्ट। गुरसिमरन, आई कम बैक टू यू, बट राजेश नरवाल, आपसे एक और सवाल लेना चाहूंगी। ये जो कदम है यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स का, ये कुछ ही महीनों बाद आता है, इनफैक्ट कुछ ही दिनों बाद आता है, जब आसिम मुनीर जो थे वो जब डोनाल्ड ट्रंप से मिले पिछले महीने और उन्होंने बातचीत की। अब डोनाल्ड ट्रंप और जो पाकिस्तान के लोगों के बीच में बातचीत हुई थी, उससे ये भी कहीं ना कहीं दिखाया जा रहा था कि यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स ओपनली कंडेम नहीं कर रहा है जो भी पाकिस्तान ने किया है। बट आज जिस कदम से जिस तरीके से यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स ने ओपनली बोल दिया है कि जो TRF है वो एक टेरर आउटफिट है, तो क्या आपको लगता है कहीं ना कहीं पाकिस्तान के जो भी अटेम्प्ट्स थे, उनके जो भी मकसद थे कि अपने आप को दूर रखने इस पहलगाम टेरर अटैक से, उनका जो रोल है वो सामने ना आए, वो कहीं ना कहीं कंप्लीटली डिमोलिश हो चुका है?
यस मैम, एब्सोल्युटली मैं सहमत हूँ आपकी इस ओपिनियन से, क्योंकि उन्होंने कोशिश तो की है कि किसी तरह से पहलगाम टेररिस्ट अटैक था जो, उससे हम अपनी दूरी बना के रखें, उसमें कहीं पर भी लश्कर-ए-तैयबा का या TRF का किसी तरह से ना पता लगे। जबकि TRF ने तो जिम्मेदारी ली जो कि लश्कर-ए-तैयबा से कनेक्टेड है, और लश्कर-ए-तैयबा क्या है ये सबसे किसी से छुपा नहीं है पूरी दुनिया से। तो US ने भले ही देर से किया, लेकिन देर नहीं कह सकते, उसने भी अपने लेवल पर अपने एंड पर जो भी कार्रवाई करनी थी, कोई देखना था, कोई इन्वेस्टिगेट करना था, वो उसने करके और तह तक पहुंच करके तब ये कदम उठाया है। और साथ में मेरे एक और अपील है इस दुनिया के सभी कूटनीतिज्ञों से कि इस तरह के जो भी आतंकवादी संगठन हैं या इस तरह की कोई भी विचारधारा है, कोई भी मतलब स्कूल है, क्या है, छोटा सा भी कनेक्शन है किसी से भी, तो उन सबको ही डेजिग्नेट कर देना चाहिए। और डेजिग्नेट करने के साथ मात्र ये नहीं कि उनको डेजिग्नेट करके छोड़ दे, उनके खिलाफ ये नहीं है कि भाई हम उनसे वास्ता नहीं रखेंगे या उनको बायकॉट करेंगे, ऐसा नहीं। उनके खिलाफ एक्शन करना चाहिए, उनको खत्म करना चाहिए। खत्म करना मतलब ये नहीं कि अभी कागजों पे खत्म कर दें, नो, नॉट इट एट ऑल। जो भी उससे इन्वॉल्व हैं, उसमें कनेक्टेड हैं, जो जिनका उसमें रोल है, जो उनको पोसते हैं, पालते हैं, तो उन सब को जड़ से खत्म करना चाहिए। जड़ से खत्म करने का मतलब मैं स्पष्ट कह देता हूं, उनको दुनिया से ही खत्म कर देना चाहिए।
बिल्कुल, एब्सोल्युटली। नरवाल जी, आप बने रहिए हमारे साथ। गुरसिमरन भी हमारे साथ जुड़े हुए हैं। गुरसिमरन, like I said, you have been tracking the story very closely. Pakistan certainly is not going to take this down well, and it comes as a major blowback to them because it's just days after Asim Munir had met Donald Trump saying that he brokered the ceasefire, and everybody trying to take the credit war. But today, like India had always been saying, that Pakistan is responsible for the Pahalgam terror attack. In fact, Ishaqdar, remember Gursimran, had also claimed that he did an effort to remove TRF's name as an outfit who was responsible for the Pahalgam terror attack. Pakistan has now been completely cornered.
Was actually busy in holding the meetings, the Pakistani Field Marshal Asim Munir with the Donald Trump. India was actually putting the facts before Pakistan. Let's see how this the resistance front is connected with the Lashkar-e-Taiba, and it is all a ploy of Pakistan that they want to give terrorism in Jammu and Kashmir a local color, and that's why they have floated the facts that how these terror groups are operating, how after the abrogation of Article 370 and 35 Alpha, Pakistan tried to give terrorism in Jammu and Kashmir a local color, and that's why they brought in the resistance front. Their local commander Abbas Sheikh, who was later killed by the security forces, and Sajjad Gul, Pakistani terrorist based in Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir, who is actually from Central Kashmir, was elected as its top commander. Reason being that the Pakistan wanted no affiliation of the resistance front to the Pakistani terror groups. But all that changed in 2021 when Abbas Sheikh was killed, and the Pakistani terror group TRF that be it starting from the Zia Mustafa, who was inside the central jail in Jammu, but was one of the co-founders of the resistance. Was inside the jail. He was in direct connection with the Hafiz Saeed and the Pakistan-based chief of the resistance front, Sajjad Gul. This conspiracy has been unearthed by the Indian investigating agencies, and that was put forth before the US side, and that's why they have designated them as their foreign terrorist organization.
Yes, Gursimran, thank you very much for sharing those details. With that, I would also like to thank Rajesh Narwal, father of late Vinay Narwal, for speaking to us. बहुत शुक्रिया सर आपका हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए, अपनी opinion share करने के लिए. Gursimran, thank you very much. We'll come back to you as and when there are more details. But moving on to some other breaking news that's coming in, and this is in regard with a bomb threat that has been received by many schools in the national capital. This time it is St. Xavier School in Delhi's North District that has received the hoax bomb threat. Back-to-back bomb threats that are being received by several schools in Delhi. 28 to be specific. Overall, 4 Delhi schools have also received bomb hoax threats. Schools, this time it is the St. Xavier School in Delhi's North District that has received the bomb threat. Akhil, my colleague, is joining me live on the broadcast on that. He will be with us in next 20 seconds. But the major cause of concern remains as to why our educational institutes are being targeted time and again. It has created panic among the area. The parents have asked their child to be careful, and this raises a lot of concern as far as the security is concerned, and that is when it is happening in the national capital. Remember, there are many schools that have received bomb threats. Yesterday, there were nearly 10 schools that had received hoax bomb threats. Today, there are 4 schools. This one, the latest being St. Xavier Schools in Delhi's North District, receiving bomb threat, and educational institutes on the target right now. Akhil is joining me live on the broadcast right now. Akhil, you're reporting from the Richmond School, one of the schools that has received the bomb threats. Talk to us about what was exactly mentioned in the bomb mails, and how are the authorities looking over it, because it is a major cause of concern. Educational institutes are being targeted.
Well, absolutely, Tanisha. If you see, the mail was received at around 10:52 p.m. last night. I just spoke for a few moments back to the very school principal, and at that point in time, she has confirmed that this is the second time in the last 3 days she have received this kind of mail. And if you see, the origin of that mail is supposed to be from Germany. So who is behind it right now? The Delhi police team is investigating the entire matter. What we have seen that once this mail was received, after that Delhi police team, the fire department team, apart from fire department, what we have seen, the cyber expert team has also arrived at the various site, and the clear SOP was pressed in over there. So right now the school has completely been evacuated, and right now nothing suspicious has been found from the school premises. But if you see, what we have been seeing that according to the Delhi police sources, there has been a trend, and for the last 4 or 5 days, what we have seen, over 20 schools in the national capital has received bomb threatening emails. So this is not the first time that Delhi schools have received such emails. In the last 3 days, if you see, what we have seen, that there are 11 schools that has received such threatening emails regarding a bomb being planted in the school premises.
Absolutely, Akhil. One more question before I let you go. Why is it that these hoax bomb threats are being received time and again? What are the officials telling you? Is it an attempt to create panic in the area? Is it an attempt to warn the schools and the educational institutions? What is it that you are getting in from your official sources?
Well, absolutely. If you see, what we have been seeing, that so far nothing suspicious have been found across national capital, because if you see, not only in the South District area where I'm standing right now, apart from that, what we have seen in the Northwest District as well, in Dwarka District as well, in Southeast District as well, and in East District as well, specifically, there were several bomb threat mails that have been received by the school administration, and so far nothing has been found by the dog squad team, the bomb disposal squad team, and the Delhi police team, and the Delhi fire service team. So these bomb emails which have been received by these schools have been found out to be a hoax. And on the larger part, what we have been seeing, that the Delhi police is investigating the trail mail regarding that incident. And speaking to us, a senior source has confirmed this to us that the mail originated from Germany in one of the cases. So right now, the Delhi police is trying to relocate, trying to basically find out the VPN address of those mails, that what was the origin of the message, and and who is basically planting this fake bomb threatening email to different schools in the national capital, or not only the schools. If you see, last week what we have seen that one of the colleges of Delhi University, which is St. Stephen's College, that has also received such an email regarding someone has basically put in bombs into the college premises.
Absolutely, Akhil. Thank you very much for getting us those details. In fact, we have a breaking news coming in this regard again, where 40 private schools, this time in Bengaluru, have received bomb threat emails. At least 40 private schools across Bengaluru have received these mails, including those in RR Nagar and Kengri received bomb threat emails early this morning. We learned that police teams have rushed to the affected schools and are conducting thorough checks along with the bomb disposal squad. Investigation are underway to trace the source of the email. So after Delhi, it is schools in Bengaluru, nearly 40 of them, private schools, which have received a bomb threat email. And all of these are hoax call, ladies and gentlemen, but it remains to be seen on what exactly is the motive and the intention of these hoax callers and hoax mailers who have been sending mails to schools. First, it was in Delhi, and now we learn that 40 schools, private schools in fact, in Bengaluru have received bomb threats. Moving on to some other breaking news that's coming in, and this is in regard with the biggest judicial scandal, where Justice Yashwant Verma has moved the Supreme Court, challenging findings of the in-house panel indicting him. The then CJI Sanjeev Khanna's recommendation for his impeachment. Now, Justice Yashwant Verma, who has been at the center of controversy since the discovery of charred currency notes at his official residence in Delhi in March this year, has moved the Supreme Court seeking to invalidate a report by an in-house inquiry panel that found strong evidence of his covert or active control over the cash. The last-ditch effort by Justice Yashwant Verma, who was in the center of controversy, he's challenged the panel's report in the Supreme Court this time. It is on the last working day before the Parliament is set to take up the matter. Remember, Justice Yashwant Verma has mounted a final legal challenge. He has contested the findings of the in-house panel report. In his petition, Verma has asserted that he was not granted a proper personal hearing or a full and a final opportunity to be heard, which he claims violates the principles of natural justice. He has also questioned the committee's conclusions, arguing that even if the cash was recovered, further investigation was essential to establish the ownership and the context. The petition also challenges the recommendation made by the former Chief Justice of India, Justice Khanna, stating that the move to impeach was in error. The petition, remember, is likely to be taken up today, but that comes as a huge breaking. Justice Yashwant Verma's last ditch to save himself before the Parliament begins, and the matter is taken up in the Parliament. Remember, Kiran Rijiju had time and again earlier in the past as well had held several meetings with the parties to take them into confidence. The matter is going to be taken up in the Parliament on the initial days of the Parliament. Legal editor Ridham Bhattwaj is joining us on the phone line on that note. Ridham, it seems a last-ditch effort by Justice Yashwant Verma to save himself.
Absolutely. I think he realizes that his time is up because this challenge is now reaching the doors of the Parliament. But there is a lot of political dealings that are happening in this legal case. We are hearing that one of the legal eagles for the opposition is possibly going to be appearing for Justice Verma, who's been speaking in his favor. It's likely that Kapil Sibal appears in the matter. But let's tell you what we already know. On the last working day before Parliament is set to take up this matter and other matters, Justice Yashwant Verma mounts a final legal challenge. He's contesting the findings of the in-house panel report. He's going in his petition and he's saying two things. He says, I'm against the in-house committee report that came out and recommended and said that there's cash and I am behind it. I have not been given a proper hearing. And he questions former Chief Justice of India, Justice Sanjeev Khanna, who said that there should be an impeachment of Justice Yashwant Verma on the basis of the in-house committee report. He says that was wrong. So this petition is likely to come up today simply because it is the last working day. He's moved this petition yesterday. He's looking for immediate relief. We have to see how the Supreme Court looks at it.
Right, Ridham. Thank you very much for getting us those details. Keeping a very close watch on that story as the Parliament is all set to begin. This is a last-ditch effort by Justice Yashwant Verma. It's time for us to slip into a short break, but after the break are the details of how it's a major win for India after United States has declared TRF as a terror organization. Also coming up after the break, Lalu Yadav's appeal in the Supreme Court regarding the job scam.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
मैं तेनू क्या सी कि अब हमें सेकंड इनकम बिल्ड कर लेनी चाहिए और तुमने वापस म्यूचुअल फंड में पैसे डाल दिए।
ये फिक्स्ड इनकम म्यूचुअल फंड्स है।
मतलब
फिक्स्ड इनकम म्यूचुअल फंड्स मतलब चुने हुए इंटरेस्ट बेयरिंग कंपनी बॉन्ड्स, गवर्नमेंट बॉन्ड्स और मनी मार्केट विच इन्वेस्टमेंट मतलब रेगुलर इनकम विच वी कैन विड्रॉ फ्रॉम टाइम टू टाइम।
मतलब म्यूचुअल फंड में फिक्स्ड इनकम वाली बात सही है।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
largest news headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Pakistan's bloody signature in Pahalgam, now called out by the US White House, confirms what India said TRF equals Pak terror. India welcomes US's move to tag TRF as foreign terrorist organization, says zero tolerance for terrorism. Middle class run over by rich yet again in Gandhinagar. BMW car kills middle-aged man. Complete collapse of law and order in Patna. Accused who shot inside Patna hospital seen celebrating moments after the crime. India's first indigenously built diving support vessel INS Nistar, all set to be commissioned at Visakhapatnam. Justice Yashwant Verma moves Supreme Court challenging the in-house 3-judge inquiry committee's report. A very good morning, viewers. Thank you for tuning into Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. First up, we start with some breaking news coming in. A video of NCP SCP MLA Jitendra Awad has been posted by Nitesh Rane, where he is seen misbehaving with a journalist, and this comes a day after a heated exchange between Awad and BJP MLA Padalkar outside the legislature complex. The video, there you can see how Jitendra Awad is manhandling a journalist, a trend common in the indie camp. Recently, Tejasvi Yadav in Bihar also made disparaging remarks against a journalist, and now this is another maha insult coming to the fore, this time by NCP SCP leader Jitendra Awad.
असं करू नका यार नाव घेतो कारण त्या हगवण्याच्या प्रकरणात मी असं करू नका यार नाव घेतो कारण त्या हगवण्याच्या प्रकरणात मी असं करू नका यार नाव घेतो कारण त्या हगवण्याच्या प्रकरणात मी.
We also have Shaina NC joining us on the phone line. A very good morning to Shaina NC. Jitendra Awad, another indie bloc leader, this time manhandling a journalist. First we saw it in Patna, where Tejasvi Yadav made some serious comments, and those are insulting remarks. Now we have another indie bloc leader manhandling the fourth pillar of democracy. How do you respond?
So unfortunate. What one saw in Vidhan Bhavan yesterday, the clash between Padalkar and Awad's Karyakartas was bad enough. And there you have Jitendra Awad again hitting out at the journalist. I think that, probity in public life, integrity in public life are not things that can be taught. You need to lead by examples. And for all those who have tried to take law into their hands, I would only want to say that please understand that the voter is so aware that they will not at all respond to people who take law into their hands. And for all those who are also sermonizing, maybe actions speak louder than words, they probably suspect. Even if you saw the violent crash that broke out yesterday in the lobby of the Maharashtra Legislative Assembly, it was a sad case because we believe that Parliament is the temple of democracy, and the temple of democracy in Maharashtra is clearly the Vidhan Bhavan. So whether an altercation or a verbal spat, whether it's a fourth estate or it is a message you're sending out to public at large, please understand that the world is watching, and jive is not welcome. Taking law into your hands is not welcome. and clearly this condescending behavior be introspected on. But rather than, sermonizing, I'm glad to know that there will be strict action taken against anyone who is found guilty.
That's right, Shaina. And also, it's not just about NCP, SCP, but if you look at the opposition in Maharashtra, on one hand, on the streets, MNS workers are assaulting shopkeepers. Inside the Temple of Democracy, you have Jitendra Awad assaulting a journalist, manhandling him. How do you look at the opposition's approach?
Well, the opposition is devoid of any agenda of development. We question the technique, we question the motives when it comes to certain parties that are taken to the streets. And I'm glad that our Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis have said that such incidents will not be spared, whether it's on the premises of the assembly, which brings shame to our entire democratic process, or even if it is out on the streets. And there is, the speaker who has also said that strict action will be taken. Now, for those who are sermonizing, sitting outside and saying, oh, it was a sad moment for Maharashtra, what are you doing on the streets of Mumbai? What are you doing by, picking up individuals and taking law into your hands? So please, let's understand that the collective consciousness has to be withheld. And that of Maharashtra has always been that of decency, so let's not digress from it.
Right, Shaina and thank you for joining us with your reaction. We also have Mahesh Tapse also joining us on the phone line. Mahesh ji, how do you look at this particular attack by Jitendra Awad, who has been very aggressive time and again, and this is another example of his insult to a journalist? What is your first reaction? It seems like we have lost the line, but we'll get Mahesh Tapse back with us. He's an NCP leader from Maharashtra, and this is the latest video that's coming to the fore, viewers. On the streets, it's MNS Gundagardi, and inside the Legislative Assembly, it is NCP that is now seen insulting and also manhandling a journalist who was trying to get his reaction on his phone. And there you see Jitendra Awad out of the blue pushing him and also slapping his hand away from recording that particular response. This is another incident coming to light in Maharashtra, and this time it is NCP SCP leader Jitendra Awad who has quoted controversy. Moving on, viewers, to the biggest story of the day, also being debated tonight, almost 2 months after the dastardly Pahalgam terror attack, the US has designated Lashkar's proxy, TRF, as foreign terror organization. And today, the US Department of State is adding the Resistance Front as a designated foreign terrorist organization and specially designated global terrorist organization. And this is a very big move coming in from the United States. It's a move that vindicates India's relentless global campaign against cross-border terrorism. The United States has now officially designated TRF as a foreign terrorist organization. Remember, TRF is a Lashkar-e-Taiba's proxy, and it has been operating in the shadows, orchestrating bloodbaths in Kashmir, while Pakistan looked the world in the eye and denied every single thing. Just a day after the Pahalgam terror attack, we have Defense Minister of Pakistan saying that it has nothing to do with TRF. And then we have Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar also coming out and saying that TRF has nothing to do with the Pahalgam terror attack, despite TRF itself claiming twice, not once but twice, that it is behind the Pahalgam terror attack. We also have Major General A.K. Siva joining us live on this broadcast. Major General, this is an important and a very much awaited, move by the US. TRF, the responsible terror outfit for the Pahalgam attack, has been designated by the US. It's a big win, but what happens next? Will action be taken?
Absolutely. See, first of all, it is a very, very positive move by the State Department of United Nations that they have declared the TRF, the Resistance Force, as basically a foreign terrorist organization and also specially designated terrorist organization. And I suppose this is a step in the right direction, but there's a lot to be done. See, India has been time and again telling that TRF is nothing else but an offshoot of Lashkar-e-Taiba. And both Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaise Mohammed, they've been financed, they are equipped, they are trained, they are motivated and then sent to India by Pakistan. Pakistan is still involved in cross-border terrorism. So there's no point only declaring that TRF as a foreign terrorist organization, which knowing fully well that it is nothing else but a proxy and offshoot of Lashkar-e-Taiba. And who is looking after Lashkar-e-Taiba? Where is Hafiz Saeed and also Masood Azhar of Jaise Mohammed? They are in Pakistan. So we now intend that the US should also take action against Pakistan for basically being a hub center of terrorism. And Financial Action Task Force must downgrade Pakistan from basically to a grey list. That is what is required. IMF and World Bank should hesitate to give a loan to Pakistan because it is a hub center of terrorism and which is emanating from Pakistan and coming to India. I remember that in 2013, as a Secretary of State, Hillary Clinton has come in Pakistan. She has warned Pakistan that if you have got snakes in your courtyard and you think it will only bite your neighbor, one day they will bite you. So the point the Pakistan claiming that they themselves is victim of terrorism and they have nothing to have anything with TRF is all false. They believe in good and bad terrorists. The terrorists whom they sent toward India like Lashkar-e-Taiba, Jaise Mohammed and the TRF as a good terrorist because they are considered as a strategic asset, and the terrorists which are hitting them like Taliban Pakistan, it called them a bad terrorist. So until unless Pakistan do not mend its ways of differentiating between good and bad terrorists, you can't fight against terrorism. And Pakistan
Major General, what's even more
shameful
on the part of Pakistan is the fact that it is now exposed globally. But let's now look at how the foreign minister, Ishaq Dar, looked the world in the eye and completely denied TRF's link to the Pahalgam attack.
जम्मू एंड कश्मीर में एक फोरम बना जिसका नाम है द रेजिस्टेंस फोरम और उसको कंडेम किया गया, उसको जिम्मेदार ठहराया गया उस प्रेस रिलीज में। तो मुझे मैंने देखा, मैंने कहा ये एक्सेप्टेबल नहीं। पहलगाम के साथ आपको लिखना पड़ेगा जम्मू एंड कश्मीर। मुझे बड़े बड़े कैपिटल से कॉलें आई कि देखें इस वक्त मैं नथिंग डूइंग, ये नहीं हो सकता, पाकिस्तान विल नॉट एक्सेप्ट। वो कहते आप पे ब्लेम आएगा, प्रेस रिलीज नहीं हुई, इतना बड़ा वाकया हुआ, आपके जाबर एक्सप्रेस भी ये आई थी, कंडेमनेशन की, टेररिस्ट एक्टिविटी को कंडेम किया गया था। मैंने कहा वी आर रेडी, बट प्लीज यू हैव टू पुट इन जम्मू एंड कश्मीर एंड हैव टू डिलीट दिस TRF। जम्मू एंड कश्मीर में एक फोरम बना जिसका नाम है द रेजिस्टेंस फोरम और उसको कंडेम किया गया, उसको जिम्मेदार ठहराया गया उस प्रेस रिलीज में। तो मुझे मैंने देखा, मैंने कहा ये एक्सेप्टेबल नहीं। पहलगाम के साथ आपको लिखना पड़ेगा जम्मू एंड कश्मीर। मुझे बड़े बड़े कैपिटल से कॉलें आई कि देखें इस वक्त मैं नथिंग डूइंग, ये नहीं हो सकता, पाकिस्तान विल नॉट एक्सेप्ट। वो कहते आप पे ब्लेम आएगा, प्रेस रिलीज नहीं हुई, इतना बड़ा वाकया हुआ, आपके जाबर एक्सप्रेस भी ये आई थी, कंडेमनेशन की, टेररिस्ट एक्टिविटी को कंडेम किया गया था। मैंने कहा वी आर रेडी, बट प्लीज यू हैव टू पुट इन जम्मू एंड कश्मीर एंड हैव टू डिलीट दिस TRF।
Well, Major General A.K. Siwaj, kindly hold your thoughts. I have my colleague Zeenat and also Gursimran joining me live on this broadcast. Zeenat, the US has designated TRF as a foreign terrorist organization, but just mere designating it is not enough. Action must be taken and it must start in Pakistan.
Deepak, let's look into how the TRF was born. It was born in 2019 post-abrogation of Article 370, and it is being headed by Sajjad Gul, who comes from the Srinagar district of Kashmir Valley, and he's been living in Pakistan for quite a long time. He's taking care of the operations in Jammu and Kashmir. What the TRF has been doing in all the last 6 years now, they have been into the migrant killings, they have been into the targeting security forces, and also hit and run, multiple things. Even the Pahalgam attack, if you remember and go back, the first claim was made by TRF, but then they retracted that release because they are quite well operating also on the social media, like the mouthpiece channels like Kashmir Fight, though that India has clamped down heavily on those sites and have banned, and also you cannot view those sites, but still using the VPN and all devices, that press releases and their material is in circulation. But what the TRF, apart from targeting the security forces, the migrants, the political workers, if you remember the attacks that took place in South Kashmir where the political leaders were targeted, the workers were targeted, although were claimed by the Jaish-e-Mohammed, even by the TRF, that is the offshoot of the Lashkar-e-Taiba. Even the attacks that were carried in the Jammu region itself were from the TRF. Now, what if you remember in 2023, under UAPA, Government of India also banned TRF and designated this a terror outfit, and there have been the crackdowns coming from the NIA, SIA, J&K police time and again as far as the logistical support that is provided by the TRF to the main groups like Lashkar-e-Taiba. Those agencies have come down heavily. Many of their workers have been detained, though this is a TRF which has been they have been working behind the veil. You won't find them listed OGWs or the listed terrorists because they are the ones who are unanonymously working. But then all of a sudden, TRF claims the responsibility. Now seeing the move coming from the United States of America, that tells you India and US on the same page when it talks about the counter-terrorism measures and the properties, if at all the TRF has in USA, those all will be seized on the bank accounts. But does the TRF have any such things in the US? That needs to be seen, and how far the US government and the India government can penetrate deep to see that the action that comes from TRF should stop so that their wings are completely clipped. With the result, there is no terror-related incidents that could be seen mostly in Jammu and Kashmir, because TRF mind is Sajjad Gul of the Srinagar district, who is presently at the Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, and he's an educated youth, comes from the Kashmir University, but has been living in Pakistan for less than a decade. He's been in the Pakistan, is being shielded by the ISI, because when it comes to all these terror networks, be it the Jaish-e-Mohammed, TRF or the Lashkar-e-Taiba, they have the links with the ISI of the Pakistan as far as the funds structure is concerned. How that fund structure will be clipped, how much force you can push, and how far you can push the Pakistan to the wall to take these terror outfits out from this world. Because recently a card was played by the Pakistan foreign minister like Batu, who claimed that they are ready to extricate this the global designated terrorists. But is really Pakistan interested to walk the talk? Because it was more seen as a statement coming from the clown. Today, when we are seeing the action is coming from US, that there should be the follow-ups of this action, so that at the end, the people on the ground, those who get targeted by these terror outputs, they are at least spared. Then, and how the things can be taken further.
Right, Zeenat, kindly stay on with me. Gursimran is also here. Gursimran, with this stamp coming in from the US, has the mask finally slipped off Pakistan's proxy war? Because it stands completely exposed. All those denials are now falling flat.
See, all the denials of the Pakistan are falling flat. Reason being that when Pakistan was focusing on the meetings with the Donald Trump, be it the Field Marshal meeting along with the Ishaq Dar or any other leaders of the Pakistan, they were meeting the Donald Trump. India was actually putting the weight on the facts. Indian agencies have put forth before the Pakistani side that the investigation that they have carried out since 2019. Importantly, the investigations are mainly by the national investigating agencies that have proved that there is a direct link between the Lashkar-e-Taiba and the resistance front, and it is not that the TRF is a locally born terror group. group, which Pakistan has always tried to prove. Even the statement by the Ishaq Dar also hints towards the same. But Pakistan has been completely put on mat by the Indian investigating agencies by putting the facts before the United States that actually forced the US to come down to this, that this is a foreign terror organization and especially designated terror group. They have now declared the resistance front as. Because see, the formation of the resistance front, be it the involvement of Sajjad Gul operating from the Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, Lashkar Chief Hafiz Sayyid, and also one of the dreaded commanders of Lashkar who was behind the bars in a central jail in Jammu, Zia Mustafa. He was the one who was the founding members of this terror group. And when this group was formed, a terrorist from the South Kashmir Kulgam, Abbas Sheikh, who was thrown out of the Hizbul Mujahideen for the financial irregularities, he was decided as the chief of this very group. And what they did, it was completely on the lines of the Hizbul Mujahideen and Tehreek-ul Mujahideen, that they targeted Sikhs and Hindus in the Kashmir Valley. It was completely a region-based targeting that the resistance front has done since its inception in 2019. In 2020 and 21, it saw its peak when there were multiple targeted killings. But after the killing of Abbas Sheikh in an encounter that has taken place very close to the cargo headquarters in Srinagar by the special forces and the cargo Kashmir, then the resistance front changed its modus operandi, and then they brought the Pakistani terrorists who were behind the multiple terror attacks, including the Ganderbal terror attack, in which 7 civilians were killed, including Pahalgam terror attack, Dera Ki Gali terror attack in the Poonch. It is also the Dhangri terror attack in Rajouri, where 7 Hindus, innocent Hindus, were killed by the Pakistani terrorists. So they were carrying out the religious killings in Jammu and Kashmir of the minorities in Kashmir, and that was their sole modus operandi. But investigating agencies over the years, they have done the investigation last 6 years, and that was put.
That's right, Gursimran. It's a major action, but the question is, will FATF act? Will the IMF stop its bailout to Pakistan? These are the big questions that we'll have to ask. Major General A.K. Siwaj, thank you for joining us with those details. Gursimran and Zina, thank you for joining me with your insights. Let's now move on, viewers, because we have more breaking news coming in. Rahul Gandhi backs Robert Vadra in a money laundering case. He says, and I quote, "My brother-in-law has been hounded by this government for the last 10 years. This latest charge sheet is a continuation of that witch hunt. I stand with Robert, Priyanka and their children as they face yet another onslaught of malicious, politically motivated slander and harassment. I know that they are all brave enough to withstand any kind of persecution, and they will continue to do so with dignity. The truth will eventually prevail." This is Rahul Gandhi's statement now coming in, defending Robert Vadra after he was charge sheeted by the Enforcement Directorate in a money laundering case involving shady land deals. And now Rahul Gandhi is openly defending his brother-in-law, saying that he will continue to back them and he will continue to stand with them. And he has also alleged that this is nothing but political vendetta, selective targeting of the opposition leaders. And Rahul Gandhi says that Robert Vadra has nothing to do with the money laundering case, and this is nothing but a political witch hunt. This is Rahul Gandhi's statement, and we'll have to wait and watch what the probe will throw up in the coming days, because Robert Vadra has been named in the money laundering case. The Enforcement Directorate is now intensifying its heat, turning on the heat on Robert Vadra, who had recently appeared for questioning. He was grilled for over 5 to 6 hours, and just a couple of days later, he was charge sheeted by the Enforcement Directorate. And this comes at a time when central agencies are intensifying their crackdown, and the heat is building on the Vadra camp. And it looks like this sign of defense is nothing but desperation. And also Rahul Gandhi challenging the Enforcement Directorate. We have our senior executive editor Niranjan joining us on the phone line. Niranjan, Robert Vadra has been charge sheeted by the Enforcement Directorate. He has been cornered in the money laundering case, but Rahul Gandhi there calling it a political witch hunt.
Well, you know, we had investigated this particular story, and throughout the investigation, and it's not a story that's come out today. It's a story that was unraveled during the UPA times when the Congress party was in power. So this is a classic case of Rahul Gandhi trying to defend the indefensible. In the Gurgaon land deal in Haryana, The ED had named Robert Vadra. They were investigating him for several years now. He has now been named also in the charge sheet. In the last 24 hours, we've got the update that 43 of his properties have also been attached. These are properties that are directly linked to him, including the Skylight Hospitality deal. Now, these are deals that have been, under scanner for many years now. And this is significant because he's openly coming out and backing this particular deal, which, has been investigated by agencies for several years now. And Rahul Gandhi has come out and backed him, saying that he's been hounded by the government for the last 10 years and that this charge sheet is in continuation of that witch hunt. Now, what is significant is that Rahul Gandhi is openly backed the scheme of allotment of land, illegal allotment of land, and the sweet deals that were made by Robert Vadra, quick buck, and they went out of the way to help him. And over the years, Republic has also investigated the Shikopur land scam. And this is the reaction that has come in when he's trying to defend Robert Vadra and his sister Priyanka Vadra as well. Back to you for now.
Right, Niranjan, thank you for joining me with those details. It is a case that involves allegations of shady land acquisitions, windfall gains and illegal favors granted by the then Congress government. The Enforcement Directorate is now tightening the noose, and Rahul Gandhi is desperately trying to shield his brother-in-law, Robert Vadra, and he has said this is nothing but the centre hounding Robert Vadra for the last 10 years. And he claims that this is nothing but a political witch hunt against the Gandhi family. And he has also completely dismissed Enforcement Directorate's charges against Robert Vadra. Now, moving on, viewers, Supreme Court has declined to entertain Lalu Yadav's plea against High Court order refusing the stay on trial court's proceedings in the alleged Land for Jobs scam. This is a big update. No relief for Lalu Yadav in the Land for Jobs scam. He had approached the Supreme Court demanding a relief, demanding the top court to quash CBI's case. But it seems like the Supreme Court has now denied any sort of respite for Lalu Yadav. And this is the Land for Jobs scam that's under spotlight. And the plea that was submitted by Lalu Yadav challenged the Delhi High Court order. And the High Court had refused to stay the case. In fact, today, the Supreme Court has also refused to entertain his plea. Now, the charges against Lalu Yadav in this particular scam is criminal conspiracy under IPC Section 120B, cheating under IPC Section 420, forgery of documents, corruption under Prevention of Corruption Act, abuse of official position as the then Railway Minister, accepting land as bribe for jobs in railways. Recruitment norms were completely violated to favor candidates. And this scam that we are talking about dates back to 2004, and it happened between 2004 and 2009. Lalu Yadav was the Railway Minister at that point in time. In fact, Yadav has claimed that there is no prior approval to investigate obtained by the CBI under Section 17A of the Prevention of Corruption Act. And Justice Sundaresh has said, Mr. Raju, the matter may have to be remitted back. The ASG SV Raju there, the main matter is pending. This is against the interim order. While arguing the discharge, this point was taken. Now, J. Sundaresh said, we will not stay, we will dismiss the appeal, and we will say that let the main matter be decided. Why should we keep this small matter? This is a big setback, a legal setback for Lalu Yadav in the Land for Job scam and the plea challenging CBI's case. We have Aditya joining us on the phone line. Aditya, it's a major legal setback for Lalu Yadav. Tell us about the arguments in the Supreme Court and what the bench had to say.
The matter was before the Supreme Court after Delhi High Court dismissed the plea regarding quashing of the proceeding which is undergoing in a trial court. Now, this was an SLP filed before the Supreme Court asking the trial court to quash the legal proceeding happening against RJD Supremo Lalu Prasad Yadav. In today's petition, the main argument was regarding that the petition should allowed and the proceedings should be stayed. Meanwhile, on the other side, the argument was from the prosecution, which was largely based on that the prosecution is well on merit, is well on law, is appropriate, and this proceeding must go on without intervention of the top court. So this Supreme Court order outrightly dismissed the petition by the Supremo, Lord Prasad Yadav, and it's a huge setback, Lord Prasad Yadav coming from the top court of the country.
Right, Aditya, thank you for joining us with those details about what exactly happened at the top court. The focus remains on the land for job scam, where Lalu Yadav gets no relief, no legal relief from the Supreme Court, as his plea was not entertained. Stay tuned.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Pakistan's bloody signature in Pahalgam now called out by the US. White House confirms what India said TRF equals Pak terror. India welcomes US's move to tag TRF as terror group, says zero tolerance for terrorism. Middle class run over by rich yet again. In Gandhinagar, BMW kills one. Complete collapse of law and order in Patna. Accused who shot inside Patna hospital seen celebrating moments after the crime. India's first indigenously built diving support vessel INS Nistar commissioned at Visakhapatnam today. Justice Yashwant Verma moves Supreme Court challenging the in-house 3-judge inquiry committee reports, calls it false. Viewers, we have some big breaking news coming in. Supreme Court declines to entertain Lalu Yadav's plea against High Court order refusing a stay on trial court's proceedings in the alleged land for job scam. And today, it's a major setback for Lalu Yadav in his fight to get the case and also to get a stay on the hearing. The Supreme Court has refused to entertain his plea. It has said that let the case continue, and Lalu Prasad Yadav's appeal and his request has been shot down. This is a major setback for Lalu Yadav, who has been tainted by the land for job scam that occurred between 2004 and 2009 when Lalu Yadav was the railway minister during the UPA rule. He has been accused of giving railway jobs to candidates without proper procedure. In return, families transferred land to Lalu Yadav's relatives. Lands were allegedly undervalued, sold at dirt cheap prices to the Yadav family, and no public advertisement or notification for job vacancies. CBI has alleged a quid pro quo deal between Lalu and the job seekers. The payments were made in terms of land to secure jobs and not from cash. We have Shambhavi joining us live from outside the Supreme Court. Shambhavi, it's a major setback for Lalu Yadav in the land for job scam. Tell us about what happened at the Supreme Court and on what grounds did the Supreme Court refuse to entertain his plea?
Well, it was a very brief proceeding. The Supreme Court clearly declined Lalu Yadav's plea for them to actually put a stay on the proceedings that were actually going on in trial court. This CBI filed an FIR against Lalu Yadav in this land for job scams back in 2022, and after that it filed 3 consecutive charge sheets. One is 2022 and then another in 2023 and 24. And then the trial court took cognizance and summoned Lalu Yadav. That is how the proceedings were going on. But then Lalu Yadav approached the High Court for asking to stay the proceedings in the trial court. But then the High Court declined his plea. After that, he approached the Supreme Court, and now Supreme Court has shot him down and has asked him to go back to the High Court if he wants his plea to be considered.
Shambhavi, what are the charges against Lalu Yadav in this scam? Help us understand the case that CBI is closely tracking.
Well, there were some recruitments which were made in Indian Railways when Lalu Yadav was the Union Railway Minister around 2004 to 2009. It allegedly he let candidates in the system without following proper procedure, and in return the candidate and the candidate's family actually gave pieces of land to Lalu Yadav and his family, and also sometimes to his close associates as well. So CBI took note of this and filed the first charge sheet in 2022.
Also, Shambhavi, with the Supreme Court now shooting down his appeal, what does it mean for Lalu Yadav? Given the fact that Bihar Assembly polls are just around the corner, the land for job scam taint will continue to haunt the RJD camp.
Well, definitely, if he does not choose to go back and file his plea again in the High Court, the proceedings in the trial court will continue at full trial stage because it recently took cognizance of the case, and it is a huge drawback for him because coming to the Supreme Court was a very huge step, but now that the Supreme Court have shot him down, it is a huge drawback for him.
That's right, it's a big setback for RJD's Lalu Prasad Yadav. The Supreme Court has declined to entertain his plea challenging the High Court's refusal to stay the case that is currently underway in the trial court. Also, Shambhavi, help us once again understand the timeline of events, the charge sheets filed by the CBI against Lalu Yadav, and what's the kind of trouble that he's in?
Well, when Lalu Yadav was the Union Railway Minister around 2004 to 2009, during his term, he allegedly actually had several individuals appointed to Group D class of the West Central Railway's Jabalpur zone, and they did not follow a proper recruitment procedure. And in return, those candidate and those candidates' family gave land pieces in the name of Lalu Yadav, his family, and even at times to his close associates as well. Later in 2022, CBI filed an FIR and named Lalu Yadav, his wife and 2 of his daughters in the charge sheet, and then filed 2 other charge sheets. The first charge sheet was in 2022, the other one in 2023, and the other one in 2024. That is when Lalu Yadav has also contended in trial court that this is 14 years too late, and they did not have a proper sanction. Even Mr. Kapil Sibal argued today in the court, in front of the Supreme Court, that they don't have sanction for other officials, for other inquiry officials. They had sanctions, but they don't have one in this case. But the Supreme Court shot him down and declined to put a stay on the proceedings.
Right, Shambhavi, let's now try and help our viewers understand what the case is all about. And Lalu Prasad Yadav, the former Bihar Chief Minister and also former Union Railway Minister, is in deep trouble. There are CBI charges against him. criminal conspiracy planned and executed a corrupt scheme to exchange jobs for land while serving as the railway minister, cheating and dishonest inducement according to IPC section 420. And this clearly goes on to say that Lalu deceived the Indian Railways by appointing unqualified candidates in return for personal land gains, forgery of documents. Another important charge against Lalu Yadav under IPC section 468 and 471. That means that Lalu and his team forged and used fake documents to regularize illegal appointments and property transfers. And the most important charge and the most prominent of them all is corruption and abuse of official position. And this has been charged under the Prevention of Corruption Act. Lalu Yadav abused his post as the railway minister to benefit his family by accepting shady land deals as bribes in exchange for jobs for unqualified people. Undervalued land transactions, Benami and money laundering angles are being probed by the CBI now. He acquired land in the names of family members at throwaway prices, hiding true ownership and also values. Now these are the charges from the core of the CBI case against Lalu Prasad Yadav, and the legal shield that Lalu Yadav was requesting for has now been denied. In more news coming in from Patna, just a day after shootout incident in Patna's hospital, more CCTV images and videos of shooters have come to the fore. The killers continue to be on the run, and one particular grab, a still of the killers celebrating. There you see, that is the celebration after the shootout of Chandan Mishra, another gangster who has been named in multiple cases. And on the left side of your screens, you can see how the assailants have been given a free entry to the hospital with weapons. And these are armed assailants with guns in their hands, completely loaded. And they walk into Chandan Mishra's ward and they shoot him and they make away from this particular hospital scot-free. The security guards, the security lapse at the hospital is currently being investigated by the police. But most importantly, it's the complete collapse of law and order in Bihar, which is poll-bound, and this could spell serious trouble for the ruling dispensation. Back-to-back shooting incidents coming to light. Just a few days back, we told you about Gopal Khemka, a prominent businessman being shot right outside his residence in the heart of Bihar. And after that, another BJP leader was also shot at. And now we have a gangster, a gang war, open gang war inside a hospital. It's a public facility and also a very critical facility. But it seems like it's not just the law and order that has collapsed, but the security at the hospital was also completely exposed. Because how can 4 individuals completely loaded with arms enter a hospital, shoot somebody who is admitted in a hospital ward, and then escape? Moving on, viewers, in yet another significant milestone for the armed forces, India has successfully test-fired an upgraded version of its Akash missile defense system. The indigenous missile defense system successfully repelled Pakistan's attempts to invade the Indian airspace in the wake of Operation Sindoor, taking down missiles and drones launched by the enemy forces. And the Ministry of Defense has shared a post on its X handle confirming the landmark achievement and the successful test of Akash Prime. Here's more.
India on Thursday tested an upgraded version of its indigenous Akash missile defense system. The successful test firing of the upgraded missile defense system marked another significant milestone for the Indian Armed Forces. The new Akash Prime variant of the homegrown missile defense system was tested in the heights of Ladakh. The Ministry of Defense shared a post on its official X handle saying that the new missile successfully took down 2 unmanned high-speed aerial targets, underlining its precision strike capability at high altitudes. A clip shared by the Defense Ministry showed the Akash Prime streaking the clear skies and striking its targets with pinpoint accuracy in the rugged heights of Ladakh. The Akash air defense successfully repelled Pakistan's attempts to invade the Indian airspace in the wake of Operation Sindoor, striking down missiles and drones launched by the enemy forces.
Big breaking news coming in. Changur Baba's link with Dawood Ibrahim has now been confirmed. It's a chilling nexus between foreign funding, the underworld, and also Changur Baba, who is the conversion Baba, a name now under surveillance, and he's directly linked to a hotel that has featured in intelligence reports for decades, the Awadh International Hotel right from Lucknow. And these are the revelations that have come to the fore. Changur Baba, Neetu and Naveen used to stay regularly in this particular hotel. Till a year ago, Changur Baba used to visit this hotel regularly, and this hotel is on the radar of the investigation agencies since the 90s. Interpol has taken its account every year, and this hotel's case is connected to Dawood Ibrahim. The owner of the hotel was late Haji Chacha, who has 2 hotels on Faizabad Road. Remember, this is exactly what Enforcement Directorate raided last night in Lucknow. Those were midnight raids carried out by Enforcement Directorate in Lucknow, and now a Lucknow link has also emerged, and this pertains to the hotel that Changur Baba and his close aides used to stay in often. And another chilling nexus between Changur Baba and Dawood Ibrahim has also been exposed. It has surfaced, and remember, we told you about the foreign funding. Probably it is the D gang that was funding these conversion operations of Changur Baba in Balrampur in Uttar Pradesh, and now this particular link has been established. It has been exposed, and what's more is the fact that a particular hotel in Lucknow is also under the lens. My colleague Raghwendra is joining me on the phone line. Raghwendra, Dawood gang link, a hotel in Lucknow, and a sinister design by Changur Baba. Tell us more about these operations and the explosive link that has been established.
साल भर पहले जब वो लखनऊ उत्तर प्रदेश की राजधानी लखनऊ में जाता था, वहां से कुछ उसको जो महत्वपूर्ण उसका काम रहता था, यदि तो जिस तरह का वो पूरा एक रैकेट फैलाया था, लखनऊ में जो बातचीत करने जाता था तो होटल अवध में रुकता था। होटल अवध इंटरनेशनल, पहले उसका नाम सीमा पैलेस था, और सीमा पैलेस का जो सीधा जो एक संबंध है, कहा जा रहा है कि जो उसका मालिक है हाजी चचा, उसकी जो बड़ी बेटी है सीमा के नाम सीमा पैलेस था, और जो सीमा है उसका लिंक था दाऊद इब्राहिम के छोटे भाई से, उसकी या उसके भाई से शादी हुई थी। तो कहीं न कहीं दाऊद इब्राहिम हाजी चचा का दामाद लगता था रिश्ते में, और उसका इस तरह से कनेक्शन था कि हाजी चचा का जो रसूख था लखनऊ से लेकर मुंबई तक था। मुंबई में भी बहुत सारी प्रॉपर्टी है, यहाँ पर डायमंड होटल और अवध होटल था। तो इस होटल में अभी कुछ महीने पहले हाजी चचा का देहांत तो हो गया, लेकिन जो छांगुर का आना जाना था वो इसी अवध होटल में था। चूंकि 1992 यानी 90 के दशक में जब बम ब्लास्ट हुआ था, दाऊद इब्राहिम के का नाम आया था, उसमें कई लोगों की जान गई थी, तब इस होटल का नाम आया था। इस होटल की जांच हो रही थी, इंटरपोल भी जांच कर रही है, एजेंसियां भी जांच कर रही हैं, और लगातार हर साल यहां पर पूरा इसका वेरिफिकेशन किया जाता है जांच एजेंसियों के द्वारा। तो ये होटल 1990 के दशक से लेकर आज तक जांच एजेंसियों के टारगेट पे है। लेकिन उसी होटल में छांगुर जाता था नीतू के साथ और नवीन के साथ, वहां पर घंटों मीटिंग करता था, और उसका आना जाना कई बार हुआ है। अभी होटल में अगर जांच एजेंसियां जांच करेंगी तो छांगुर के आपको आधार कार्ड भी मिलेगा, और रजिस्टर में छांगुर के नाम मिलेंगे। उस होटल में बाकायदे एंट्री मिलेगी कि कब आता था, कब जाता था, किसके साथ रुकता था, कितने रूम लेता था, और कौन कौन उससे मिलने आता था, किससे किससे मोबाइल पर बात होती थी। सारा कनेक्शन निकल कर आ जाएगा, सारा कनेक्शन एक एक करके निकल आएगा कि जो अवध इंटरनेशनल होटल है, जो पहले सीमा पैलेस था,
उस होटल से छांगुर का क्या संबंध है और उस होटल से दाऊद इब्राहिम का क्या कनेक्शन है, वो सारी चीजें निकल करके सामने आ जाएंगी। तो कहीं ना कहीं जो छांगुर का जो पहुंच है, अभी तक तो अतीक के साथ निकला, फिर मुख्तार अंसारी से निकला, अब इसकी पहुंच जो है वो इन सीमाओं से बाहर, भारत के सीमाओं से बाहर जो पाकिस्तान में जा छुपा बैठा है दाऊद इब्राहिम, वहां पर जाके पहुंच चुका है। तो पाकिस्तान का कनेक्शन पहले भी निकल कर आया था, जैसा कि अहमद ने खुलासा किया था, या अन्य बब्बू चौधरी यानी कि वसीउद्दीन ने जो खुलासा किया था रिपब्लिक भारत पे कि वो कनाडा भी गया था छांगुर, कनाडा से कनेक्शन उसका पाकिस्तान था, नेपाल था, अरब कंट्री, मिडिल ईस्ट, कई देशों से उसका कनेक्शन था। हवाला की जो फंडिंग हुई है, सैकड़ों करोड़ की जो फंडिंग हुई है, अवैध ट्रांजैक्शन हुआ है, बोगस कंपनियां बनाई गई हैं, और यहां पर जो आईटीआर भरा गया है उसमें जीरो दिखाया है, यानी कि करोड़ों का लेन देन, और भारत के आईटीआर में उसका जीरो मीनिंग, यानी ₹1 टैक्स नहीं देना है और करोड़ों का वारा।
Raghavendra, foreign funding is one of the probe angles of the probe agencies. Hawala networks are also being investigated. Now, possibly in these hotels that you mentioned, a money trail could also be established.
बिल्कुल, देखिए पूरी तरह से मनी ट्रेल का मामला है। अभी इसमें ईडी इन्वॉल्व है। कल ईडी यहां पर 14 ठिकानों पर देश के लगे, यानी 2 मुंबई महाराष्ट्र के 2 ठिकानों पर, और खुद बलरामपुर के 12 और एक लखनऊ में भी, यानी 15 ठिकानों पर कल पूरी जांच चली है। 15 घंटे से ज्यादा जांच चली है। बलरामपुर के बाद देर रात में वहां पर एक कोर्ट के एक सरकारी कर्मचारी के यहां भी पूछताछ हुई है। तो सारा जो मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग का खेल है, मनी ट्रेल जो हुआ है, जिस तरह से पैसे का गमन है, आखिर इन पैसों से क्या धर्मांतरण होता था, क्या प्रॉपर्टी बनाई जाती थी, क्या यहां पे लैंड जिहाद होता था, या भारत के खिलाफ कुछ बड़ा षड्यंत्र यहां रचा जा रहा था, क्या यहां पे 10-15 साल की कोई योजना बनाई जा रही थी। आखिर नीतू इतनी पढ़ी लिखी हो कि क्यों एटीएस को बता रही है कि वो 7वीं पास है, नवीन क्यों बता रहा है कि वो 7वीं पास है, जबकि पूरा कागजात उनका यूएई से तैयार है, उनको अरब कंट्री की भाषा मालूम है, उनको फ्रेंकली में इंग्लिश लिखना और पढ़ना मालूम है, और इतना सब कुछ होने के बाद वीजा बना, पासपोर्ट बना, और ये अपने आप को 7वीं पास बता रहे हैं। ये किसको गुमराह कर रहे हैं, क्यों गुमराह कर रहे हैं? ये सारी चीजें अब आ जाएंगी, चूंकि ईडी इन्वॉल्व है। और आने वाले समय में जब तक इसमें एनआईए नहीं आएगी, जो एनआईए की एंट्री होगी, तभी देश विदेश की एजेंसियां लगेंगी, तभी सारा मामला निकल कर आएगा। नहीं तो ये सारा मामला सिर्फ ईडी इसको खंगाल ले, या सारे मामले को सिर्फ एटीएस खंगाल ले, ये संभव नहीं है। ये जो जिस तरह का खेल आगे बढ़ रहा है, इसमें जब तक एनआईए इन्वॉल्व नहीं होगी, तब तक इसमें कुछ बहुत ज्यादा हासिल नहीं होने वाला है। जी,
That's right, Raghavendra. This case has taken an international turn with Dawood Ibrahim's links also now coming to the fore. Will NIA investigate Changur Baba's conversion bracket? That's the big question. Now with that, let's now get you up to speed with all the top stories from across the nation in 1 minute.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Ahead of Independence Day, NSG is conducting a mock drill in and around Delhi's Connaught Place to test anti-terror preparedness. The mock drill started yesterday and will conclude today. People of Udupi in Karnataka are being evacuated on boats and are being taken to higher regions. Several houses have been flooded in the district after relentless rainfall, and heavy rainfall have caused rivers to overflow and flood residential localities. Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant has inaugurated Goa's first private solar-powered electric passenger cruise boat MV L Rajgreen. He has stated that it is very important to use solar ferry boats in the inland waterways of Goa to conserve energy. He also said that the solar ferry boats can be used for tourism and water taxi purposes. Viewers, we have more breaking news coming in. Delhi schools continue to receive bomb threats. Today, St. Xavier's School was among the 4 to 5 schools that received bomb threats today. Emails were shot out to all these schools in the national capital. The bomb disposal squad, dog squad, and also Delhi police arrived at these schools. Let's now cut across to pictures coming in from Bihar. This is the Prime Minister who has arrived in Patna for a rousing welcome. And this is the Prime Minister now, who's all set to inaugurate projects worth over 7,200 crore rupees.
भारत माता की मोदी 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 भारत माता की भारत मोदी 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 मोदी।
तो आप देख सकते हैं तस्वीरें मोतिहारी बिहार से, जहां प्रधानमंत्री के नाम का उद्घोष चल रहा है। प्रधानमंत्री का
With that, viewers, it's time for a quick break. On the other side, Prime Minister's Patna rally coming straight up from the heart of Bihar. Stay tuned.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
मोदी 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 भारत माता की भारत माता की भारत माता की नरेंद्र मोदी जिंदाबाद बोले भारत माता की भारत माता की मोदी 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 मोदी
Shows of the Prime Minister who is in Motihari in Bihar. He will be inaugurating and laying the foundation stone of multiple developmental projects worth rupees 7,200 crore. And remember, this comes just days before Bihar goes into election. Big infra push in fact for Bihar. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in the poll-bound Bihar, currently holding a roadshow. In fact, it was just in the morning today when Prime Minister had tweeted on X where he said that he will be in Motihari in Bihar. Development works worth rupees 7,200 crore will be dedicated to the nation, or their foundation stones would be laid. These works cover software, technology parks, 4 new Amrit Bharat trains, road projects and more. Now, according to a statement from the Prime Minister's office on Thursday, he will also address a public function. So, after the roadshow, a rally is what is expected next. Address to the people. Prime Minister will also lay the foundation stone, inaugurate and dedicate to the nation developmental projects catering to rail, road, rural development, fisheries, electronics and information technology sectors. In line with this commitment to boost connectivity and infrastructure, Prime Minister will dedicate to the nation multiple rail projects. It includes automatic signalling between Samastipur-Bachwara rail line that enable efficient train operations in this section. Now, doubling of the Darbhanga-Talwara and Samastipur-Rambhadrapur rail line, part of Darbhanga-Samastipur doubling project worth over rupees 580 crore that will enhance the capacity of train operations and reduce delays. The Prime Minister will also lay the foundation stone for multiple rail projects. Rail projects include development of infrastructure for maintenance of Vande Bharat trains at Patliputra, automatic signalling on Batni-Chhapra Gramim rail line, which is nearly 114 km to enable streamlined rail operations. Meanwhile, Darbhanga rail line doubling project worth rupees 4,080 crore to increase sectional capacity, enable operation of more passengers and freight trains, strengthen connectivity between North Bihar and the rest of the country. In a major boost to road infrastructure in the region, Prime Minister will also lay the foundation stone for a 4-laning of Ara bypass of NH 391 that connects Ara Mohania NH 319 and Patna Buxar NH 922, providing seamless connectivity and reducing the travel time. Prime Minister will also inaugurate the 4-lane Pararia to Mohania section of the NH 319 worth of rupees 820 crore, part of the NH 319 which connects Ara town to NH 02, the Golden Quadrilateral that will improve the freight and passenger movement. Among others are also a 2-lane with paved shoulder from Sarwan to Chakai of NH 333C, which will facilitate the movement of goods and people and act as a key link between Bihar and Jharkhand.
बोले भारत माता की, भारत माता की, मोदी 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 भारत माता की भारत माता की भारत माता की
Prime Minister Narendra Modi holding a mega roadshow. Along with him is Nitish Kumar, the Chief Minister of Bihar, Samrat Chaudhary as well. All right, Prakash, my colleague is joining me on the phone line on that. Prakash, this is a mega roadshow of the Prime Minister that comes just days ahead of Bihar goes into election. Talk to us about where is Bihar heading towards as far as the election is concerned. Prime Minister giving a major infra push to the state of Bihar.
This is Prime Minister's fourth visit to Bihar recently, and today it is being held in, the rally is being held in Motihari, the district headquarters of East Champaran district, where the adjoining districts of East Champaran, West Champaran, Shivar, Sitamarhi, as well as people from Muzaffarpur would also gather to give a big election push ahead of the forthcoming assembly elections in Bihar. And there are several mega projects that has to be announced ahead of the Bihar elections, which includes power sector, rural areas, agriculture, road sector, as well as some trains or the inauguration of some train destinations will also be done. So Prime Minister will take on the opposition as well, and in the presence of Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar and a host of union cabinet ministers in the central government, and they will be taking head on the opposition as well. But meanwhile, under the scanner is the law and order situation in Bihar. Immediately after Prime Minister's rally, it is expected that Tejasvi Yadav will also attack the Prime Minister as well as the state government leaders. Back to you.
Right, Prakash, also talk to us about the major developmental projects that Prime Minister is looking forward to inaugurate today.
That's what I said. The PM will give a major and mega push in the push for the roads, road structure, agriculture sector. Trains, new trains will be inaugurated from Patna as well. Vande Bharat trains are being inaugurated, as well as electricity, big push in the electricity sector when it comes to solar power, irrigation facilities. Those push will be given, and to the tune of 8,000 crore rupees, developmental projects will be initiated and inaugurated as well.
Right, Prakash. Thank you very much for sharing those details. On your screen are visuals of the Prime Minister, who's also with the Governor of Bihar, Arif Muhammad Khan. Chief Minister of Bihar, Nitish Kumar, is with him. Next up is Prime Minister's address to the public. With that, we move on to some other stories that we are tracking now. Almost 2 months after the dastardly Pahalgam terror attack, the United States has designated Lashkar's proxy, the TRF, as foreign terrorist organization. Today, the United States Department of State has added the Resistance Front as a designated foreign terrorist organization and specially designated global terrorist. They have given a major slap on the face of the Pakistan. Remember, this comes just days after Asim Munir had met Donald Trump over dinner in the United States. TRF's footprint, remember, is not just in Pahalgam, but it is in several other cases, from Pahalgam massacre to Riyasi bus ambush to Anantnag encounter. TRF had his hands on most of the major terror attacks that happened in Jammu and Kashmir. And today, after India had declared that TRF is a terror organization, the United States has given a stamp on it, saying that yes, TRF is a terror organization. It has been globally recognized as a terror organization now, and the bloodied hands of the TRF can no longer be washed away. It is undeniable now. Pakistan's hand in the Pahalgam terror attack has now been exposed first by India and now globally. Remember, it was just a few months back when it was the Foreign Minister of Pakistan, Ishaq Dar, who had completely denied the role of TRF in the Pahalgam terror attack. However, today the United States has designated the Resistance Front as a proxy of Pakistan-based Lashkar-e-Taiba as a global terrorist group. The External Affairs Minister S. Shankar, in fact, had praised the United States' action, linking it to the deadly Pahalgam attack that had killed 26 civilians. India had welcomed the move of the United States to designate the Resistance Front a proxy of Pakistan-based terror group Lashkar-e-Taiba that was behind the Pahalgam attack as a global terrorist organization. External Affairs Minister S. Shankar described the Washington's decision, the Resistance Front, as a strong affirmation of India-United States counter-terrorism cooperation. In fact, in a social media post, he especially complimented the United States Secretary of State Marco Rubio for designating the proxy of Pakistan-based LET. On that note, I'm also being joined by Major General Bishambar Dayal, a defense expert. General Dayal, thank you very much for speaking to Republic. This comes as a major victory as far as India and Pakistan is concerned. As far as India and United States ties are concerned, what India had already said before, that Pakistan is responsible for the dastardly Pahalgam attack, today has been proven by the United States, where they have given the global terrorist organization tag to the TRF.
Thank you for inviting me. Firstly, Indo and American relations over last 20 odd years have gone much beyond the what you hear today in the media. They are much deeper. There are cooperation at different levels, and LET should have been actually long due. They've taken an absolutely correct action. US should have taken a very correct. They've taken a correct action, and they should have taken it long ago. This is our belief, because Lashkar-e-Taiba is not only responsible for producing, manufacturing, and mass scale factory for terrorists to export to India, to try to destabilize J&K, to try and destabilize India, but they've also been evil force which has done terrorist act in other parts of the world. So they've done a very correct thing, and this not only, and I'm sure they should go a little more ahead. They should now try and not only LET, they should try and cut all the funds to Pakistan, because when funds land up in Pakistan of any nature, global, from any global institute, from World Bank, from anywhere, from IMF, from any source, they ultimately landed in the hands of their army. Their army, ISI, and ISI then to terrorists. It's a factory actually. So we must compliment US, and it has come at the right time. People were doubting Indo-Russian relations. Of course, there would be some give and take. America and India today are in the midst of the ongoing trade deal. I'm sure, but this is the most LET, Hizbul Mujahideen. These are all terrorist organizations which needs to be obliterated. Actually, not only banned, and their leadership needs to be targeted. America should now join hands with India, with Indian forces, to target whatever remnants of LET and all these organizations are still there. Pakistan needs to. This is also in good. It's a very strong message. There needs to be. We need to take it further, because otherwise this area will never have peace. India will always, J&K will always be targeted by these outfits, right? They will try and further destabilize, I would say, Afghanistan. They will reach out again to different countries because they sponsor, they export. They don't export goods. They don't export engineers. They export these people. So So we had already eliminated large number of people during Op Sindhu from all the three outfits, but there are still remnants. There are still their leaders roaming around. So US, India, I think US done a very good thing, and I think we should all. It is time to applaud United States for taking a correct
absolutely. Like you were saying, in fact, it's a testament that Operation Sindoor is still continuing and it's far from over yet. General Dayal, thank you very much for speaking to us on that note. Quickly moving across to some other breaking news that we are getting in. Now, Republic TV has accessed the CCTV video of the bike-borne gangsters with pistols near Patna's Paras Hospital. In this video, one can see how a schoolgirl in uniform with school bag walking on the road, perhaps going to school at counter 20. She sees the bike-borne gangster brandishing pistols. She returns back for a safe hideout. The moment she sees the second bike carrying the gangster crossing her way, she then sneaks to see if other bike carrying a gangster is also coming or not as she escapes. This tells the story about how law and order situation in the state capital has completely collapsed. There you see the girl is looking for a hideout as soon as she sees the bike-borne men. And this is the exact same footage of the bike-borne men who were seen inside the hospital in Patna brandishing guns openly without the fear of law and order. The little girl who sees the bike-borne assailants moving around freely, celebrating their crime that they have just committed, brandishing guns out in the open, then goes for a hideout. These are the three key CCTV footages that Republic has accessed. CCTV number 1 shows how the armed men entered the hospital, opened fire on a patient, and this happened inside the hospital. Every man that you see on your screen, there were nearly 5 people who entered the hospital in Patna without the fear of law and order, no security checks done. They enter inside the hospital, take the guns out of their area, and now when they enter inside the hospital, they shoot a patient dead, after which is when they walk out freely. The second video is that of the celebration that we have. All right, 4 CCTV visuals on your screen. First one is of the assailants entering the room where they shot the patient dead. Second CCTV of them running after they have committed the crime. The third CCTV is of them outside the Paras hospital celebrating the crime that they have committed. And the fourth CCTV of them rushing to find a safe hideout. All right, Prakash is joining us live with the broadcast on that story. Prakash, the new CCTV footage completely shows how complete collapse of law and order in the state. A minor who has witnessed to all the incident. She's seen the accused with brandishing guns out in the open, looks for a safe hideout.
Well, this is this story. No other channel has carried out this story from this angle. We can see from the CCTV footage as the girl child looks for a safe hideout. She was going to school. Once she sees a bike-borne assailant, 3 assailants, then she looks for a safe hideout, and she knows that the other bike-borne assailants are also coming. Then she quietly sneaks in to see whether there are other assailants or not, and when she is confirmed that there are no other assailants, then she goes to school. So once the law and order situation, law and order was the USP of Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar, and he used to openly propagate that his main task was to bring back the girl child to schools, and he provided school uniforms, bags. But this picture today tells you the story of the fear psychosis among the children as well, school-going children. And this narrates the whole story as to what kind of law and order situation prevails in the state capital, Patna. Remember, this murder took place as a part of the gang war. Chandan Mishra was a notorious criminal who was shot down by 5 assailants inside the Paras hospital. We have all the CCTV footages now, and clearly shows the fact that how they were celebrating and brandishing openly pistols outside the Paras hospital, celebrating. This goes to show that the level of confidence they have, because no police can catch them. That's what they want to show. And they were not wearing a mask as well. You have the full picture of all the assailants led by Tausif alias Badshah in Patna, and till date we have no information whether the arrests have been made or not. So this is an open challenge to the police system in Bihar. And this story of the girl clearly narrates the entire picture of the horror and the horrific and the nightmare that prevails among the people of Bihar, especially the women folks. Back to you.
Yes, sir. Please stay with us, Prakash, because we're getting in more breaking news coming in regard with the same story. There were the alleged shooter Tausif Khan Badshah's picture now is seen on a poster with Pashupati Paras's party. So, is there a political link that has come out? We do not know yet. But Prakash continues to be with us on the broadcast. On that note, Prakash, this picture that we're showing on our screens is of one of the accused who has been seen in a poster, which is that of Pashupati Paras's party. Is there a political link that is now emerging in the case?
Well, we've got the poster and the picture of Tausif alias Badshah on the posters of Pashupati Paras the parties. Now, we'll certainly ask them questions, but definitely somebody would have put the posters, Badshah would have put the posters, and that is why that exists there. So maybe Pashupati Paras party would have inducted him as a part of the member of the party of the RLJP Rambilas, RLJP party led by Pashupati Paras. There are two Lok Janshakti party, one led by Chirag Paswan and one led by Pashupati Paras. We'll certainly ask him questions, and these kind of posters and photographs do surface when certain criminals are involved in criminal activities. Back to you.
Right, Prakash, absolutely. Thank you very much for getting us those details. This comes as a major cause of concern as far as the law and order situation in Bihar is concerned. Bihar's Additional Director General of Police, Kundan Krishnan, has sparked a controversy after he claimed that the recent surge in murders across the state is linked to the lack of farm work before the monsoon. According to the ADG Krishnan, Bihar typically witnesses a rise in murders during April, May and June, the months when agricultural activities are at a standstill due to dry season.
हाल में जो काफी हुआ है कि शूटर्स कई हत्याएं हुई हैं होती पूरे बिहार में, और इस माह मई जून में ज़्यादा मर्डर होते आई है वर्षों से। अप्रैल मई जून जब तक बरसात नहीं होती है ये सिलसिला जारी रहता है, क्योंकि ज़्यादातर किसान को कोई काम नहीं रहता है। एक बरसात होने के बाद लोग कृषक समाज के लोग व्यस्त हो जाते हैं और घटनाएं घटती है, परंतु आप लोग के द्वारा, प्रेस के द्वारा हत्या पर हत्या, कुछ इस वर्ष चुनाव भी है तो राजनीतिक दलों के द्वारा भी इस पर ज्यादा नजरिया दिया गया है, तो उसको लेके भी हम लोग चिंतित थे कि हाँ, नवयुवक ज्यादा पैसा के लिए सुपारी किलिंग शुरू कर दिए हैं। तो एक नया सेल इसी माह हम लोग गठन किए हैं। वो सेल का काम होगा कि जितने हाल में जो काफी हुआ है कि शूटर्स कई हत्याएं हुई हैं होती पूरे बिहार में, और इस माह मई जून में ज़्यादा मर्डर होते आई है वर्षों से। अप्रैल मई जून जब तक बरसात नहीं होती है ये सिलसिला जारी रहता है, क्योंकि ज़्यादातर किसान को कोई काम नहीं रहता है। एक बरसात होने के बाद लोग कृषक समाज के लोग व्यस्त हो जाते हैं और घटनाएं घटती है, परंतु आप लोग के द्वारा, प्रेस के द्वारा हत्या पर हत्या, कुछ इस वर्ष चुनाव भी है तो राजनीतिक दलों के द्वारा भी इस पर ज्यादा नजरिया दिया गया है, तो उसको लेके भी हम लोग चिंतित थे कि हाँ, नवयुवक ज्यादा पैसा के लिए सुपारी किलिंग शुरू कर दिए हैं। तो एक नया सेल इसी माह हम लोग गठन किए हैं। वो सेल का काम होगा कि जितने पूर्व के शूटर्स हैं, कॉन्ट्रैक्ट किलर्स, सुपारी जो लेते हैं मारते हैं, वैसे लोगों का डाटा बैंक बनाएंगे और उन पर निगरानी रखेंगे। जेल से छूटने के बाद भी वो क्या कर रहे हैं, क्या नहीं कर रहे हैं, डोजेज उनकी रहेगी, और हम शेयर करेंगे हर जिला से, या जिला से भी अनुरोध करेंगे कि इन पर निगरानी रखें।
The Prime Minister is in Bihar today. Bihar elections are approaching. It remains to be seen on how this case pans out to be for the Nitish Kumar government. Time for us to Now, shift to other stories. Mumbai police has arrested 2 people in connection with the scuffle that took place inside Vidhan Bhavan premises in the Maharashtra's capital. A case was registered at Marine Drive police station. 2 accused named Nitin Deshmukh and Rishikesh Takle were taken into custody late at night. Immediately after the incident, the Chief Minister has assured strict action in the case. Visuals of the scuffle are on your screen that took place in Vidhan Bhavan yesterday. Supporters of the Nationalist Congress Party sat on a protest outside Mumbai's Marine Drive police station in the early hours of Friday over the clash that broke out outside the Maharashtra Assembly between supporters of the BJP MLA Gopichand Padalkar and NCP-SCP leader Jitendra Awad. The NCP-SCP MLA Rohit Pawar and Jitendra Awad were among the protesters who were demanding the release of activist Nitin Deshmukh, who was taken into police custody. They also demanded the arrest of the accused involved in the scuffle. Now, it was while speaking to the media where Pawar alleged that Awad had received a threat SMS on his phone after the scuffle. The recent brawl in the Maharashtra Assembly has raised concern. The Mumbai police has now arrested 2 people in the connection. The arrest comes nearly 12 hours after the scuffle broke out at the Vidhan Bhavan. Time for us to now step into a short break. After the break, we get to the details of how there have been back-to-back instances of how middle-class people have come under the wheels of the rich people. Also, after the break, India welcomes the United States' move to tag TRF as terror group, says zero tolerance towards terrorism.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Supreme Court declines to entertain Lalu Yadav's plea against High Court order refusing a stay on trial court proceedings in the alleged land for jobs scam. Pakistan's bloody signature in Pahalgam now called out by US. White House confirms what India said, TRF equals Pak terror. India welcomes US's move to tag TRF as foreign terror group, says zero tolerance for terrorism. Middle class run over by rich yet again. In Gandhinagar, BMW car kills one. Complete collapse of law and order in Patna. Accused who shot inside Patna hospital seen celebrating moments after the shootout. Republic crashes all landing channels, becomes India's #1 and most watched channel. Arnab is the primetime king once again, and Super Primetime Max breaches the 90% mark. A very good afternoon, viewers. Thank you for tuning into Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. Today we ask how many more ordinary, hardworking citizens have to die on our roads while the rich, reckless and the powerful race through our streets with no fear of the law. We say this because yesterday morning in the quiet locality of Sargasan in Gandhinagar, a middle-aged man stepped out of his home just like every other day. He rode his humble Activa, maybe heading to work, maybe running an errand. We'll never know, because before he could reach his destination, his journey was ended brutally by a speeding BMW. Yes, a luxury car, a vehicle that costs more than what many earn in a lifetime. Behind the wheel was a man, locals say, who was drunk, intoxicated, not just on alcohol, but maybe on arrogance as well, on entitlement, on the belief that rules don't apply to those who can afford to break them. And this is a case, a trend that continues in India, across the country. The latest coming in from Gandhinagar, where another rich brat driving a BMW under the influence of alcohol mows down a middle-aged man. We have Gopi joining us live. Gopi, the accused has been arrested. In fact, locals are claiming that he was intoxicated when the incident took place. Tell us about the investigation so far.
Well, in fact, Deepak, this is Vatsal Karya, and if you speak of this person, Vatsal Karya, he is the resident of Rajkot. He was at his in-laws' place, who are based in Gandhinagar, and this accident happened yesterday morning at around 6:30 a.m., wherein the one who lost his life was on Activa, and he went out to get milk for his house, and while returning back home, this accident happened. While if you talk about the mention of sections in the FIR, it is Motor Vehicles Act 177, 183 and 184 has been imposed, which focuses on the rash and negligent driving. These are the charges of rash and negligent driving, while as per section 173 of BNS, the case has been registered. What we have understood from the locals around and from the sources there is that they are claiming that the driver was drunk. Hence, the blood sample reports blood samples have been collected by the police, and the reports might be out by today evening or so. We will have to see how this investigation pans out. But as of now, the accused is has been arrested yesterday itself from that very location. Back to you.
That's right, Gopi. Thank you for joining me with those details. Blood samples have been procured. It has been sent for testing. The results will be out this evening. Now, moving on, viewers, a video of NCP SEP MLA Jitendra Awad has been posted by Nitesh Rane, where he is seen misbehaving with a journalist, and this comes just a day after the heated exchange between Awad and BJP MLA Padalkar right outside the legislature. And all of this that you can see on your screens happened in the State Assembly, outside in the premises but of the Maharashtra Assembly. There you can see this was the scuffle, and Mumbai police has initiated action. Individuals have been arrested, and just a day after that, Jitendra Awad once again arrogantly pushes away a journalist, manhandles him for just recording a video of his reaction. In fact, we have Sanjay Nirupam also joining us on the phone line. A very good afternoon to you, Mr. Nirupam. In Maharashtra, opposition leaders are time and again seen behaving arrogantly. MNS workers on the streets assaulting shopkeepers for not speaking Marathi, and in the assembly premises you have Jitendra Awad, NCP leader, manhandling a journalist. How do you look at the state of affairs?
This is very unfortunate, and Mr. Awad is an MLA, और एक एमएलए को कम से कम संयम बरतना चाहिए, एक अच्छा व्यवहार करना चाहिए। जिस तरीके से ये पूरे दो एमएलए के कार्यकर्ताओं में मारामारी हुई है विधानसभा के प्रीमाइसेस में, वो बहुत ही अनफॉर्चुनेट है। मुझे समझ में नहीं आता कि इनके कार्यकर्ताओं को विधानसभा के प्रीमाइसेस में जाने कैसे दिया जाता है। कहीं ना कहीं इस पर रोक लगनी चाहिए। ज्यादा से ज्यादा एक एमएलए और उसके जो ऑफिशियल पीए होंगे वो जा सकते हैं। लेकिन इसकी शुरुआत जो मैंने समझा कि जितेंद्र अवाड ने किया था, उसने बीजेपी के एमएलए के खिलाफ सरेआम बहुत ही बुरी बातें कही, और वो भी विधानसभा के प्रीमाइसेस में। उसके बाद बीजेपी के एमएलए ने रिएक्ट किया, और उसके बाद कल ये सब हुआ। तो जो कुछ हो रहा है ये शोभा नहीं देता है। ये जो चुने हुए प्रतिनिधियों को कम से कम आत्मसंयम से पेश आना चाहिए, और इस तरह की बातें अपने कार्यकर्ताओं के जरिए एक दूसरे पे हमला। उसके बाद जिस तरीके से अवाड ने पत्रकार पर हमला किया, एक पत्रकार क्या है बेचारा, वो एक संदेश वाहक है, एक मैसेंजर है। बेसिकली जो हो रहा है उसको रिपोर्ट करता है, लेकिन जिस तरीके से उसके ऊपर हाथ चलाया उन्होंने, वो वीडियो मैंने भी देखा है, बहुत ही गलत लगा। और एक लोक प्रतिनिधि से इस प्रकार के आचरण की उम्मीद नहीं की जा सकती है, जिसकी निंदा करते हैं, निषेध करते हैं।
Sanjay Nirupam ji, what is it that's driving this mindset? Is it arrogance, or is it VVIP entitlement, or is it the feeling, is it the mindset that, they can do anything and everything and they will go unnoticed by law? What is happening in the Maharashtra opposition camp?
This is arrogance. Out and out it is arrogance, and that gentleman from Mumra is basically a very arrogant person, and he always behaves with people very arrogantly. And that is why he just forgot that he is, first of all, he is a honorable member of Legislative Assembly, and he should behave properly with the people, whether they are from media side or anybody. So this kind of people, they don't have power, but the way they are behaving, and you can imagine if they get power, then how they are going to behave with the people. So we condemn it, and we must condemn it, and they should correct their behavior.
That's right. बहुत धन्यवाद Sanjay Nirupam ji for those insights, and that was Shiv Sena leader speaking to Republic and also condemning the back-to-back incidents of NCP leaders. Now moving on, viewers, let's get you up to speed with the top stories that we are tracking from across the nation in Bharat in 1 minute.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
A fire has broken out at a scrap warehouse in Gumidipundi Sipcot Industrial Estate located in Tiruvallur of Tamil Nadu. Operations to douse the fire are underway. One person died and 2 were injured after a portion of an abandoned school collapsed in Ranchi of Jharkhand. The school is located in the Piska More area. As per reports, 1 person has died and 2 have suffered injuries in the incident, and the injured have been admitted to the Sadar hospital. Some people took shelter in this abandoned building at night, and as per initial report, 3 people were inside the building when the incident took place. Officials have stated that more than 20 schools in Delhi have received bomb threats in the last few days. The police have said that the Richmond Global School in Delhi's Paschim Bihar area has reportedly been getting bomb threats. The fire department, Delhi police and BDS teams have been rushed to the spot upon receiving information. Viewers, elaborating on the bomb threats to schools in the national capital, over the last few days, over 40 schools in Delhi have received bomb threat emails, triggering swift response from Delhi police and the fire services. And this is the 4th consecutive day in which schools in the national capital continue to receive bomb threats. And the threat email marked to 45 different schools claimed that several explosives have been placed inside the classrooms and that he wishes no one survives. The sender, the source of these emails, the IP address and the location is all being probed by the Delhi Police cyber cell. But what we understand is that the bomb threat emails have sparked panic and chaos across schools. Evacuation orders were issued and the schools were completely screened and sanitized. We have Akhil joining us live. Akhil, fourth consecutive day, over 40 schools receiving bomb threats. Delhi Police Cyber Cell is now trying to identify the IP address and the sender of these threatening emails. As far as the investigation is concerned, give us an update, Akhil.
Well, that's right, Deepak. If you see for the last 4 days, what we have been seeing that the panic has struck among parents as well as students across several schools in the national capital. Because what we have been seeing that last night, even at around 10:52 p.m., one of the prominent schools in the national capital, Richmond Global School, has received a bomb-threatening email. A few moments back, I spoke to the principal of Richmond Global School, and she has confirmed this, that she have received that mail, and after that, they have informed the Delhi Police team. A PCR call was made. After that, Delhi Police team arrived over there. The Delhi Fire Service team also arrived over there. The bomb disposal squad, the dog squad also arrived over there. And after a thorough investigation and after the thorough combing process, they have found out nothing suspicious from the school premises. And if you see, Deepak, what we have been seeing that not only Richmond Global School, apart from that, what we have been seeing, Navy School in Chanakyapuri, CRPF School in Dwarka region, St. Thomas School in Sector 19, Sardar Patel School, St. Thomas School in Vasant Vihar area, Vasant Valley School in Vasant Kunj, Mother International School in Haus Khas area. So these are the prominent schools that have received bomb-threatening emails. And what we have also seen that one more college in Delhi University, which is St. Stephen's College, that has also received a threatening mail regarding bomb being planted into the college premises. So far what we have been seeing that this morning, more than 5 schools have initially got a mail regarding this very development. And overall, if you see the latest input that we have got from the Delhi Police, that in the last 3 to 4 days, they have received over 40 different calls regarding bomb being planted into the school premises. And after that, such operation was continued by the Delhi Police team and the Delhi Fire Service team, and they have found out nothing suspicious in those schools after thorough screening of the premises of the school complexes and the college complex in St. Stephen's in University of Delhi.
Right, thank you, Akhil, for joining me with those insights. The lens is now on mischief mongers who are sending these threatening emails. The source and IP address of these mails are being ascertained. In yet another significant milestone, viewers, for our armed forces, India has successfully test-fired an upgraded version of its Akash missile defense system. The same defense system manufactured indigenously, and this was successful in repelling Pakistan's attempt to invade the Indian airspace in the wake of Operation Sindoor, taking down missiles and also drones launched by the enemy forces. The Ministry of Defense shared a post on its X handle confirming the landmark achievement. Here's a brief report.
India on Thursday tested an upgraded version of its indigenous Akash missile defense system. The successful test firing of the upgraded missile defense system marked another significant milestone for the Indian Armed Forces. The new Akash Prime variant of the homegrown missile defense system was tested in the heights of Ladakh. The Ministry of Defense shared a post on its official X handle saying that the new missile successfully took down 2 unmanned high-speed aerial targets, underlining its precision strike capability at high altitudes. A clip shared by the Defense Ministry showed the Akash Prime streaking the clear skies and striking its targets with pinpoint accuracy in the rugged heights of Ladakh. The Akash air defense successfully repelled Pakistan's attempts to invade the Indian airspace in the wake of Operation Sindoor, striking down missiles and drones launched by the enemy forces.
It's time for a quick break, viewers. But on the other side, we'll tell you about the legal shield that has been denied by the Supreme Court as it refuses to entertain Lalu Yadav's plea against High Court order refusing stay on trial court proceedings in the alleged land for job scam. Along with that, the focus will be on Pakistan's bloody signature in Pahalgam, now called out by the US. White House confirms what India said. TRF equals Pakistan terror. Stay tuned.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
News coming in, viewers. ED has arrested Bhupesh Baghel's son. This is the big breaking news that we are tracking. Former Chhattisgarh Chief Minister's son has been arrested by the probe agency, Enforcement Directorate. Remember, earlier today, Enforcement Directorate raided the premises of Baghel family, and just hours after the raid, now an arrest has been made. The Enforcement Directorate has arrested Bhupesh Baghel's son on charges of money laundering, because Enforcement Directorate probes PMLA cases, and this is a major crackdown on former Chhattisgarh Chief Minister's son, as it has now come to light that Enforcement Directorate has arrested Bhupesh Baghel's son. This is the big breaking news that we are tracking. Chaitanya Baghel has been arrested from his Bhilai residence, which was raided earlier today. And what we have to understand here is that these raids could possibly be linked to the liquor scam in Chhattisgarh. We are awaiting more information on the arrest made by Enforcement Directorate. And what we understand is that this is a major crackdown by the Enforcement Directorate. It carried out searches on the home of the Congress leader, the former Chief Minister, who shares the residence with his son Chaitanya Baghel, and he claimed that the action was taken to stop him from asking questions in the assembly. This after the Enforcement Directorate conducted searches at his home, and this particular house is shared by his son as well. And the raids were in connection with an alleged 2,000 crore liquor scam. The home in Durg district's Bhilai was being searched under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act based on the receipt of fresh evidence in the case. The central agency has alleged that the syndicate of government officials, politicians and others conspired to ensure the state-run company procured country liquor only from distributors who would pay a commission. In fact, our senior editor Aishwarya Kapoor is joining us on the phone line. Aishwarya, if you could help our viewers understand the circumstances of the arrest.
Well, at this point of time, there are multiple cases in which Chaitanya Baghel and the former Chief Minister, his father, Bhupesh Baghel, is being questioned by the ED. We've seen several raids at the former Chief Minister's residence, but this time around, from his Bhilai residence, his son, Chaitanya Baghel, has been arrested. I repeat, from his residence, Chaitanya Baghel has been arrested by the ED from his Bhilai residence. This is in regard to, as you were just referring, Deepak, regarding the liquor scam. So from Delhi to Chhattisgarh, liquor scam seems to be the favorite as far as the leaders are concerned. But this time around, the chickens are coming home to roost. And the ED has just arrested Bhupesh Baghel's son just few minutes prior. Today in the morning at around 9:15, the ED team, which consisted of around 8 officers and 1 DCP level officer, entered the Bhilai residence of Bhupesh Baghel. where Chaitanya Baghel was present. They were tracking Chaitanya Baghel, and now Chaitanya Baghel at this very point of time is in ED's arrest. What we are being told, they will take him to the local ED office. From that, transit remand will be taken in, and then he will be brought in to Delhi soon enough for question. A senior level officer will be questioning, but at this point of time, the latest which is coming in is that Chaitanya Baghel, who is the son of the former Chief Minister, Bhupesh Baghel, and a senior Congress leader, has been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate in a corruption scam. Back to you.
That's right, Aishwarya. The Enforcement Directorate has alleged a syndicate involving state officials, politicians, excise department personnel. They accuse them of setting up a parallel liquor distribution system between 2019 and 2022, allowing unaccounted liquor sales and evading official duty. Now, the Enforcement Directorate suspects that Chaitanya Baghel was a recipient of the proceeds of crime. That is, he allegedly received money generated from the illegal liquor operations. Searches on his Bhilai residence, also shared by his father, are based on new evidence recently obtained by the probe agency. Now, previously, the raids took place in March this year, and these were part of the ongoing PMLA investigation. All actions are being taken under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, indicating that ED is now focusing on the money trail, asset movement, proceeds of crime associated with liquor sale irregularities. Enforcement Directorate suspects that Chaitanya Baghel, who has been arrested now, was an alleged recipient of the proceeds of crime to the tune of thousands of crores. And Chaitanya Baghel may be formally named in the enforcement case information report. In fact, we have Bhupesh Baghel's reaction coming in. Let's listen in.
पिछले समय 2023 में मेरे जन्मदिन में ईडी भेजा गया था। अब आज तो विधानसभा में अडानी का मामला उठना है और अपने मालिक को खुश करने के लिए मोदी और शाह ने ईडी मेरे घर भेज दिया है। हम लोग डरने वाले नहीं हैं, न झुकने वाले हैं। ये कितना भी ताकत लगा ले, भूपेश बघेल न टूटेगा न झुकेगा। लड़ाई लड़ेंगे, सत्य की लड़ाई है। पूरे देश में विपक्ष के नेताओं को ये टारगेट करके रखे हैं, दबाने की कोशिश, तोड़ने की कोशिश, प्रजातंत्र की हत्या करने की कोशिश इन एजेंसियों के माध्यम से। एक तरफ बिहार में इलेक्शन कमीशन के माध्यम से मतदाताओं को काटा जा रहा है, वहाँ मेरे ही कटा जाएगा प्रजातंत्र की चीरहरण कर रहा है, तो दूसरे तरफ विपक्ष के नेताओं को दबाने के लिए ईडी, आईटी, सीबीआई, डीआरए उपयोग कर रहे हैं।
Well, that was the former Chhattisgarh Chief Minister decrying the arrest of Chaitanya Baghel, calling it politically motivated. He also claims that he was about to raise a matter pertaining to Adani, and just ahead of the assembly session, Bhupesh Baghel claims that these are politically motivated actions of the Enforcement Directorate. Now, there you can see, with a heavy security cover, Bhupesh Baghel's son, Chaitanya Baghel, is being whisked away by the Enforcement Directorate officials. As you can see on your screens, the man inside the car, along with ED sleuths, is Chaitanya Baghel. And the Enforcement Directorate alleges that Chaitanya was the recipient or the main beneficiary of illicit proceeds from a massive liquor scam that took place between 2019 and 2022. And Enforcement Directorate also suspects that the funds involved are estimated at around 2,100 to 2,500 crore rupees, representing unaccounted liquor sales, funds procured by evading duties, and funds procured through illegally routed members of the syndicate, including Chaitanya. And these raids were also conducted in March as well. But today's raids come after Enforcement Directorate claimed that there is fresh evidence in this entire matter. ED's PMLA action is linked to a separate FIR by the state's Anti-Corruption Bureau, or the Economic Offences Wing, that was filed in January 2024, named naming around 70 individuals, including politicians, IAS, ITS officers, excise officials, like the former excise minister, Kawasi Lakma, and now Chaitanya Baghel could be named officially in the ECIR. And like our senior editor was saying, Chaitanya Baghel could be brought to the national capital as the investigation progresses in the liquor scam case of Chhattisgarh, which involves politicians, influential figures, and also IAS officers receiving proceeds of crime. And Enforcement Directorate has arrested Chaitanya Baghel. This is the crackdown under PMLA.
यही सोच थी कि कैसे गरीब के हक का पैसा लूट ले, लेकिन बिहार असंभव को भी संभव बनाने वाले वीरों की धरती है, परिश्रमियों की धरती है।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
जलजीरा मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
कि मकान मालिक को ही उठवा लिया जाएगा। ऐसे आरजेडी वाले कभी आपको पक्का घर नहीं दे सकते। साथियों, आज बिहार आगे बढ़ रहा है तो इसके पीछे सबसे बड़ी ताकत बिहार की माताओं बहनों की है। और मैं आज देख रहा था, लाखों बहनें हमें आशीर्वाद दे रही थी। ये दृश्य दिल को छूने वाला था। एनडीए द्वारा उठाए जा रहे एक एक कदम का महत्व बिहार की माताएं बहनें, यहां की महिलाएं अच्छी तरह समझती है। यहां इतनी बड़ी संख्या में माताएं बहनें आई हैं। आप याद करिए, जब आपको अरे 10 रुपया भी अगर आपके पास है तो छिपा करके रखना पड़ता था। न बैंकों में खाता होता था, न कोई बैंकों में घुसने देता था। गरीब का स्वाभिमान क्या होता है, ये मोदी जानता है। मोदी ने बैंकों से कहा, गरीब के लिए दरवाजे कैसे नहीं खोलेंगे, और हमने इतना बड़ा अभियान चलाकर जनधन खाते खुलवाए। इसका बहुत बड़ा लाभ मेरे गरीब परिवार की महिलाओं को हुआ। बिहार में भी करीब 3.5 करोड़ महिलाओं के जनधन खाते खुले। इसके बाद हमने सरकारी योजनाओं का पैसा सीधा इन खातों में भेजना शुरू किया। अभी कुछ दिन पहले ही मेरे मित्र नीतीश जी की सरकार ने, और अभी घोषणा भी कर रहे थे, वृद्ध, दिव्यांग और विधवा माताओं को मिलने वाली पेंशन को 400 रुपये से बढ़ाकर 1100 रुपये महीने प्रति के हिसाब से कर दिया। ये पैसा सीधे आपके बैंक खाते में ही तो जाएगा। पिछले 1.5 महीने में ही बिहार के 24,000 से ज्यादा स्वयं सहायता समूहों को 1,000 करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा की मदद भेजी गई है। ये भी इसलिए हो पाया क्योंकि माताओं बहनों के पास आज जनधन खातों की ताकत है। साथियों, नारी सशक्तिकरण के इन प्रयासों के जबरदस्त परिणाम भी आ रहे हैं। देश में, बिहार में लखपति दीदी की संख्या लगातार बढ़ रही है। देश में हमने 3 करोड़ बहनों को लखपति दीदी बनाने का लक्ष्य रखा है। अब तक 1.5 करोड़ बहनें लखपति दीदी बन चुकी हैं। हमारे बिहार में भी 20 लाख से ज्यादा लखपति दीदी बनी है। आपके चंपारण में ही 80,000 से ज्यादा महिलाएं स्वयं सहायता समूह से जुड़कर लखपति दीदी हुई है। साथियों, आज यहां 400 करोड़ रुपए का सामुदायिक निवेश फंड भी जारी किया गया है। ये पैसा नारी शक्ति की शक्ति को बढ़ाने में काम आएगा। यहां नीतीश जी ने जो जीविका दीदी योजना चलाई है, उसने बिहार की लाखों महिलाओं को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का रास्ता बना दिया है। साथियों, भाजपा और एनडीए का विजन है, जब बिहार आगे बढ़ेगा तभी देश आगे बढ़ेगा, और बिहार तब आगे बढ़ेगा जब बिहार का युवा आगे बढ़ेगा। हमारा संकल्प है, हमारा संकल्प है समृद्ध बिहार, हर युवा को रोजगार। बिहार के नौजवानों को बिहार में ही रोजगार के ज्यादा से ज्यादा मौके मिले, इसके लिए बीते वर्षों में यहां तेजी से काम हुआ है। नीतीश जी की सरकार ने यहां लाखों युवाओं को पूरी पारदर्शिता के साथ सरकार में नियुक्ति भी दी है। नीतीश जी ने अभी बिहार के नौजवानों को रोजगार के लिए भी नए निश्चय भी लिए हैं। केंद्र सरकार कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर उनका साथ दे रही है। साथियों, कुछ दिन पहले केंद्र सरकार ने एक बड़ी योजना को मंजूरी दी। इस योजना के तहत प्राइवेट कंपनी में पहली बार नियुक्त पाने वाले, जिसको पहली बार मौका मिलेगा, उसको 15,000 रुपया केंद्र सरकार की तरफ से दिया जाएगा। कुछ दिनों बाद 1 अगस्त से ही ये योजना लागू होने जा रही है। इस पर केंद्र सरकार 1 लाख करोड़ रुपया खर्च करने वाली है। नए नौजवानों को नया रोजगार, इसका बहुत बड़ा लाभ बिहार के नौजवानों को भी होगा। साथियों, बिहार में स्वरोजगार को बढ़ावा देने के लिए मुद्रा योजना जैसे अभियानों को और गति दी गई है। पिछले 2 महीने में ही बिहार में मुद्रा योजना के तहत लाखों लोन दिए गए हैं। यहां चंपारण के भी 60,000 युवाओं को स्वरोजगार के लिए मुद्रा लोन मिला है। साथियों, आरजेडी के वो लोग आपको कभी रोजगार नहीं दे सकते। जो लोग रोजगार देने के नाम पर आपकी जमीनें अपने नाम लिखवा लेते हैं, आप याद रखिए, एक और लालटेन का दौर वाला बिहार था, एक और ये नई उम्मीदों की रोशनी वाला बिहार है। ये सफर बिहार ने एनडीए के साथ चलकर पूरा किया है। इसलिए बिहार का संकल्प अटल, बिहार का संकल्प अटल, एनडीए के साथ हर पल, एनडीए के साथ हर पल। साथियों, बीते वर्षों में जिस तरह बिहार में नक्सलवाद पर प्रहार हुआ है, उसका भी बहुत बड़ा लाभ बिहार के युवाओं को मिला है। चंपारण, औरंगाबाद, गया जी, जमुई जैसे जिलों को वर्षों तक पीछे रखने वाला माओवाद आज अंतिम सांसें गिन रहा है। जिन इलाकों पर माओवाद का काला साया था, आज वहां के नौजवान बड़े सपने देख रहे हैं। हमारा संकल्प है कि हम भारत को नक्सलवाद से पूरी तरह मुक्त करके रहेंगे। साथियों, ये नया भारत है। अब भारत मां भारती के दुश्मनों को सजा देने के लिए जमीन आसमान एक कर देता है। बिहार की इसी धरती से मैंने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का संकल्प लिया था और आज उसकी सफलता पूरी दुनिया देख रही है। साथियों, बिहार के पास न सामर्थ्य की कमी है और न ही संसाधन की। आज बिहार के संसाधन बिहार की प्रगति का माध्यम बन रहे हैं। आप देखिए, एनडीए सरकार के प्रयासों के बाद से ही मखाना की कीमतें कितनी बढ़ी हैं, क्योंकि हमने यहाँ के मखाना किसानों को बड़े बाजार से जोड़ा। हम मखाना बोर्ड का गठन कर रहे हैं। यहाँ केला, लीची, मरचा चावल, कटारनी चावल, जर्दालू आम, मगही पान, अभी ऐसे कितने ही उत्पाद और हैं जो बिहार के किसानों को, बिहार के युवाओं को दुनिया भर के मार्केट से जोड़ेंगे। भाइयों बहनों, किसानों के उत्पाद और उनकी आय को बढ़ाना हमारी प्राथमिकता है। पीएम किसान सम्मान निधि योजना के तहत अब तक करीब 3.5 लाख करोड़ रुपया किसानों को दिए गए हैं। यहां अकेले मोतीहारी में ही 5 लाख से ज्यादा किसानों को 1,500 करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा मिले हैं। साथियों, न हम नारों तक अटकते हैं, न हम वादों तक सिमटते हैं, हम तो काम करके दिखाते हैं। जब हम कहते हैं कि हम पिछड़ों, अति पिछड़ों के लिए निरंतर काम कर रहे हैं, तो ये हमारी नीतियों में भी, निर्णयों में भी नजर आता है। एनडीए सरकार का तो मिशन ही है हर पिछड़े को प्राथमिकता, हर पिछड़े को प्राथमिकता, चाहे पिछड़ा क्षेत्र हो या पिछड़ा वर्ग हो, हमारी सरकार की वो पहली प्राथमिकता है। दशकों तक हमारे देश में 110 से ज्यादा जिलों को पिछड़ा कहकर छोड़ दिया गया था। वो जाने, उनका नसीब जाने, ये हाल कर दिया था। हमने इन जिलों को प्राथमिकता दी। पिछड़े जिले के बजाय उन्हें आकांक्षी जिला बनाकर इनका विकास किया, यानी पिछड़े को प्राथमिकता। हमारे देश के सीमावर्ती गांवों को भी आखिरी गांव कहकर छोड़ दिया गया था। हमने इन आखिरी कहे जाने वाले गांवों को, वहां के विकास को प्राथमिकता दी और हमने नाम ही, व्याख्या ही बदल दी। वो आखिरी नहीं, वो देश का पहला गांव है, यानी पिछड़े को प्राथमिकता। दशकों तक हमारा ओबीसी समाज ओबीसी कमीशन को संवैधानिक दर्जा दिए जाने की मांग कर रहा था। ये काम भी हमारी ही सरकार ने किया। हमारे आदिवासी समाज में भी जो सबसे पिछड़े थे, सरकार ने उनके लिए जनमन योजना शुरू की। अब इनके विकास के लिए 25,000 करोड़ रुपए खर्च किए जा रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं कहता हूं, जो पिछड़ा है वो हमारी प्राथमिकता है। अब इसी भावना से एक और बहुत बड़ी योजना शुरू की जा रही है। 2 दिन पहले ही केंद्रीय मंत्रिमंडल ने प्रधानमंत्री धन धान्य कृषि योजना को मंजूरी दी है। इस योजना के तहत कृषि के मामले में सबसे पिछड़े 100 जिलों को चिन्हित किया जाएगा। ये ऐसे जिले होंगे जहां खेती से जुड़ी संभावनाएं तो भरपूर है, लेकिन पैदावार और किसानों की आय के मामले में ये जिले अभी भी पीछे हैं। इन जिलों के किसानों को इस योजना के तहत प्राथमिकता देकर मदद दी जाएगी। यानी पिछड़े को प्राथमिकता, इसका सीधा लाभ देश के करीब 1.25 करोड़ किसानों को होगा और इसमें बहुत बड़ी संख्या मेरे बिहार के किसान भाई बहनों के रहने वाली है। साथियों, आज यहां रेल और सड़क से जुड़ी हजारों करोड़ रुपए की परियोजनाओं का उद्घाटन और शिलान्यास हुआ है। इन परियोजनाओं से बिहार के लोगों को बहुत सुविधा हो जाएगी। देश के अलग अलग रूट पर अमृत भारत एक्सप्रेस को हरी झंडी दिखाई गई है। मोतिहारी बापू धाम से दिल्ली आनंद विहार तक भी अब सीधे अमृत भारत एक्सप्रेस चलेगी। मोतिहारी रेलवे स्टेशन भी अब नए रूप में नई सुविधाओं के साथ तैयार हो रहा है। दरभंगा नरकटियागंज रेल लाइन का दोहरीकरण होने से यह रूट पर यात्रियों को बहुत सुविधा हो जाएगी। साथियों, चंपारण की धरती का जुड़ाव हमारी आस्था और संस्कृति से भी है। राम जानकी पथ मोतिहारी के 70 घाट, केसरिया, चकिया, मधुबन से होकर गुजरने वाला है। सीतामढ़ी से अयोध्या तक जो नई रेलवे लाइन तैयार हो रही है, उससे श्रद्धालु चंपारण से अयोध्या जाकर दर्शन कर सकेंगे। इन सारे प्रयासों का सबसे बड़ा लाभ है बिहार में कनेक्टिविटी और बेहतर होगी। यहां रोजगार के नए अवसर भी तैयार होंगे। साथियों, कांग्रेस और आरजेडी गरीबों, दलितों, पिछड़ों और आदिवासियों के नाम पर राजनीति करते आए हैं, लेकिन बराबरी का अधिकार तो दूर, ये परिवार से बाहर के लोगों को सम्मान तक नहीं देते। इन लोगों का अहंकार आज पूरा बिहार देख रहा है। हमें बिहार को इनकी बुरी नीयत से बचाकर रखना है। नीतीश जी की टीम ने, बीजेपी की टीम ने और पूरे एनडीए ने इतने वर्षों तक यहां मेहनत की है। श्री चंद्रमोहन राय जी जैसे विभूतियों ने हमें मार्गदर्शन दिया है। हमें मिलकर बिहार के विकास के इन प्रयासों को और गति देनी है। हमें मिलकर बिहार के सुनहरे भविष्य की ओर बढ़ना है। हमें संकल्प लेना है, बनाएंगे नया बिहार, फिर एक बार एनडीए सरकार। इसी के साथ मैं एक बार फिर आज की परियोजनाओं के लिए आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। मेरे साथ दोनों हाथ ऊपर करके पूरी ताकत से बोलिए, भारत माता की, भारत भारत माता की, भारत माता की। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Well, that was PM Modi's poll bugle in Bihar's Motihari. This is one of his key visits before the Bihar sees polls. In fact, he has made it very, very clear. He has said that RJD needs to watch out. NDA will come back. In fact, he has also said that Operation Sindoor was a massive success and that he sounded Operation Sindoor from the soils of the very state he is in right now. And remember, viewers, this is him sounding poll bugle in Bihar. He also held a mega roadshow which saw thousands of people participating in it. Thousands, scores of people came to witness PM Modi's mega roadshow in Bihar, which he held with the chief minister of the state. He has sounded his poll bugle. In fact, he has also said that how Operation Sindoor was a massive success and that the world witnessed India's undisputed might, India's formidable might.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
A fire has broken out at a scrap iron storage warehouse in the industrial estate located in Tamil Nadu. The operations to douse the fire are currently underway. One person died and two were injured after a portion of an abandoned school had collapsed in Ranchi of Jharkhand. The school is located in Piskamor area. As per reports, one person has died and two have been injured in the incident. The injured have been admitted to Sadar Hospital. Some people took shelter in this abandoned building at night. As per the initial report, 3 people were inside the building when the incident took place. Officials have stated that more than 20 schools in the national capital have received bomb threats. The police have said that the Richmond Global School in Delhi's Paschim Vihar area has reportedly been getting a bomb threat. The fire department and Delhi police have rushed to the spot after receiving the information about the bomb threats. Further investigation is currently underway. Shifting our focus to another story that we are tracking, ladies and gentlemen, a video of NCP SP MLA Jitendra Eward has been posted by Nitish Rane where he was seen misbehaving with a journalist. Now, this comes a day after heated exchange between Eward and the BJP MLA Padalkar outside the legislature complex. The video was shared by Nitish Rane, which is on your screen. He can be seen, Jitendra Eward can be seen misbehaving with the journalist. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, there was a heated exchange between Jitendra Eward and the BJP MLA Padalkar right outside the legislature complex. And now there's a video that has been shared by BJP's Nitish Rane where Eward can be clearly seen misbehaving with a journalist, even shoving and pushing him. You can see the visuals on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. This is a video of NCP SP MLA Jitendra Eward. All right, on your screens are the visuals of Eward and Padalkar crash. Remember, viewers, this was a brawl in Maharashtra Assembly where 2 were arrested after BJP and NCP supporters indulged in a fist fight. In fact, an FIR, ladies and gentlemen, has also been filed. An FIR has been registered and 2 people arrested in connection with the clash between the supporters of BJP MLA Gopi Chand Padalkar and NCP Sharad Pawar faction leader Jitendra Eward outside the Maharashtra Assembly on Thursday. On your screens are the visuals, ladies and gentlemen. A video showing supporters of the 2 MLAs clashing inside the Vidhan Bhavan went viral. In fact, the Mumbai police has also arrested 2 people in connection with the very same clash. In fact, a case has been registered in the Marine Drive police station, is what we're coming to know. The scuffle was captured near the main staircase and the lobby, and showing both the group exchanging blows before the onlookers intervened.
Now remember, viewers, the incident came just a day after Padalkar and Nehwar were caught on camera in a heated argument outside the legislature premises. In fact, there was also an earlier video that showed two exchanging sharp words near the entrance, reportedly after Nehwar alleged that Padalkar slammed a car door at him. Quite dramatic visuals on the screens, viewers. As you can see, this is a clash between two MLAs clashing inside Vidhan Bhavan. Now, the video has, of course, gone viral. In fact, on the right side, you can see the video that has been shared by Nitish Rane, which shows Jitendra Awad blatantly assaulting a journalist. All right, let's cut straight across to BJP leader Ram Kadam, who joins me live on this edition on the phone line. Sir, thank you for speaking with Republic. What we can see is a video of NCP SP MLA Jitendra Awad, and the video has been posted by Nitish Rane, and he can be seen blatantly misbehaving with a journalist. What's your first reaction on this? All right, while we try and connect back with Ram Kadam there, ladies and gentlemen, this is the video that has been shared by Nitish Rane. And of course, an FIR has now been registered. In fact, two people who have also been arrested in connection with the very same clash between the supporters of BJP MLA Gopi Chand Padalkar and NCP Sharad Pawar faction Jitendra Awad. Okay, time to slip into a very, very short break, ladies and gentlemen. On the other side, after ED raids ex-Chhattisgarh CM Bhupendra Baghel, Bilai's house, his son now arrested. Also, on the other side, middle class run over by rich yet again in Gandhinagar. BMW car kills one rich brat, gets bail. We'll get you this and a lot more. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मिर्च।
इस साल का जो प्रॉफिट है इंटरेस्ट पे डाल देंगे। हर महीने ब्याज का पैसा आता रहेगा।
अगर रेगुलर इनकम ही चाहिए तो आप वो पैसे फिक्स्ड इनकम फंड्स में डाल दो।
वो क्या होता है?
फिक्स्ड इनकम म्यूचुअल फंड्स चुने हुए ब्याज देने वाली कंपनी बॉन्ड्स, गवर्नमेंट बॉन्ड्स और मनी मार्केट में इन्वेस्ट करते हैं। सिस्टमैटिक विथड्रॉवल प्लान से आपको ऑन द डॉट फिक्स्ड अमाउंट भी आता रहेगा।
म्यूचुअल फंड में फिक्स्ड इनकम वाली बात सही है।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
After ED raids ex-Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel's Bilai house, his son has been arrested. Pakistan's bloody signature in Pahalgam, now called out by the US. White House confirms what India said TRF equals Pak terror. Nitish Rane posts video of NCP SCP MLA Jitendra Awad misbehaving with journalist. Middle class run over by the rich yet again in Gandhinagar. BMW kills one rich brat, gets bail. Complete collapse of law and order in Patna. Accused who shot inside Patna hospital was seen celebrating moments after the crime. Republic crashes all landing channels, becomes India's #1 and most watched channel. Arnab is the primetime king once again. Super Primetime Max breaches 90% mark. We have some big breaking news coming in, viewers. The rich brat who mowed down an innocent middle-class man has now been granted bail. The charges on Vatsal Karya were bailable. He was set free this morning, though the police is still investigating the matter, and they have collected the blood samples of the accused, who is believed to have consumed alcohol. And even before the reports are out, you see the accused has been given bail. This is the video that's come to light from Gandhinagar, where you can see a speeding BMW being driven by a VVIP brat, and locals suspect and locals claim that the man who was driving the BMW was under the influence of alcohol, and he was also under the influence of arrogance. Viewers, there you can see, not even stopping the vehicle despite him seeing the arrival of a two-wheeler. The BMW speeds into the two-wheeler, rams him, and kills the middle-class man on the spot. In fact, these are the two incidents that have sparked massive outrage. First one was the Pune posh case, in which a killer brat snuffed out the lives of two techies who were en route home. And this Gandhinagar incident that has come to light afresh is the latest in the series of how the rich are seen mowing down the middle class. Luxury wheels and murderous acts by the rich. We have Tanisha also joining us live from the newsroom. Tanisha, it's indeed very shocking and outrageous that the accused killer has been granted bail even before the blood sample reports are out.
Well, absolutely, Deepak. It is a shocking case of how the rich man gets away easily, has not been even tried, and he gets a bail hours after he has committed a crime. He has run over his car over a poor man, over a middle-class man. He gets away easily. And remember, this is not the first time that this case has happened. A same thing that happened in the Pune Porsche case as well, where the accused in that case was a minor. First, he was told to write an essay and get away with it. The crushing of a middle-class man, and the only excuse, the only punishment that the minor had to face then in the Pune case was to write an essay and get away with it. Not just that, just few days ago, remember, we had got the news about how the accused will not be tried under minor act, and he will be treated as a minor and not as a major. Another case of where an affluent person just gets away easily, and it is the poor man, it is the middle class man who has to suffer. Same is the case from here in Gandhinagar. The incident is about yesterday early in the morning, when a BMW car, allegedly in the influence of alcohol, the driver was in the influence of alcohol, he rams his car into the old man who was heading to his home. And just hours after that has happened, Thursday morning, that is yesterday, the incident has happened, and today, by afternoon, we see nearly 12 to 13 hours after is when he gets a bail. But the question is, on what basis has he got a bail, and is the life of a middle class man so easily that it can be forgiven? The crimes can so easily be forgiven that an accused in the case, in a hit and kill case, it's not even a hit and run, Deepak, it is a hit and kill case where the accused has been granted bail within just 12 to 13 hours of case, and the family is upset, they are enraged. There are wide range concerns that are being flashed out now in the open. And remember, there are different states in which these cases have come to light. Earlier it was in Madhya Pradesh, where a Congress MLA has rammed his car into a middle class man again. In Pune case, which happened last year, where a minor allegedly under the influence of alcohol has rammed his car into two techies, and he was released soon after. He was told that he will not be tried as an adult but as a minor. And now again, another case, this one from Gandhinagar in Gujarat, where the BMW driver, again a rich brat, who rams his car into an old man who's probably going home after his errands early in the morning, rams his car, and he gets bail very easily. In fact, we are also being joined by the family of the victim. If I can just get their names, we are being joined by Bharat Mishra. He is the son of the deceased, and also Rajendra Tiwari, who is the brother-in-law of the deceased. He is also a lawyer. Bharat and Rajendra, बहुत-बहुत शुक्रिया आपका हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए. आपसे जानना चाहूँगी, कब आपको इस बारे में पता चला कि ये इंसिडेंट हो क्या है, कब आपको खबर आई, और किस तरीके से आपने इस केस को फॉरवर्ड ले जा रहे हैं अभी?
मैम मुझे अराउंड 7:20 के आसपास एक कॉल आया था मॉर्निंग में। उन्होंने पहले मुझे इन्फॉर्म किया कि मेरे फादर को एक्सीडेंट हुआ है सूर्या सर्कल के आसपास, अनिर्देश बंगलो के बाजू में। तो मैं जस्ट तैयार होके निकल ही रहा था उस टाइम पे, क्योंकि मैं थोड़ा पैनिक में आ गया था। फिर 1 मिनट बाद ही उन्होंने दोबारा कॉल करके बोला कि आप जल्दी आ जाइए क्योंकि उनकी डेथ हो गई है। तो एकदम से ट्रॉमा जैसा हो गया था, क्योंकि एक्सपेक्टेड नहीं था। मैं एक्चुअली सुबह जल्दी उठा था ऑफिस का काम करने के लिए, तो जस्ट मैंने लैपटॉप स्टार्ट ही किया था, उतने में मेरे पास ऐसी न्यूज़ आई। तो मैं तो ट्रॉमा में था। तो हमारे वो साथ में जो 10th फ्लोर पे हमारी सोसाइटी में रहते हैं, वो मेरे साथ आए यहाँ पे। तो इधर सूर्य सर्कल से जो टर्न आता है वहाँ पे मैंने देखा कि मेरे फादर की डेड बॉडी यहाँ पे पड़ी हुई थी। एंड BMW की हालत बहुत खराब थी, मतलब वो पेड़ से बुरी तरह क्रैश हुई हुई थी। एंड उसका मतलब आगे का बोनट वगैरह एंड सब कुछ उड़ गया था। एंड सारे एयरबैग्स भी उसके खुले हुए थे उस टाइम पे। तो बहुत ही मतलब बहुत ही खतरनाक स्थिति थी, मतलब उसको देखा भी नहीं जा सकता, ऐसी स्थिति थी वो। और मेरे फादर की लाश इधर साइड में पड़ी हुई थी, यहाँ पे जहाँ पे मैंने देखा था उधर। और एक्टिवा को अगर मैं आपको दिखाऊं तो ये एक्टिवा की स्थिति है अभी। अगर आप इससे देखें तो चाबी वगैरह सब लॉक हो गई है, ये सब डैमेज हो गया है यहाँ पे। ये देखिए यहाँ से सब टूट गया है इसका। एंड जिन्होंने आसपास में इंसिडेंट देखा है उनका कहना ऐसा है कि वो करीब 2 फुट हवा ऊपर उछले थे, उसके बाद गिरे थे। एंड आप समझिए उनका बॉडी वेट करीब 120-125 kg था। तो जब वो गिरे होंगे उसके बाद भी वो 5-10 मिनट तक तड़पे हैं उसके बाद। मतलब एक किसी की गलती ने हमारे घर पूरा उजाड़ दिया है।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल समझ सकती हूँ आपका दुख भारत जी। हमें ये बताइए कि आपके जो पिताजी थे वो कितने वर्ष के थे और वो कहाँ जा रहे थे जब आपको ये पता चला कि ये एक्सीडेंट हो गया? क्योंकि ये सामने आ रहा है कि ये जो खबर है वो सुबह, जैसे आप बता रहे थे, आपको सुबह सुबह की खबर मिली। कहाँ जा रहे थे वो और वो उनकी उम्र कितनी थी?
उनकी उम्र मैम 69 थी। और इधर ये सूर्य सर्कल के पास में एक शिव जी का मंदिर है। तो अभी सावन का महीना चल रहा है, तो वो बेलपत्र चढ़ाने जा रहे थे वहां पर। और उसके बाद इधर से वो यू टर्न मार के आ रहे थे, तभी अचानक से वो BMW आई और उनको क्रश करते हुए चली गई।
जी भरत जी, जैसा आप दिखा रहे थे हमें आपकी वही पिताजी की स्कूटी, जो बहुत ही, जैसा हम देख सकते हैं अपने विजुअल्स में भी, बहुत ही गंदा इम्पैक्ट आया है उस स्कूटी पे। क्या आप फिर से हमारे दर्शकों को स्कूटी दिखा सकते हैं, क्योंकि ताकि हम ये दर्शकों को अपने दिखा पाए कि कैसे एक अमीर आदमी अपने अपने व्हील्स के अंडर किसी को भी कुचल के जा सकता है और वो उसको आराम से बेल भी मिल जाती है कुछ घंटों बाद। इनफैक्ट क्या आप फिर से वो स्कूटी की तस्वीरें दिखा सकते हैं हमें?
ये देखिए मैम, इसका साइड पूरा डैमेज है, क्योंकि ये भी हवा में उछल के गिरी थी। यहाँ से आप देखिए तो इसका पूरा प्लास्टिक वगैरह सब खुल गया है यहाँ से। पेड़ दिखाओ, पेड़ दिखाओ। और आपको मैं पेड़ की स्थिति दिखाता हूँ, जिस तरह से पेड़ डैमेज हुआ है BMW से क्रश होके। आप उससे अंदाजा लगा पाएंगे कि वो मतलब कितनी सीवियर स्पीड पे क्रैश हुआ होगा उस BMW के साथ।
जी बिल्कुल भरत जी,
ये पेड़ है,
जी जी जी,
आप देख सकते हैं यहाँ पे लकड़ी का छाल है, इसके नीचे का पूरा हिस्सा पेड़ तक का डैमेज हो गया है। ऐसे ऐसे दिखाओ, ये दिख रहा है।
जी बिल्कुल बिल्कुल हमें दिख सकता है भरत जी कि किस तरीके से वो इम्पैक्ट हुआ स्कूटी को जिस तरीके से उन्होंने हिट किया और किस तरीके से उनकी स्कूटी, हम जान सकते हैं कि 20 मीटर तक उड़ के चली गई थी। हमारे साथ राजेंद्र जी भी जुड़ रहे हैं, वो ही इज़ द ब्रदर इन लॉ ऑफ द डिसीज। राजेंद्र जी, आप बताइए हमें कि कब आपको इस बारे में पता चला और किस तरीके से आप इस मामले को आगे ले जा रहे हैं?
जी इमीडिएट जैसे ही उनके सन मिस्टर भरत को कॉल आया, उन्होंने और नेक्स्ट मोमेंट मुझे फोन किया। और आई एम रिसाइडिंग अबाउट 20 मिनट अवे फ्रॉम हियर टुवर्ड्स अहमदाबाद। मैं और मेरी पत्नी तुरंत वहां से निकले और स्पॉट पे आए। स्पॉट पर से डेड बॉडी को तब तक ले जा चुके थे सिविल हॉस्पिटल पोस्टमार्टम नोट के लिए। तो हम लोग फिर सिविल हॉस्पिटल गए और दिन भर अंतिम क्रिया में लगे रहे। परंतु आई वुड लाइक टू से कि एक इररिस्पॉन्सिबल मल्टी मिलियनर लोगों के कार और एक्शन की वजह से वाज अ ड्रंक मुझे ऐसा इंफॉर्मेशन आगे पीछे से मिला है कि वो नई गाड़ी थी, BMW नई परचेस करी थी, पासिंग भी नहीं हुआ था, उसका रजिस्ट्रेशन भी नहीं हुआ था, और सारी रात कोई रिसोर्ट में पार्टी करके और वो लोग आ रहा था। यहाँ के लोगों का, स्थानिक लोगों का कहना है कि वो ड्राइवर जो था, लड़का जो चला रहा था गाड़ी का ओनर, उसको खड़े रहने के होश नहीं था, इतना दारू पिया हुआ था। इस परिस्थिति में उसको फिर यहाँ से ले जाया गया, हॉस्पिटलाइज भी किया गया, और वो ये टॉवर्ड्स आप पीछे देख सकती हैं, ये रास्ता इतना चौड़ा और बड़ा रास्ता है कि जहाँ पे अकस्मात की कोई संभावना नहीं है, पूरा कोई ब्लाइंड एंड या ब्लाइंड कॉर्नर नहीं है, एक बड़ा चौड़ा मोर देन 100 फीट का रोड है, वहां से वन साइड से वो आया, और जो कॉर्नर पे ये जो डिसीज्ड हैं, हमारे साले साहब थे, हमारे ब्रदर इन लॉ थे, वो ये जैसे बताया कि नजदीक के शिव मंदिर में बेलपत्र चढ़ाने सुबह जा रहे थे, तो वो जा रहे थे, वो वेरी स्लो थे, वो रिटायर्ड क्लास 1 ऑफिसर फ्रॉम राजस्थान गवर्नमेंट थे, माहिती प्रेस इंफॉर्मेशन ब्यूरो में सर्विस करके निवृत्त होके बेटे के साथ यहाँ रह रहे थे। वो इतने नियमित व्यक्ति थे, आजू बाजू वालों का, ये फ्रूट्स वालों का कहना है कि दायां या बायां हाथ बताए बगैर वो कभी टर्न नहीं होते थे, रोज ये लोग देखते थे
जी।
परंतु ये इररिस्पॉन्सिबल ड्राइविंग का, और खास करके जो लग्जरी कार्स हैं उनके ओनर्स और ड्राइवर्स का ही रोल है, इररिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी ऑफ ड्राइविंग है, कि जिसकी वजह से आखिरी 2 साल में ये ट्विन सिटी अहमदाबाद गांधीनगर है, रास्ते अच्छे हो जाने की वजह से आखिरी 2 साल में कम से कम ऐसे 10 इंसिडेंट बने हैं जिसमें एक से लगा के 10-10 लोगों की मृत्यु हुई है। परंतु आई वुड से कि इट इज एन इररिस्पॉन्सिबल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन ऑफ द पुलिस डिपार्टमेंट, ट्रैफिक डिपार्टमेंट ऑल्सो, कि इसमें कोई गंभीर दृष्टि से काम नहीं किया जा रहा। आगे पीएम फॉरेंसिक एंगल से भी पीएम हुआ है, और अभी यहाँ पे पंचनामा वगैरह भी सभी अच्छे से किया गया है। लुकिंग टू ऑल, उसको बेल आउट नहीं किया गया है अभी, ही इज नॉट बेल आउट, हॉस्पिटलाइज है, उसको जो अकस्मात में चोट आई उसकी वजह से वो हॉस्पिटलाइज है ड्राइवर, और आगे पुलिस अपनी कार्रवाई कर रही है, और आई एक्सपेक्ट कि कोर्ट भी गंभीरता से सीरियसली इसको केस को लेके और अपना न्याय निर्णय करेगी, उसको सजा देगी, पनिशमेंट देगी, यही हमारी अपेक्षा भी है और ये समय की जरूरत भी है।
Rajendra ji, there are two contrasting pictures here. On one hand, you have a middle class man, early in the morning, he's woken up early, he's gone to the temple, and little did he know that on his way back home, such a dastardly incident would take place. On the other hand, you have a rich VVIP brat who was under the influence of alcohol, probably heading back home from a party. And it looks like that because locals have suggested, like you clearly mentioned, that he was completely drunk out of his mind. How do you take this case forward and what are your demands?
मेरी न्याय तंत्र से और पुलिस डिपार्टमेंट से सिर्फ एक ही है कि हमने तो अपना आदमी खो दिया, हमने तो अपने फैमिली के एक एल्डर पर्सन को खो दिया है, परंतु आने वाले समय में मैं एक बात और कहूंगा, इसी स्पॉट पे रोज स्कूल जाने वाले बच्चे भी सुबह कम से कम 25 से 50 बच्चे समय समय पे यहाँ खड़े रहते हैं बस पिकअप करने के लिए। ईश्वर की कृपा रही और हम ये समझते हैं कि हमने तो एल्डर पर्सन खो दिया, परंतु उनने अपनी शहादत देके, अपना भोग देके और उन बच्चों को बचा लिया। अगर ये एक्सीडेंट ना हुआ होता तो बच्चों को क्या नुकसान होता ईश्वर ही जान सकता है। हमारी डिमांड तो खैर ठीक है, परंतु न्याय की अपेक्षा ये है कि ऐसे ड्राइवर्स को ही सिर्फ नहीं, परंतु ऐसी कार के ओनर्स को, उनके माता पिता को भी और एल्डर पर्सन ऑफ द फैमिली को भी पनिशमेंट होनी चाहिए फ्रॉम द सोसाइटी, फ्रॉम द डिपार्टमेंट, कि दे आर ऑल्सो रिस्पॉन्सिबल के रात को बच्चे लग्जरी कार लेके कहाँ जाते हैं, क्या करते हैं। ये ड्राई स्ट्रेट में अगर दारू पी के आखिरी 2 साल में 10 अकस्मात हो चुके दारू पीने वाले बच्चों की वजह से, तो व्हाट द पुलिस डिपार्टमेंट इज डूइंग इन द नाइट वे।
Right, Rajendra Tiwari ji
and the administration also.
Rajendra Tiwari ji and Bharat Mishra, thank you for joining us, and we express our serious condolences to you and your family members. It's a void that can never be filled, but it's the rich and reckless that escape scot-free, and this is a classic example of that. And the family's only demand is to take stringent action against not just the driver, but also the family members. Let's now move on, viewers, because the Enforcement Directorate has arrested the son of former Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel's son Chaitanya Baghel in the liquor scam linked money laundering case. The Enforcement Directorate conducted searches at the residence of his son, and this particular residence is also shared by the former Chief Minister. In March, the probe agency had conducted similar raids at his residence, at this particular residence, and the raids that were conducted early this morning were also based on fresh evidence as claimed by the Enforcement Directorate. Now, Chaitanya Baghel has been arrested by the ED on charges of allegedly receiving proceeds of crime from the illicit liquor trade to the tune of 2,000 crore rupees. We also have a reaction coming in from Bhupesh Baghel. Let's listen in.
सब लोग बोल चुके हैं, नेता प्रतिपक्ष बोलने के बाद और कुछ बचता नहीं है। सदन में भी कहा कि अडानी के जो पेड़ कटाई चल रहा है इसके विरोध में पूरे कांग्रेस पार्टी लड़ाई लड़ रही है और दबाव पूरे सरकार में है, प्रशासनिक तंत्र में है और विपक्ष को दबाने के लिए ये रणनीति अपनाई गई है, जिसके कारण से आज नेता प्रतिपक्ष ने विधानसभा में ये घोषणा की कि हम इस कार्रवाई के विरोध में दिन भर के सदन की कार्रवाई बहिष्कार करते हैं। 81 लखमा भी टारगेट किया, देवेंद्र यादव को टारगेट किया, अभी मेरे बेटे को टारगेट कर रहे हैं। इसका मतलब ये है दबाने की कोशिश कि कोई आवाज़ अडानी खिलाफ ना बोल सके।
Moving on to more breaking news coming in. It's a big setback for the Indie bloc because Aam Aadmi Party has officially and formally quit. The opposition grouping Sanjay Singh says AAP is no longer part of the Indie bloc. The Indie alliance was limited to just Lok Sabha elections, and in the aftermath of the poll drubbing, we have the Aam Aadmi Party now officially quitting the Indie bloc. It's a major setback for the opposition grouping, with Aam Aadmi Party, one of the key constituents of the Indie bloc, now exiting this particular fold. It was the anti-Modi bloc that they had formed, but after the Lok Sabha elections now, Aam Aadmi Party has formally quit from the Indie alliance. It was a decision that was on expected lines, but it has come late. It has come almost a year after the Lok Sabha elections. The Aam Aadmi Party has now formally announced that it is no longer part of the Indie alliance, saying that the alliance was only for Lok Sabha polls. It's a big setback for the alliance, for the grouping, as now a key partner of this particular grouping has officially quit the Indie fold. Our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor is also joining us live from the newsroom. Abhishek, this is a big setback for the Indie bloc. Aam Aadmi Party has quit it officially. What prompted the exit?
Well, you see, this is essentially a reiteration of an earlier position of the Aam Aadmi Party. Remember, the alliance had seen fracture right there in the Haryana elections itself last year, and then we saw how in the Delhi elections early this year, again the two parties, the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party, couldn't come together, and then subsequently we have seen in many states the Aam Aadmi Party really taking its own path. So what Sanjay Singh today has said is essentially something which has existed as a fact on the ground insofar as electoral tie-up between the two parties go. It essentially was limited to Lok Sabha elections. Even there, the fracture was visible between the two leaderships or leaderships of the respective leaderships of the two parties. But now it seems the going ahead is going to be difficult. Remember, there is no major election as such coming in where Aam Aadmi Party is relevant. But the fact that Sanjay Singh has made this statement just a week before the beginning of the monsoon session of Parliament, it does not look good going ahead for the Indie bloc. Also remember, we have seen similar statements coming in, for example, in Maharashtra from Shiv Sena of Uddhav Thackeray, the Shiv Sena UBT, where they have said that insofar as the local body polls are concerned, and the most significant one being of the BMC, the Brihan Mumbai Municipal Corporation, there is no tie-up or the MVA does not exist effectively, making Uddhav available for example, a tie-up with the MNS of his cousin Raj Thackeray, and even a wink there coming in from Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis there a couple of days back in the Maharashtra Assembly. So I think the portents do not look good for the Indie bloc. Even otherwise, it was always at best a fractured alliance and coming together of varied interests where in the respective states. So for example, in Bengal, Mamata Banerjee would want no truck with the Congress or the CPM, even as there would be some kind of loose understanding for their alliance at the national level, which obviously, so far as the Congress is concerned, does not mean anything if it does not get any share in the pie in Bengal, and similarly in other states. So in Kerala, for example, the Congress and the CPM would continue to contest tooth and nail against each other, but then some kind of alliance existing at the national level, it just gets reduced to some kind of floor coordination in the parliament. That's why this development by itself might not be big in terms of electoral politics of the opposition Indie bloc, but coming as it does ahead of monsoon session of Parliament, obviously it's an embarrassment for Indie. Just a day also, remember Deepak, before the coordination committee of the opposition alliance meets in Delhi to plan how they will conduct themselves during the monsoon session.
That's right, Abhishek. I kindly request you to stay on with us as we play out Sanjay Singh's response, his announcement of AAP's exit from the Indie bloc.
देखिए, इसमें निमंत्रण आने ना आने का कोई प्रश्न ही नहीं उठता। सवाल ये है कि भाई इंडिया गठबंधन लोकसभा चुनाव के लिए था, उसके बाद हमने हरियाणा का चुनाव अकेले लड़ा, हमने दिल्ली का चुनाव अकेले लड़ा, हम बिहार में चुनाव अकेले लड़ने जा रहे हैं, हमने पंजाब और गुजरात का उपचुनाव अकेले लड़ा। तो आम आदमी पार्टी ने अपनी स्थिति स्पष्ट कर दी है, और जहां तक विपक्ष की भूमिका की बात है, एक सशक्त विपक्ष की भूमिका आम आदमी पार्टी हमेशा निभाती रही है, और पार्लियामेंट का जो सेशन अगला चलेगा वहां भी हम उठाएंगे तमाम मुद्दे।
In fact, we have BJP MP Praveen Khandelwal also joining us on the phone line. A very good afternoon to you, sir. Do you think this is the beginning of the end of the Indie bloc? Do you think more regional parties could reassess their position in the grouping and exit after Aam Aadmi Party?
Well, from the very beginning, we have been regularly saying that whatever this Indie bloc is, it is a bloc of great opportunism. Whenever these different parties find convenient, they join hands together, and when it is not convenient for them, they face against each other. This is our constant stand since a long time. So therefore, this is an unholy alliance, and whatever Sanjay Singh is saying right now, that it was up to Lok Sabha elections. Let me remind the statements of Arvind Kejriwal and other people in the beginning when this Indie bloc was formed, and it was made very categorically clear that the bloc has been formed to oppose Prime Minister Narendra Modi and BJP both in Parliament and outside Parliament. Today, because it is not suitable for Sanjay Singh and Aam Aadmi Party, that is why they are declaring that now they are not part of Indie bloc. So it is totally...
That's right, sir. Please kindly stay on with us because we also have Shazia Ilmi joining us live on this broadcast. A very good afternoon to you, Shazia Ilmi. Do you think that the ideological differences between the constituents of the Indie alliance led to the exit of Aam Aadmi Party? Because we had seen the Aam Aadmi Party not agreeing with the Congress on various issues and vice versa across the country in different elections. Do you think this will now force the BJP to change its election strategy?
Not at all. I mean, it just goes on to show once again what Aam Aadmi Party is about, what India Bloc stands for. India Bloc is actually a blot of, opportunism, greed and political expediency. And this has been proven once again. This is hardly a surprise because now we're looking at elections in Punjab. And obviously, the main contenders there in Arvind Kejriwal's mind is Aam Aadmi Party and Congress. So I can say ये तो होना ही था और हो गया. And somebody like me has been predicting this all along. So the whole India alliance was a bit of a joke to start with. And it has been proven yet again just how opportunistic Kejriwal is and just how gullible the rest of this India alliance partners are. I don't know whose purpose has served, but people of India, citizens of Punjab and Delhi have really been taken for a big ride. Because if you remember, Arvind Kejriwal was the person who was part of the Anna Hazare movement, and Anna Hazare Andolan, as we all know, was against the corruption of UPA 2. So first things first, let's go back to basics. Entire Anna movement against UPA 2 corruption, Manmohan Singh and Sheila Dikshit in center. It gave birth to this Andolan, this big movement, and out of that movement came along Aam Aadmi Party.
That's right. And it was the opportunity, the political opportunism that you were mentioning, Shazia Almi, that led to the creation of Aam Aadmi Party with Kejriwal entering politics. But thank you for joining us with your insights. The BJP surely believes that this is the beginning of the end for the Indie bloc. It's time for us to slip into a short break. On the other side, we'll tell you about US's major action on Pakistan by designating TRF as a foreign terror organization. Along with that, we'll also tell you about the celebrations after a shootout in Bihar's Patna as law and order collapses completely ahead of the polls. Stay tuned.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
After ED raids ex-Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel's Bhilai house, his son now arrested in liquor scam. Pakistan's bloody signature in Pahalgam now called out by US. White House confirms what India said, TRF equals Pak terror. Aam Aadmi Party formally quits Indi bloc. Sanjay Singh says alliance was only for Lok Sabha polls. Nitish Rane posts video of NCP-SCP MLA Jitendra Awad misbehaving with a journalist day after scuffle in the assembly. Middle-class man returning from temple run over by rich yet again in Gandhinagar. BMW car driver kills one. Rich brat gets bail. Republic crashes. All landing channels becomes India's #1 and most watched channel. Arnab is the primetime king once again, and Super Primetime Max breaches 90% mark. A very good afternoon, viewers. It's 2 p.m. and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. Exactly almost 2 months after the dastardly Pahalgam terror attack, the US has designated Lashkar-e-Taiba's proxy TRF as foreign terror organization. And today, it was a big move announced by the Department of State by adding the TRF in the designated terror organization list, and it has named it Specially Designated Global Terror Group. Today, the US Department of State is adding TRF to this designated global terrorist list. It is a Lashkar-e-Taiba front and a proxy claimed responsibility for the April 22nd Pahalgam attack, which killed 26 civilians. This was the deadliest attack on civilians in India since 2008. Mumbai attacks conducted and orchestrated by LET. TRF has also claimed responsibility for several attacks against Indian security forces, targeted killings in Kashmir Valley, and the most recent one, the attack against security forces, was in 2024. We have Major General Rajan Kochar, a defense expert, joining us live on this broadcast. Major General, it's a big win for India's diplomatic efforts in taking the message of terrorism to the world. And finally, the world is now acknowledging, with US now designating TRF.
Very heartening news we just heard. And, it's a great development in our crusade against terrorism, because India has been fighting this battle and trying to make the world powers realize the importance of declaring Pakistan a terrorist state. So what are the implications of this order? We need to understand this first. Under Section 219 of the Immigration and Nationality Act of the United States, the Resistance Front has been declared as a foreign terrorist organization. Executive Order 13224 has been signed, which calls it as a specially designated global terrorist. And one important aspect of this is that it links the Resistance Front to Lashkar-e-Taiba Lashkar-e-Taiba is a known proxy terrorist organization of Pakistan. So now a link has been fully, you can say, established, recognized that Pakistan is sponsoring terrorist activities in India. So the implications are all the assets of this organization, if anywhere in the United States, are going to be freezed. Criminal penalties are going to be imposed on any nation or organization who is dealing in logistics or any financial or material support to this organization. And it should actually create an opportunity for India now to project to the world organizations like the United Nations to bring Pakistan back into the FATF grey list, and also the financial funding of Pakistan should be immediately stopped. The IMF and the World Bank have to take cognizance of this, and I think India should also go to the United Nations Security Council sanctions regime, and it is important to sanction this organization in the United Nations as well. So I think it's a very, very welcome step, and subsequent related activities need to be carried out by our government.
Right. Thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast. And we continue, viewers, with the other story that we're tracking for you. Viewers, in fact, there are multiple reactions that have come in right now. Even, remember, Pakistan has been time and again talking about support for the TRF. Ishaq Dar, in fact, he's the Deputy Prime Minister of Pakistan. He had acknowledged support for the TRF, a group that is a proxy for Lashkar-e-Taiba, viewers. We'll get you more reactions. We continue to keep showing you what does it really mean. And take a listen to what Ishaq Dar had said.
जम्मू एंड कश्मीर में एक फोरम बना जिसका नाम है द रेजिस्टेंस फोरम, और उस पे उसको कंडेम किया गया, उसको जिम्मेदार ठहराया गया उस प्रेस रिलीज में। तो मुझे आई, मैंने देखा, मैंने कहा ये एक्सेप्टेबल नहीं। पहलगाम के साथ आपको लिखना पड़ेगा जम्मू एंड कश्मीर। मुझे बड़े बड़े कैपिटल से कॉलें आई कि देखें इस वक्त मैं कहा नथिंग डूइंग, ये नहीं हो सकता, पाकिस्तान विल नॉट एक्सेप्ट। वो कहते हैं आप पे ब्लेम आएगा, प्रेस रिलीज नहीं हुई, इतना बड़ा वाकया हुआ, आपके जाबर एक्सप्रेस भी ये आई थी, कंडेमनेशन की, टेररिस्ट एक्टिविटी को कंडेम किया गया था। मैंने कहा वी आर रेडी, बट प्लीज यू हैव टू पुट इन जम्मू एंड कश्मीर एंड हैव टू डिलीट दिस TRF.
Ms. Sikri, US has announced that it will be designating, it has designated TRF, the group which was behind the Delhi Pahalgam terror attack, as FTO. How do you see this?
I think this is a great victory for Indian diplomacy. For India's very quiet and calm, yet very determined diplomacy, especially in the field of counter-terrorism. And right from the first day, April 22nd, when the attack took place on innocent tourists in Pahalgam, it was known that TRF, the Resistance Front, which is a proxy or an alternative for the Lashkar-e-Taiba, they had taken claim for this. So that was known from the very first day. And certainly we would have given all the facts and figures, all the evidence that we had gathered to the USA, to the UK, to all the other countries who are interested in it. And we've seen the result of it today when the American government has designated the TRF as a foreign terrorist organization and also as a especially designated global terrorist. So I think that two things have happened. First of all, the TRF has come on the map. It is not, it cannot be dismissed anymore as an unknown or some new organization, number one. Number two, the Americans have also said that they have revisited their, review of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, which is the parent organization of the TRF, and they have redetermined that the Lashkar-e-Taiba continues to be a foreign terrorist organization, and there's no question of taking them off the list or anything like that.
So viewers, Pakistan has clearly been implicated over here. But remember, there has been a very different sort of approach from United States. It's the same United States that invites Asim Munir and hosts them for dinner at the White House. And then after some days, we see that the same United States calls out TRF. Remember, Pakistan has not been named there. But yes, the fact that the Pahalgam, that the group behind Pahalgam terror attack has been named is a big win for Indian diplomacy. India's efforts, the diplomatic mission India, of course, had set out on post-Pahalgam, post-Operation Sindoor. And TRF, viewers, is a front of the Lashkar-e-Taiba. Now, Lashkar-e-Taiba, of course, has been notorious, and India has been making continuous efforts in the United Nations to get the TRF banned. And we have now this move from America that, of course, builds pressure on Pakistan, at least for now. And in fact, viewers, we have reactions of the families of the victims of the Pahalgam terror attack. Republic TV spoke to the family of Saurav Dwivedi. Listen in.
Dwivedi, he is the kin of Shubham Dwivedi, one of the victims who was killed in the Pahalgam terror attack. Thank you very much, Saurav, for speaking to us. This comes as a major, major victory. What India had always said, that Pakistan is a terror state, that it is Pakistan that has sponsored terrorism, and that was a result of Operation Sindoor also. Operation Sindoor is still continuing, Saurav, and it comes as a major victory, especially as a justice for those who were killed in the Pahalgam terror attack. Your first reaction as a member of the family who lost their loved ones?
So I got this news through Republic only today morning, and believe me, it feels like a personal victory, although this is a nationwide victory for us, where the delegations which were sent by the Prime Minister to different countries, I'm glad that the world is listening, the world is acknowledging what happened there in Pahalgam on 22nd April. So what we have lost is never going to come back, but the world recognizing Pakistan's act, the world recognizing that Pakistan is a terror, sponsored state, and Pakistan is always involved in any terrorist activities that happens in our country. So this is a major victory. I would like to thank the government, the all-party delegation that went to different countries to tell them about the Pahalgam terror attack. And yes, it is a victory. I would also like to thank all the armed forces, all the armed personals who are still carrying out Operation Sindoor for us.
Absolutely, Shubham. In fact, Ambassador Sajjanar is also joining us on the broadcast along with Gursimran. But Shubham, I would like to stay with you today. And Ambassador Sajjanar, it is in fact a huge victory as far as the diplomatic ties between India and the United States is concerned. And Saurabh, on that note, I would come to you again. What is it that you're demanding from the government again? Because no matter what you say, no matter what you do, the loss is irreparable. You can never get your brother back. And it is, in fact, a huge shock that the nation had to go through on April 22nd. Saurabh, what is it that the family is demanding from the government?
So, from the next day after the attack on 23rd, since that day we are demanding the government to attack terrorism on all fronts, be it economically, diplomatically, on the borderlines, through the armed forces, and also ideologically. So when we are fighting the wars on all front, I believe that is the only way we can eradicate terrorism. The only demand that family is making is to give recognition to all the 26 people who were martyred there, on 22nd April in Pahalgam. So we just want some recognition as a sign of respect, which the culture was not there in this country. I don't remember that the people who died, in these terrorist attacks were ever given some recognition. But this needs to change now. This is a new India, like we say. And I believe if we are gonna, give some recognition to the martyrs, then that will be an ideological fight against terrorism. Now we are fighting the war on all fronts. today is a big win for us diplomatically, and I only want that the government recognizes the people who have lost their lives. They were Indian citizens. They died on their motherland, and the government needs to, give them some recognition. And when we talk about in Hindi, we say, they should be called Shaheed. But some people have, created a propaganda out of it, and they say that we are trying to take the titles of the armed forces. No, we don't want that. We only want some recognition to be given to the families, which they can, make sure that they live with it the rest of their lives, in a respectful manner. My bhabi, she was married only for 2 months. So now, whatever government will, give recognition, that's the only thing that will stay with her. So that's all we want. We want the war to be, fought on all fronts, diplomatically, economically, on the border, and also ideologically. We want to defeat their ideology, and that's how we're going to do it.
And some more news now. Republic TV has accessed the CCTV video of the bike-borne assailants, the gangsters with pistols in Patna Paras Hospital. Now, in this video, one can see a schoolgirl in uniform. We'll just play that out for you. You can see that schoolgirl was just walking on the road, and she was probably going to school, presumably. And if you see, after 20 seconds almost, she sees these bike-borne gangsters brandishing their pistols in broad daylight, in middle of a road, and she just returns back for a safe hideout. Anybody would be terrified of such a scene in a city like Patna, viewers. The moment she sees the second bike carrying the gangster crossing her way, she sneaks in to see if other bike carrying a gangster is coming or not. She escaped. This tells the story about the law and order situation, of course, in the state of capital. This, of course, happened, viewers, after we are the same men who, in fact, had shot dead the gangster. Okay, we have some more breaking news coming in right now. We have visuals of Congress protest outside the Enforcement Directorate's office. Now, this is coming in, viewers, from outside the Enforcement Directorate office. After Bhupesh Bagel's son was arrested. And the protests happening outside ED office. So the Congress, we've seen Congress doing this many a times. We've seen Congress doing dharna when Rahul Gandhi is questioned. And now when former Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh and Congress leader Bhupesh Bagel's son is under lens and is arrested as per law. We see that the Congress workers take to the streets, and you can see the arson that's going on. In fact, the protest that is going on. They're breaking down the barricades outside the ED office. And these are the latest visuals coming in. Okay, this is a protest, Congress protest against Bhupesh Bagel's son arrest. And this is pertaining to the liquor scam. And he has been arrested in this scam. Chaitanya Bagel has been arrested this morning, and he was taken into custody from his residence in Bhilai after an early morning raid was conducted by the ED officials. And Chaitanya Bagel is a businessman and son of former Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Bhupesh Bagel. And this is in connection with the money laundering probe linked to the state's liquor policy. There you have. There's visuals coming in, how he was taken into custody. And this is something that the Congress workers are protesting. And this is a significant development, viewers, in the investigation into the alleged irregularities during the Congress's rule in Chhattisgarh under Bhupesh Bagel, as when he was the chief minister. And according to the people, ED claimed that a portion of funds was laundered through real estate firms operated by Chaitanya Bagel and his close associates. This is the update. And ED's money laundering case is based on a first information report registered by the ACB of Chhattisgarh, naming 70 individuals and entities. That includes former Excise Minister Khawasi Lakhma for their alleged role in corruption related to state's liquor policy. So just as he's arrested, we see the Congress workers taking to the streets, and as you can see the tire being burned outside the Enforcement Directorate office. And that's the breaking news we are getting in right now. ED conducted raids this morning on Bhupesh Bagel's son's house, property, premises. And Congress workers are now staging protests outside the office of the Enforcement Directorate. And Bhupesh Baghel, in fact, has also strongly criticized the central government now for this and says that it's an attempt to silence the opposition. So this is the update we are getting in from from outside the ED office. Viewers, ED has arrested Bhupesh Baghel's son, Chaitanya Baghel, and after an early morning raid. And of course, there are agencies that are being now accused by. We see that Bhupesh Baghel is criticizing central government for using this, for allegedly misusing the agencies. And this is the update we are getting you. These are the visuals. Congress workers staging protest against the arrest of Bhupesh Baghel's son. Breaking news coming in right now. Mumbai Swami Vivekananda International School in Kandivali has received a bomb threat via email, prompting an immediate response from the Kandivali police station and police and bomb search squad. However, no suspicious objects have been found during the thorough search of the premises. The incident is part of this larger trend that has emerged. Multiple schools in Mumbai, viewers, have received similar threats in the recent months. In June, the Kanakya International School, also Ryan International School in Mumbai, had received bomb threat emails, which were later deemed as a hoax threat. Now, the police are investigating these incidents, trying to trace the origin of these emails and identify the culprits behind these threats. So, this is the update from Mumbai. We are now shifting our focus, viewers, to other stories. More than 40 schools, meanwhile, in Delhi too have received bomb threats via email, triggering swift response from Delhi police and fire services. This is the fourth such day this week that we see schools in the capital city have received bomb threats. The threat email marked to 45 schools claimed that several explosives have been placed in classrooms, and the bomber, the one who had mailed, says that he wishes that no one survives. This is part of that email. And this is a trend, viewers, that was witnessed last year as well, if you remember. And again, we see a similar trend emerging, a pattern emerging rather. And 40 schools in the national capital, 3 schools in Mumbai receiving bomb threats. You can see these are visuals where after the schools were in fact sanitized, they were evacuated, and thorough checks were conducted by the bomb disposal squad and in the national capital, in Mumbai as well. And this is they're trying to identify and reach the source of the email as to who is spreading these this scare in the schools. And
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
After ED raids Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Bhupesh Bagel's Bhilai house, his son now arrested. Pakistan's bloody signature in Pahalgam now called out by the United States. White House confirms that India said that TRF is equal to Pakistan terror. It takes a major action on the TRF, that is the front of the Lashkar-e-Taiba behind the Pahalgam terror attack. Aam Aadmi Party formally quits the Indie bloc. Sanjay Singh says alliance was only for Lok Sabha polls. Nitish Rane posts a video of NCP SCP MLA Jitendra Awad misbehaving with journalists. Middle class run over by rich yet again. In Gandhinagar this time, BMW car kills one rich brat, gets bail. Hoax bomb threat issued to total 60 schools in Delhi, Bengaluru and Mumbai. Republic crashes all landing channels, become India's #1 and the most watched channel. And Arnab Goswami is the primetime king once again. Super Primetime Max reaches the 90% mark. A very good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking, and I'm Rakshita Mishra with you. We start with the big news that we're tracking for you. It's another case of hit and run. The rich have hit and again they have, this incident involves the rich, and this time it's a BMW driver accused in the Gujarat hit and run case has been granted bail You've heard of such cases before, and yes, he's let off on bail again. The charges are on Vatsal Karya. They were bailable. The charges filed were bailable. He was set free this morning, although the police are investigating the matter and they have collected the blood sample of the accused who is believed to have consumed alcohol. Yesterday morning in the quiet locality of Sargasan in Gandhinagar, a middle-aged man stepped out of his home just like every other day. He rode his humble Activa scooty, maybe heading to work, maybe running an errand. We'll never know now, because before he could reach his destination, his journey ended brutally by speeding BMW, and the driver, locals say, was drunk, intoxicated, and not just on alcohol, perhaps on arrogance as well, on entitlement, on the belief that rules do not apply to those who can afford to break them. The middle-class man died on the spot. The BMW driver, he's alive. He's hospitalized, being treated, let off on bail. But who will treat the trauma of the family that just lost their loved one? Who will answer for yet another life lost in this unspoken war between privilege and the powerless? This is not just an accident, viewers. This is a story of how luxury and lawlessness are now speeding hand in hand across our cities. You can see the visual, viewers, to the right side of your screens. This is the Gandhinagar case. You can see this front, you can see this entire body in the front has been mangled. You can see the windshield, the screen has also been smashed. And imagine the impact on the individual that it hit. A scooter rider has been killed. He was on a two-wheeler. He did not have any safety equipment. It was not a luxury bike at all. It was a scooty, a humble scooty. And this BMW, worth lakhs and lakhs of rupees, rammed into it. And this man behind the wheels is let off on bail. He was drunk. He was in an inebriated state. He is now let off on bail. And why? Why these are different laws? This reminds us of the Pune car crash. The minor who continues to be, dealt as a minor and tried as a minor by the JJB, not taking even account of the law that remains. We see these luxury cars, the Audi car crash case, a Porsche case, and now you had an Audi case in the national capital on the 9th of July, ramming into, crushing those poor migrant workers who were on the footpath. Now you have this one in Gandhinagar. One scooter rider has been killed, and the accused was let off on bail. Who is the victim? It's the middle class. The middle class continues to cry for help, to fight for justice, but to no avail, because those in power, those with the money, are let off. The lines are open, viewers. You can call us on the number that is flashing on the bottom of your screen, 01203235206. It's rich versus the middle class, viewers. The two techies that were killed, their families continue to yearn for justice. They still are fighting for justice. And here is this another case in Gandhinagar of Gujarat, where this another rich brat, has been let off on bail. He was clearly drunk. It was proven, and people are also saying that he was drunk. And the charges that were filed against him were in fact put out in such a way so that he's let off on bail. The bailable offences, he was booked under bailable offences, of course, because he must have made those phone calls to those. He must be coming from money. And he is let off on bail because reportedly he just did something that was a bailable offence. A person dies, a man is killed, but it seems to be a bailable offence. Tanisha, my colleague, joins us live on the broadcast. Tanisha, tell us more details. What are you picking up as far as this story from Gandhinagar is concerned?
Absolutely, Rakshita. Like you were just telling it to our viewers, how it is the affluent people, the influential people who quickly get bail, and that is what a life of a middleman cost. A rich brat runs over a middle class man and just gets bail in nearly 15 hours. And that's not it. Earlier, when we spoke to the family of the deceased, they had to show us the visuals of the scooter that was rammed by the BMW, and it was completely trashed. It had hit the car, and so much so was the impact of the BMW hitting the scooter that it flew 20 meters away. And this raises serious questions on how does an affluent man, how does a rich brat get away so easily with it? And like we are showing it on screen also, it is not just about one incident from Gandhinagar. These are about several incidents that's happened in the past. It's about how in the Pune case as well, in the Porsche case as well, first the minor was let off by telling him that he should write an essay on what he did wrong. Later, he was told by the court that he will not be tried as an adult but as a minor, whereas it was just few months away to him being an adult, and still he was tried as a minor.
Tanisha, we have many people actually can understand what's really happening, and people are really enraged about this. We have Murthy from Chennai joining us on the phone line. Mr. Murthy, please go ahead with your thoughts.
Yeah, good afternoon. On what basis the judge has given the bail, nobody knows. Simply bail has been granted. The affluent can get away with anything, as Arnab says. Only the middleman suffers. There is no doubt about it.
Yes, absolutely.
The reason for this, you can see the judiciary also, each judge gives on his own decision. Whether they are going, if a person is under the influence of alcohol, he has to be put behind bars. He cannot drive a vehicle under the influence of alcohol. But where is the question? The judge is giving him bail. On what basis? Nobody knows.
Yes. Right, Mr. Murthy, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for calling in and sharing your views. Viewers, please do call in and share your views on that, because this is Republic TV, something Republic TV has always brought to the focus, that the roads and law is not only for the rich. This is the question we are raising. It's a Republic campaign. The luxury murders should stop. The luxury murders should stop, because time and again, these people behind hit-and-run cases are the rich, come from money, they come from power, they are let off, the cases continue for years and years and years, but the victim's family, they grow old fighting for their loved ones, but to no avail. And this has happened just recently, last year in Pune, the Porsche case, 2 techies were killed, 2 young lives in their 20s were lost. Recently, the migrant laborers were in fact run over by an Audi in the national capital by, again, a drunk man in his Audi. Now this is a BMW in Gandhinagar of Gujarat. 1 scooter rider has been killed. And the man who was intoxicated, he was behind the wheel, he is let off on bail, because it seems he just made there was just a bailable charge against him. Why was it so? We ask. How did he get bail? We ask. That is the big that's the big story that we are tracking for you, viewers. And you can call in with the number flashing on the bottom of your screen. Amit Merchant is our caller. Next caller, Amit Merchant, joins us on the phone line. Mr. Merchant, please go ahead with your thoughts and your opinion. What do you think? What do you want to say? Sir, please go ahead.
There has been an accident, where there has been any incident, the result is not up to the satisfying mark, because there is no value for life in India. Because these rich brats, I would say, they have no consideration for any coming in the middle of going in the middle of the road, or going in the pavement, hitting anyone, and It's absolutely ruthless driving, rash driving, and I think all should be behind the bars and giving the justice to the people injured or killed.
Right, I think there's some problem with the network, but yes, we do understand what in parts what you tried to say. Thank you so much, Mr. Amit Merchant from Pune, joining us. We will, of course, continue to receive more calls, viewers, and you can always share your thoughts and what you feel, because this is something that has been happening for years, viewers. Not about this, it's not about Pune Porsche case. It's been happening for years, and we, of course, as a nation, needs to stand together, stand united for each and every person, each and every innocent that is killed on the road and continues to await justice. Because the driver in this latest case in Gandhinagar has been granted bail, and he's said to have been inebriated. Okay, we have Ajay from Siliguri joining us on the broadcast. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for hearing me. Ma'am, what I would like to say here is there are a lot of incidences of, the luxury cars, hitting people and then, mowing them down, most of them turning fatal. So the government has to do something about it. We just can't, the authorities just can't sit like a lame duck. What has to be done, in my opinion, is the moment, these people apply for purchasing luxury cars, you have to make them sign some kind of a bond, some kind of an indemnity bond. They have to indemnify the government that in case something happens, some fatal accident happens and the driver is found intoxicated or something, they have to pay huge penalties, maybe 5 times, 10 times the amount of the car to the deceased. Some deterrent law has to be there. You just can't sit on age-old laws, and then go on killing people. And then, we all know how our judicial system is. The reports get changed, the blood report is changed, and then, the lawyer, they change the whole scenario. And then, ultimately the accused goes scot-free. So we have to take this up very, very aggressively. This is not a joke. I would like to, request your channel to take up this nationwide. It should be a nationwide kind of an agitation.
Right, sir. Okay. It is a nationwide campaign. So Republic TV has always and will always continue to run this campaign till justice is served. Thanks so much, sir, for joining us from Siliguri. Viewers, so you can keep calling in. We have Madhusudan now from Hubli joining us on the broadcast. Mr. Madhusudan, please go ahead with your views.
Well, I'm just going through this particular case. And actually, to put it more in slang word, all Indian laws can be, there can be a footnote below that these laws apply only to common man, it doesn't apply to rich people. So that would be more this thing, because even justice, what is being delivered, we are finding it somewhere it is biased. And these things repeatedly are showing that common man is totally taken for a ride by the rich community. Thank you.
Right, Mr. Madhusudan, thanks so much. Appreciate you joining us on the broadcast, viewers. So you can understand that our viewers and all of you, everybody in this country, it really boils our blood, viewers, when we see that these rich brats are let off. And this is what they are using. They're using their money, they're using their power, and this is setting the wrong example. Always we see that these people get away and the innocents continue to suffer on the roads. The poor, the middle class, it's them who suffer. And these rich brats, these rich killers are let off. And this is the example that has been set in this country for the longest time. But till when? We need to speak up, viewers, and that's why Republic TV continues with this campaign of #LuxuryMurder. And you can always tune in and you can always call in on the number that is flashing on your screens right now. On the bottom of the screens, it's luxury murder. They have the luxury to kill people on road and get away with it. That is this pattern that has been observed in this country. They are let off on bail, they are let off by writing an essay, they are let off as juveniles, they are let off as something that is a bailable offense, and this has been continuing. But till when? When will we start speaking up? The pressure has to be mounted, viewers, and this should stop. And we see that in this case, a similar thing has happened. It happened, this is Vatsal Karya, the man who was posing there with the policeman in Gandhinagar. He was drunk behind the wheels and in BMW car, his luxury car, and he killed one scooty driver. High-end cars mowing down middle-class people on the road. It's a pattern that has become rampant, and we see no action. So this is, viewers, that Republic TV is continuing to cover. We've seen what happened in the Pune Porsche case. There were many lapses in the investigation. There was a lot of lapses in that investigation, right from collection of blood samples to him being tried. Until date, the JJB, the Juvenile Justice Board, says that it was a serious offense, but not a heinous offense. And now you see in this case also, it was a bailable offense. It seems killing a scooty driver was a bailable offense in Gandhinagar, because this was a man who was riding a BMW, who was driving a BMW, and he's let off. He's let off, and he is right now relieved. The charges were bailable, and he was set free this morning after he was arrested yesterday. Police are investigating the matter. They've collected the blood sample now, and what happened was, viewers, if I would just revisit the entire case, it happened in the quiet locality of Sargasan in Gandhinagar, and it was a middle-aged man who had stepped out of his home on his Activa, on his scooty, and before he could reach his destination, his life ended, viewers, and this is the man who was behind that. You can see, you can understand from that impact the gravity of the situation, viewers. You can see how hard this car has been hit. It struck that man, it hit that man, and then it rams into the car. There you have the CCTV. There you have. It's really a disturbing image, viewers, but you see this man coming from the other side, and he's driving away. He's driving away, and he does not stop his car. Shifting focus to other stories, the ED has arrested son of former Chhattisgarh Chief Minister and party MP Bhupesh Bagel's son Chaitanya Bagel in liquor scam linked money laundering case. The ED conducted searches at the residence of Chaitanya Bagel, and this happened, viewers, in March. Federal Probe Agency had conducted similar raids at his residence. Congress MP Bhupesh Bagel has cried witch hunt, and an attempt by the centre to muzzle the voices in opposition were raised against industrialist Gautam Adani. Meanwhile, the Congress has upped the ante, protesting outside the ED office in Raipur. So visuals of the arrest. Chaitanya Bagel has been arrested. In fact, just listen in to former Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh Bhupesh Bagel after his son is arrested.
सब लोग बोल चुके हैं, नेता प्रतिपक्ष बोलने के बाद और कुछ बदला नहीं है। सदन में भी कहा कि अडानी के जो पेड़ कटाई चल रहा है, इसके विरोध में पूरे कांग्रेस पार्टी लड़ाई लड़ रही है और दबाव पूरे सरकार में है, प्रशासनिक तंत्र में है और विपक्ष को दबाने के लिए ये रणनीति अपनाई गई है, जिसके कारण से आज नेता प्रतिपक्ष ने विधानसभा में ये घोषणा की कि हम इस कार्रवाई के विरोध में दिन भर के सदन की कार्रवाई बहिष्कार करते हैं। 81 लखनऊ भी टारगेट किया, देवेंद्र यादव को टारगेट किया, अभी मेरे बेटे को टारगेट कर रहे हैं। इसका मतलब ये है दबाने की कोशिश कि कोई आवाज़ अडानी के खिलाफ ना बोल सके।
All right, viewers. So we have RP Singh, Sardar RP Singh of the BJP, joining us on the phone line. Mr. Singh, we have Congress workers protesting outside the ED office after the arrest of Mr. Baghel's son. Mr. Baghel, meanwhile, has said that this is, targeting. It's a witch hunt by the centre, and that they're trying to just muzzle the voices of the opposition.
Well, they are saying in Hindi, "Chor machaya shor," but this case is much before our government came in. And this is about the excise policy, liquor policy. There's a big corruption happened in that, and then that's why ED is pursuing the case. If they have anything against ED, they can go to court. They tried going to court and get it quashed, but it didn't happen because ED has enough evidence to prosecute a person to take the case forward. But as Congress is, they always play a victim card. When they are caught, they always play a victim card. Best is they should seek a legal recourse.
We have Udit Raj of the Congress. Udit Raj, sir, you just heard Mr. RP Singh. He also saying that Congress is only playing victim card as Bhupesh Baghel accuses the centre of misusing the agencies. Mr. Raj.
Hello. Yeah, it's a completely misuse of agency, and those who are corrupt up to the neck. And Honorable Prime Minister named Mr. Ajit Pawar that he had embezzled 70,000 crore rupees, and he is made Deputy Chief Minister. Where is the law for it? All corrupt people joining BJP are not only free, but they are being given prime position and all dignity. See, it's only to harass and discourage the opposition. However, we are not going to cow down. And this is completely misuse of ED. Right?
Right, Mr. Udit Rao, thanks so much for joining us with those details, with your thoughts on that story. Mr. Sardar RP Singh, thank you so much. And with that, we step into a short break. But on the other side, Republic TV continues to closely track the top stories for you. And in a short while from now, we'll be right back.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking, and I am Rakshita Mishra with you. Let's get started with all the top stories of the day that we're tracking for you. Bhupesh Bagel's son arrested by the ED in the liquor scam, and after the raids and the arrest, Bhupesh Bagel cries vendetta. Nearly 60 schools in the national capital received bomb threats in just 3 days. Police probe underway. Middle class run over by rich yet again in Gandhinagar. BMW car kills one rich brat, gets bail. Complete collapse of law and order on the streets of Patna. Another video from the hostile firing shows accused roaming freely on the streets, brandishing the guns. US declares the TRF, the resistance front outfit behind the Pahalgam attack, as foreign terrorist organization. India hails the move. Nitish Rane posts video of NCP SCP MLA Jitendra Awad misbehaving with the journalists. And Republic crashes all landing channels, becomes India's #1 and the most watched channel. Arnab Goswami is the primetime king once again, and Super Primetime Max reaches the 90% mark. All right, viewers, now almost 2 months after the dastardly Pahalgam terror attack, the United States has designated the Lashkar's proxy TRF as foreign terrorist organization. Today, the US Department of State is adding the resistance front as a designated foreign terrorist organization, especially designated global terrorist. Today, the US Department of State is adding the TRF as a... So Pakistan, and viewers, this is a proxy for Lashkar-e-Taiba, and it had claimed responsibility for the 22nd April terror attack in Pahalgam that killed 26. This was the deadliest attack, viewers, on civilians in India since the 2008 Mumbai attacks, and it was conducted by the LAT. That TRF claimed responsibility, and it has in fact claimed responsibility in the past for several attacks against Indian security forces also last year. So Pakistan, viewers, cannot deny, it continues to deny. United States has now named this terror outfit publicly. And Lieutenant Vinay Narwal was one of the victims, viewers, in this Pahalgam terror attack. We spoke to the family of Lieutenant Narwal. Listen in.
राजेश जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए। आज यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स ने एक बहुत बड़ा कदम उठाया है। टीआरएफ, वही टेरर आउटफिट जो रिस्पॉन्सिबल था पहलगाम टेरर अटैक के लिए, उसको एक टेरर आउटफिट डेजिग्नेट कर दिया है। इट्स अ ह्यूज डिप्लोमेटिक विन फॉर इंडिया। सर, आपका क्या कहना है इस बारे में?
नमस्कार जी, मेरा इस बारे में यही कहना है कि हमारे देश के कूटनीतिज्ञों ने और राजनेताओं ने तरह से इस मुद्दे को अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर उठाया और उसको संज्ञान में लेते हुए आज से यूएस गवर्नमेंट ने द रेसिस्टेंट फ्रंट को, जो कि लश्कर-ए-तैयबा से कनेक्टेड है, और उन्होंने 22 अप्रैल की जो घटना थी पहलगांव की, उसमें जो मैसेकर किया, जिसमें के 26 भारतीय को अपनी जान गंवानी पड़ी, जिसमें मेरा बेटा लेफ्टिनेंट विनय नरवाल भी उसमें शहादत को प्राप्त हुआ, तो उसके खिलाफ एक कड़ा कदम और उसके प्रति प्रतिबद्धता जो यूएस गवर्नमेंट ने दिखाई है, ये काबिले तारीफ है और एक अच्छा कदम है। इससे इस तरह के संगठनों पर, इस तरह की कार्रवाई पर अंकुश लगाने का ये कार्य है।
अब आपकी क्या मांग है गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया से? बिकॉज जहाँ तक हम जानते हैं जो इंडिया यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स के टाइज थे वो और स्ट्रेंथन हो गए हैं इस कदम के बाद। अब आपकी क्या मांग है? क्योंकि हमने बस कुछ ही देर पहले शुभम द्विवेदी जी से भी बात किया था, उन्होंने भी अपने भाई को खोया था पहलगाम के अटैक पे। उन्होंने कहा था कि अब जो विक्टिम्स है पहलगाम के, उनको एक शहीद का दर्जा देना चाहिए। आपकी क्या मांग है?
मेरा सरकार से मांग तो नहीं है, मेरी तो एक अपील है, और सरकार इस मामले में बहुत ही सेंसिटाइज्ड है और एक जिम्मेदार सरकार है मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में, और वो इसको बहुत ही गंभीरता के साथ इस इशू को लिया है। और जहाँ तक शहादत की बात है, तो जितने भी लोग वहाँ आतंकवाद की भेंट चढ़े हैं, तो सभी जान गंवाने वाले जो लोग हैं, व्यक्ति हैं, और उनके परिवारों की यही मांग है, अपील भी है गवर्नमेंट से कि उनको शहादत का दर्जा दिया जाना चाहिए, क्योंकि ये आम कोई ऐसी घटना नहीं है, ये आतंकवाद की भेंट चढ़े हैं। आतंकवाद की घटना के